Alrighty, it is 8:15, May 27th at 8:15 in the morning. Oh, I already said that. We will start with public input. Do we have any public input in person?
There were none received.
Okay. Do we have any public input in the audience? None? Okay. Then opening remarks. You have
I
opening
was
remarks.
looking. Oh, there we go. Thank
Working
you.
on it.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Well, good morning, all. We are going to have some fun today. So, first and foremost, the reason that we do this is so that our goal setting drives the budget process. It shouldn't be the other way. In years past, we had a lot of budget discussions. They were intended to be strategy sessions, but what would end up happening is that it would inevitably evolve strictly into budget. And the budget shouldn't drive decision making, it should be strategy. So we started to do this so that we would get input from council ahead of time. You're not going to finalize your goals today. What we want to do is get a good list, not 50 or 60 items, but maybe 10 to 20, so staff can do some analysis and research. And then at a future meeting, when we have our wrap-up session in June, then we're going to bring those back and we'll have done some additional analysis. And then you guys can hopefully narrow it down to a top 10 or top 15 list for the next 2 years. So that's the goal that we want out of that. The deliverable today is to have an initial preliminary list. Does that make sense? All right. So what we wanted to do is to kind of just start off with some hot topics. And I will say this, a lot of these topics will have a lot longer discussion at later points. Compensation, for example, we'll spend 45 minutes or longer in one of our budget strategy sessions in June. The hot topics today is really only for flavor, just so that you know it's out there, just so we can have a conversation about it. Ask some questions, but realize we don't want to spend an hour on each one because then we'll never finish today. But I also want to make sure you have time. If there's just been some driving question you really want to know, go ahead and make sure we ask it. Then Angie's going to review the strategic plan and kind of discuss the goals for 23-24 that council, or no, it says discuss, oh no, that's with council, all right. During the council governance session, we usually set aside time for council to talk about what's important to you in terms of the way you meet. Maybe committee appointments have been in the past. There's a budget we allot for council for training. So it could be various different topics, and there's been several that were suggested. So David Berman will be joining us then, our city attorney, and he also has a topic he wants to talk to you guys for about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll continue goal discussion into the afternoon. We'll do an exercise. The exercise really, once we have a good list up on the wall, we're going to ask you guys to vote with dots, meaning that, remember, it's a preliminary ranking only, and it's only to try to get to maybe about 20 items that staff will spend time on, because again, we're on an accelerated schedule this summer, and for us to try to evaluate 50 or 60 items just not possible. And then towards the end of the day, we'll do some decision points and wrap up. I will say also, when we get to that stage, if we're done earlier, we're done earlier. It just depends on how fast it goes. I've asked each of you to come with about 4 to 5 items, but it's always good to have a couple in your back pocket in case somebody steals your idea. Then you can also do that. And so that's why once we do that, we'll have a bunch of items just for discussion. So one thing I do also want to say, we have resources. There's been years we didn't. During the Great Recession, for example, and property taxes were plummeting, sales taxes were kind of holding their own, but it's a different field than it was back then. But the bad news, and this is true of every city every year, you never have enough money to do everything. So you have to make strategic choices. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So, all right, so first off, hot topics coming to a theater near you. So we're going to start with this one. As during the council candidate orientation, we did discuss this with council. What I wanted to do today was to kind of brief you again, because I know by this time, a lot of that, what was that, 3 months ago, a lot of that has probably been left or lost. Mostly I want to give you an update on where we are today in terms of process. So, as you know, one of the big issues that we've had with the way our water contract with the water district is set up is to take or pay. You can see some years we've paid as much as $2 to $3 million for water that we did not sell. And that's because the way that works is your highest amount of water ever used in the water district is the amount you pay for, whether you ever sell that much or not. Plano, for example, they many years ago, a couple decades ago, hit their peak, and then they built out. They will never, ever, ever hit that peak again. And yet they'll pay, similar to us, they'll pay that gap every year until now with the new agreement. But just to say, over 20 years, we paid $18 million for water we didn't sell. Now, just for perspective, we would have made probably somewhere in the neighborhood of, I'd say, about $30 million off of those sales. So $30 million into the system would have been another, say, $10 to $15 million on top of it we would have used for capital infrastructure. But as it was, we had to pay for it without using it. So, as you know, with the settlement that the district came up with, and remember, these are the member cities. Rowlett is the largest customer city, but we are not a member city. We do not get to vote. So they came up with a two-step plan to adjust the take or pay. One is an 8-year transition. During the transition, what they'll do is they're going to allow cities to draw down in any year that the aggregate is below the total. Then what they'll do is essentially those cities that use less will reduce, on a percentage basis, they'll reduce their total take or pay, where other cities that use more will pick up more of that burden. So that's the goal. And then after the 8-year drawdown method, then you'll get into the 5-year rolling average, which we think is the right answer. So we believe we will save money with both because, again, we're so far apart. The customer cities are much like the member cities. There's winners and losers in this strategy. But ultimately, Rowlett is expected to save millions of dollars over this period of time once we've locked into the new contract.
Brian, we get clarification of when the 8-year period starts?
Right now, the indication they're telling us is when we sign the new agreement. And the reason for that is that they want everybody to sign that agreement. But some, are like us, are still benefiting from the old language. But for us, it's up in 2024. So we won't have much choice much longer. So again, customer cities are going to be able to participate, and they have adopted the new agreement, the new template. I will say that we're not happy with the new provisions. They've added language that basically the board can set any rate they want to. Okay, if the member cities have to sign the same thing, then we're fine with that. But the member cities get a benefit that we don't. We have to pay a premium upcharge that they don't have to pay. Another reason why they're able to have lower rates than customer cities are, but it's going to get worse. So this is what happened once we started to reach out to start the negotiation process. We were number 2 on the list to start this process when they told us they hired a consultant who came back and said, we're going to recommend, instead of a nickel upcharge, which it has been since we've been a customer city. So way back when we joined, back in 65, whatever that time was, 66, 67, we've been paying an extra nickel per 1,000 gallons all that time. And so what ended up happening is they're saying that the logic they want to switch to, the philosophy, would be 10% of the current rate, which is $3 and some cents. So you're going to go from a nickel to 30 cents. For us, we're paying about $160,000 a year for the nickel, and we would go to, what was it, 950, about $1 million. So that's a huge increase, 780,000, whatever it is, almost $800,000 increase that we would have to pay the differential. And that, we have to pass that on to our customers or make some other adjustments. So the customer coalition, it's about 11 or 12 cities. There's also another 15 like HOA water districts, small districts. They're not participating with us. But there's about 12 different customer cities, Saxe, Rowlett, Terrell, there's a whole bunch of us. And we hired our own consultant to push back on that. Somebody who could review the plans, all the underlying data and assumptions from the district's consultant, and then we ended up pushing back on that. And so the board decided that not to try to press forward with that this year, but to have a full cost of service study done, and the PUC requires that of them now, before they decide how they're going to apply it. And of course, we're going to stay in that all the way. So here's our dilemma. We have no choice but to renew our contract in 2024. And there is benefits for us to do so over time. The premium adjustment could offset, more than offset, the savings we otherwise would get under the new transition, the new methodology. What we want to do, and you'll see staff at times today, we're going to say that, we're going to be goal setting, but one of the goals we're going to recommend is that we seek membership. Now, they're resistant to that right now. We asked about that during the litigation that they have between each other. At that time, they said, hey, we're going to wait till the litigation is over before we review that. So we want to press for membership because I believe they're going to make a premium adjustment. The one thing they may do, they may spread it out over time so it's not the whole 30 cents in 1 year. Maybe they spread it out over the same period of the transition, who knows? But I believe that membership is the way to go. I will tell you, he's not here today, but our interim public works director, Ronnie, he was been working in the Metroplex when one or two of the other cities that became members after the original members, and he said one of the pushes is that they had to fix their looping problem to reduce water wasting. So that would be something we would have to do, is start having a more robust program. We have a small one, but a more robust program to address our, where we kind of have those end caps. And what happens is the chlorine residual drops to a point where you can't do that. So you have to open the hydrants, bleed a lot of the water because it doesn't move or cycle through as fast as it needs to. If all your lines are looped, you don't have that problem. So regardless, my belief is they'll drag their feet long enough. We won't have a choice. We're going to have to press forward with the contract template as it currently is written, and then continue to press for membership. I really think Raleigh needs to do that. Yes,
Other than the line looping, what are some of the major obstacles that would keep us from being a full member?
So one thing that they do is that all member cities, in their financial statements, they put in a note that they are jointly responsible, or maybe severally responsible, David's not here yet, for a portion of the overall debt of the water district. We're not. Now, in our notes to the financial statements, we put in a blurb that we have this contract with take or pay. But that's one obstacle. We're a founding member of DART, the Dallas Area Rapid Transit, and an obstacle that the others face that want to join DART, you have to give up 1% of your sales tax. So that's a huge obstacle. Mesquite is just frothing at the mouth to become a member city of DART, but they're not willing to give up 1% of their sales tax. Our city did that in 1982, and some of the public didn't like it, caused a referendum, and it passed again. So 2 times it passed for DART for us to be a founding member of DART. So there's a few things like that, but honestly, the water looping project could keep us from being a member for several years if they make that an issue. There may be other ways to skin that cat.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, there was conversation about requiring member cities to take advantage of 2 of the 3 services that the district offers. Is that still an issue?
Yes, so the other thing that they have at least said is that they provide wastewater for some of their member cities, obviously water like we have, and trash pickup.
Trash, yeah.
So the other thing was making sure you had 2 of the 3 before they would do that. So that may be another obstacle. But the thing is, we don't know what the new rules are going to be, and it has been decades since they've actually had another city become a member. I think Frisco became a member later, and I can't remember the other city. There's 3 cities that joined afterwards. They became member cities.
One more question. Is that study that they did available to us?
Yes. We'll make a note and we'll send it to you guys. They've already shared it with us. We'll share it to y'all.
And do we have any preliminary findings from our consultant?
Yes, we do. I'll send that to you guys as well.
I think the other obstacle is there's a real political animal out there. I mean, the whole point of 2 of 3 services is BS. That's just a way to put another hurdle out there. You guys all know that.
Absolutely.
And so, getting to know people that are on the North Texas Municipal Water District Board, I've made friends with a couple of those people. So every time you see them at an event or a function, it's like, hey, how do we become a member? And you kind of keep that political piece of it, because that'll be the biggest obstacle. Because, if you go and look at their board, it's the same last names all the way back to the beginning of the founding of this thing. And so that's a big hurdle, just to add one to the mix that we'll have to get over.
So that's all I had on this topic, and we'll move to the next one. We're going to go through these pretty quick today. Y'all good with that? All right. So we're going to talk about Sapphire Bay a little bit. Part of it is just to make sure that you guys know what's coming. There is some news that is still embargoed, and what I mean by that is it's not our story to tell, not yet. And but the announcement, they're telling us in about 2 to 4 weeks they'll make the big announcement. We're really excited about that. So let's talk a little bit about what it does mean. So as you guys know, this was originally with Bayside, with the north side, was envisioned to be a $1 billion project. So hundreds of millions of dollars later, Bayside is now done. And Sapphire Bay, when we were able to get that contract changed over to them, they projected about $1.2 billion just for the south piece alone. They're now telling us they think it's going to be closer to $2 billion. So the marina obviously is building their final configuration. Does not look like that right now because they're shifting more to the north under their new format. Floridays is already in the mix. Y'all know that we've issued those permits, as well as the K-Hob homes and the View by Zale. So down in the southwest corner, K-Hob is interesting because the View, they're going to build all that at one time. They're already starting. K-Hob wants to build 5 townhomes at a time. And guys, this is a brilliant market strategy. So what's going to happen is it becomes a bidding war. So if you're one of those 5, you're probably going to pay the least amount. The next 5 will pay more. The next 5 will pay more. You build them all at one time, you might make a few deals just to keep the cash flow going. But easily these townhomes will reach $1 million so quick it's going to turn our heads. We saw that, several of us that took a trip down to Florida to look at the
Are you on the wait list?
Crystal Lagoons. project, one in Tallahassee, and the other one over on the other side, I can't remember, not Tampa, but yeah, maybe it was the Tampa Bay area.
Tampa side, yeah.
They had two of them, and they opened up within like in a week of each other. Both of them were shut down immediately because they did not get their permits to open, but they were all in a hurry to try. But my point is, they had townhomes right on it, and that was their strategy too. So they were building only a few at a time, and then they were bidding them. So if you wanted one, you had, it wasn't what it cost them, it was a bid. And so they were already at $900,000 at that time. So it's really gonna go quick. So,
And they've already sold the first 5, right?
oh yeah, oh
The
look.
first 5 or
they
10, I
have-
can't remember.
They have
Yeah,
eight.
they tell you now there are
waiting
none
list of
available.
1,800 people.
There's sold signs on the lots.
Ready.
You already looked?
For
Yep.
these properties.
We looked.
It's just amazing. So the first $389 million in permits have already been applied for. So they're, sorry,
How tall is the view? I don't remember that.
5 stories.
5?
yeah, I was gonna say 4, I think it's 5 stories. And then, of course, Florida's is also gonna be multi-level too.
Right.
And then on top of that, we have the big resort, which is the one y'all have seen the pictures on the south side, which we now know the flagship is going to be Destination by Hyatt. So this is an interesting story. Originally, it was Destination, that's not the whole name. You remember the name of Destinations?
Hyatt Destination.
No, I was trying to think. They bought the company that originally was going to be that, and then anyway, Hyatt now has secured. So it's Destination by Hyatt. Then they liked the property so much, they also wanted to build a second hotel, and you can see where that line is. Another Destination by Hotel just to the north and left of that screen. And so what their goal is, they realized that just the main resort hotel alone was not going to be large enough for some of the conventions that they want to bring down there. And so by doing this, that will secure another site. And then there's now a third hotel, the nationally branded resort concept. That's the one we're embargoing for a while. And when that news goes out, it's going to be really, really big. So you're going to have 3 hotels on site. Now, there's always been rumors of a 4th one that might be a little bit north of that, but at least the 3 we now know about. So moving forward, Clear Tide is going to run the surf park and the lagoon. And then in phase 1, I don't know if that's going to be on the next slide. No, it's not. In phase one includes, is that moving on? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So phase 1 includes the lagoon, the surf park, this little water park,
Lazy River.
the resort, this building here, which is going to be another hotel plus retail and restaurants. All of that is in phase 1. And last year, they were talking about splitting phase 1 into phase 1A or phase 1B. They disclosed to us that their investors and their financing companies had told them that no phasing was going to be allowed that did not include the surf park and the lagoon. They believe it has to be first. It has to go in first with whatever else we do. So, but they were having a little trouble getting the capital stack to be able to do all of phase 1, because this is like a $600 million package that they have to do. Since that time, they have now secured that. And so they're going to be doing all of phase 1 together. Now, that doesn't mean they start each building exactly on the same date, but the whole project for phase 1 will be done at the same time K-Hob, The View, Florida's is building, and at the same time that the other national branded resort concept will be building as well. So again, this is off to the races. When you include just the permits we've issued and the $600 million coming up, we're already at $1 billion, folks, and we still have all of the frontage there. We still have a couple other buildings, and then you have the condo towers to the southeast, which will also have a wraparound townhome concept as well. So pretty exciting stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, on the lagoon, do we have the branding for that like it was the Crystal Lagoon? Do you know?
Not yet. They're still working on that. I think they're pretty close though. But no, we do not have the new branding on that yet. Sizing is still going to be the 7.5 acres. That was something council insisted on. We're not willing to adjust from that. And of course, the show fountain in the middle. So all that is still going to happen.
I like that you can see it on Google Maps. It's easy to point to this. Where's the lagoon? It's right there. It's on the map.
It's full of water too.
Surf park
It's just not
too.
blue.
The surf park too.
Let's put some,
It is going to be shadowed
Surf
by
water
a
dye color.
35-story
Just a little bit.
condo tower. So anyway.
Maybe.
Okay, so in terms of the agreement, this is the most recent agreement. Just want to let you guys know that the incentive package with the TERS district, the PIDs, all that is now done. And the part I wanted to just mention, 7,500 jobs. And again, we now know that the 1.1 billion capital investment is no longer accurate. It's going to be more than that. The thing I wanted to say is that the city of Rowlett is expected through 2035 to generate $111 million from that. That's the portion that we'll keep, that we'll be able to use for our projects, for our things. And for those that may not know, our agreement with Dallas, the city of Dallas, in order to acquire this property, is that after 20 years, so we were thinking after build out, we will have to share 25% of our revenues going forward. Now the TERS will be gone, so we'll no longer be putting money in the TERS. And at that point, we're expecting somewhere at around $17 million a year. We now know the number will be higher, but this is the numbers that we've been working off of the last couple of years. Will be almost $17 million a year, ongoing forever. And then Dallas will get $4.8 million. Now, Dallas will share 25% of property taxes, hotel occupancy, mixed beverage. Rowlett will keep 100% of the sales tax. So that's how this project works. Dallas was unwilling to move from that when we acquired the property, and so we really didn't have much choice. But again, goal setting, we've got to make sure that we shepherd this project to the end. The state tax rebate, which I want to spend just a minute, you had a question?
Yeah, quick question. Have we looked, yeah, go ahead. Okay, I was going to say, so we've got a good revenue stream at full build out. Have we done any estimates around what level of support the city is going to need to provide in terms of our O&M budget?
We have.
Okay.
Wendy and her team is working on that right now. We call it landmine planning.
Okay.
In other words, where's the landmine we're about to step onto? So this year obviously was not much. Next year, next fiscal year is not much. After that, we have to start ramping up for firefighters and police officers that we're going to have there. So traditionally what happens is you're going to have a hump. And so in a fire station, so let me say this, with police, if you got a revenue stream like this, you generally can somewhat match your needs. So if I need 8 people there 24/7, I have time to build towards that. A few officers a year, whatever it might take. With a fire department, you don't. With a fire department, you have to build that fire department and staff 18 people in it immediately. You got to have a medic unit, your ladder truck. Then you might have a little time down the road before you add the final pumper truck. But with that, the fire department is generally going to be ahead of your revenue stream. So we know we have a hump, and when we get into that, we're going to talk a little bit more about that in June, about how this is going to work out and how we're going to make this happen. But that's a traditional model. Every city faces this when you have a lot of growth, high growth like we do. So we will be going through that with council in the budget meetings on that, because we have to strategize how we're going to meet that. And there might be some things we need to do in this upcoming year to help soften the blow. So I'll give you just one example. We'll talk about it again in a minute. Our utility rates. So for the last 3 years, we were able to lower the water rates 5% a year for 2 years, and we lowered the sewer rate 5% last year, or the current year we're in. So we were prepared not to have to increase water this coming up year until the water district decided to double the rate increase from 7% to 13%. And so as a result, there will be a modest increase even in this year. But we're in the middle of the pack now. We were among one of the highest in the district. We're no longer. We're really at the average of what all the member cities are charging. And it's been because of the strategies we've put in place, including council setting aside $1 million for rate relief. The goal of that was our growth, at the point growth makes a difference, we're still about 3 years from that. Sapphire Bay alone will sell 200 to 300 million gallons of water a year.
That's what I was gonna ask.
So how do you get there? So you still have this growth, you still have annual increases from the water district, City of Garland to treat sewer. So council set aside $1 million to help ease over that hump and to mitigate any rate adjustments we may make until we're selling that much more water. Even every 100 million gallons we sell is huge because we're already paying for it. So it's almost all money, all profit. When I say profit, for infrastructure and things like that. So it's a big, big, big deal. But it's a big nut to crack, and it really is, sir.
So in the past, I know council has had a consultant come in and restructure the water rates in the way that we break down commercial, residential versus how much do we charge on how much is used. Is there a plan to do that again in the near future?
They've done the work. We just met with them with the draft. One thing that we did find is that on residential, at least in today's rates, we're right smack dab on the average of the member cities. But on commercial, we're slightly below. So there's some room maybe for us to have some discussion. The problem is we don't have enough commercial to shift.
Right.
If you're Richardson, half of your properties are commercial. Real easy for them to shift the burden to businesses and provide extra relief to residents. So when we look at them, they're way down on the bottom line for their 7,500 gallons a month. So you look at Richardson and says, man, they hardly charge their residents anything. Well, that's because they're able to cost shift. Plano, they can cost shift. We don't have that luxury yet, but that day is coming.
But we need to be careful about disincenting that growth that we want.
No, I understand, and you're right. It's a balancing act. It's absolutely a balancing act.
And was that analysis done based on where we are now or where we will be once Sapphire
Now,
Bay
they do, is it 5 years? They look 5 years into the
And
future.
we get it updated every year.
Oh,
So
right.
as the economy changes, as the development changes, it's updated every year and looks forward.
And they'll do a presentation to council as well.
Yes.
We'll do that as
Now,
part of our budget.
this year was the full study. And then what we'll do for a couple of years, we'll do an update, and then we'll do another full study. So this year is the full study.
Thank
So
you.
good news coming there. It's still going to be a little bit of an increase, but not as bad as it would have been if we had not had that rate relief. All right, so talk about North Shore. Do I just hit enter?
Yeah,
What?
just click.
What am I supposed to do?
Let me do it.
Oh, yeah.
Libby.
I was supposed to do Sapphire Bay, but she's supposed to do.
Come sit down.
Thank you.
Right, so we,
She keeping
again,
it
Libby
all
Tucker, Acting Director for Economic Development. I think I know most of you, but we just want to give you a snapshot about what's happening in North Shore now that Jackson Shaw has been rezoned. Very hot topic right now, as you know. So this is a video that's on the North Shore website, and we just wanted to show that to you about how we're marketing that area. So hopefully this will play. There's just music behind it, so if we're not hearing anything, that's okay.
But it's really cool music.
It is cool.
Johnny Horton songs, right?
You can hum to
You'll
it.
just have to sing for us, Brian.
Start singing. Can't hear.
So it gets into the different areas that we've designed. There's just that little kind of peninsula thing left down there, south of Liberty Grove.
Libby, how much of that lake is actually lake?
Enough to say North Shore.
And I meant in the lower quadrant there, where the dam is.
Oh, that little pond.
It's more of a
Yeah,
pond.
damn.
It's a big pond though.
It is.
With the dam.
It is the
I see, I see it from the edge. I see the cows up on the dam, but I can't see behind it what's,
Big enough to put your paddle boat out there.
okay, good, yeah.
Like a jet ski.
And the area north of Hickox, for Castle, is, a lot of that is ground that GISD owns. They own about 50 acres up there, that could be commercially used for, we've talked about doing some, I was gonna play it again. Let's go to that.
Well, let play while you talk.
Working, they're not planning to use it right now, and so they're open to selling it. So if we have some kind of workforce technology center, we've looked at bringing out a university campus to mix in there. So continuing to talk with them and other opportunities about what might be there. So what's left on the commercial side are really what I have been brought here to market, and this is kind of the snapshot that I present to developers and commercial realtors, because it's really two property owners and they're all contiguous, easy to assemble. So the McAtee family owns everything in that southern portion, what's not in the blue area, and also another piece. This is the pointer. They own this piece as well. So there's one in between them. But we think they're willing sellers too. But that piece, we've been talking to a developer who had a company, a local company from the DFW interested in moving their campus there, consolidating. So we've been working with Manal's group and planning and trying to get it to work in the form-based code. And it was a more high-tech manufacturing, but the McAtees said they were out of time on letting them work through that letter of intent. So unfortunately, that project is not happening, but we have another one in the wings, and staff is meeting with another development group next week for a similar kind of project. So I'm fielding calls every day about land up here, because everybody's looking for land. The Reno Marsh property, he actually owns it in partnership with another individual, and they are often difficult, I would say, to come to an agreement on a sales price. So we're actually meeting with Mr. Marsh next week also to, so what else can we do? Because that's surrounded by residential on 3 sides. So you're not gonna find, it's not a good fit for a light industrial project, even if it's a small one, we think. And so what are some other opportunities there for a mixed use kind of development? So the McAtees they've taken it off the market with their realtor, Range Realty, kind of stepping back, taking a breather, but they are open to offers, but just going directly through the family. So I'm in touch with Terry McAtee regularly. And we're also trying to find a master developer who would take all of that ground and plan it as one development, which would be ideal. The triangle pieces there at Merritt and the Turnpike are more urban environment, or different. It's a little bit different zoning than the commercial, so it can be more dense, taller buildings, those kinds of things for office projects, hotels. So that's what we're looking for there. I think I have one more. Yeah, and we've done a target industry study. It's back to 2016, but generally this is the industries all of DFW is targeting, right? Advanced manufacturing, educational and medical opportunities, office headquarters, and life sciences, high-tech kind of projects. So, I'm regularly going to marketing trips. I just went to Atlanta recently with Team Texas to market the state of Texas to businesses. So we actually met with business people who are interested in moving to Texas. We talked with corporate real estate site location consultants who regularly talk with businesses about where they want to locate to try to encourage them to come to Texas. So we're doing a lot of things to market this area and Rowlett in general. But this is where we've got the most land, so. Any questions about that?
Are we talking to any of these large developers that do the mixed-use developments with the multi and the commercial and everything all mixed together? I keep looking at that pond and that dam and thinking of properties that are, you know, that go around that type of feature, and that's what keeps coming, my mind keeps coming back to, is building the walkway around the water area and with businesses facing that and the supporting housing around that.
Yeah, we are. You know, the issue always is, quite frankly, the form-based code is a problem because of the block size structure and what they have to work within. So, you know, Manal and I are trying to work through that with how can we make that work. But then also there is a lake, a park area kind of planned around that. So if you look at the regulating plan for that area, it really has a park area. Nothing can go on the downside of that dam. You know, it's just going to be green space. So we kind of know what we want it to look like, but it's just finding the right developer to make it work. So, but yes, if you have any suggestions, I'm glad to follow up.
Well, it reminds me of Granite Park up at 121 in the Tollway, where they came in and had to build their water area, but then fronted restaurants to the water with a boardwalk area, and a hotel came in, office building next to it, and it's extremely popular. And of course, it's up in, you know, the Frisco area where everything seems to be happening.
Yeah, right.
But that pond and that dam, that no longer is needed for flood control or water or anything like that. So if a master developer came in and they chose to invest the money and wanted to make it go away, it doesn't have to be there, correct?
Right.
So I know it used to have that type of function to it, but it doesn't anymore.
Now, is that run by the Corps of Engineers still, or I thought I
There's a
heard
whole
that.
story there for another
Actually
day.
back in the hands of the family because
Yeah.
time has passed, so they're responsible for
Well, you-
maintaining it, although they want the city to do it, but we're
Yeah.
not.
Well, you need water for the cows, right?
Right.
So earlier in your conversation, we were talking about the GISD property. You mentioned that, I believe you mentioned that we were in talks with them about like a educational type facility or something like that, them being GISD, is that correct?
Yes, but we've also talked with Dallas College to start having those conversations about having some kind of remote campus here, and kind of how that works for them is that they would locate in one of our, maybe a retail strip centers that has a large enough space to start holding some classes, and then kind of grow that base, and then they would build a facility. So it's a long-term relationship process to do those kinds of things, but.
Is there a revenue stream that comes out of that for the city?
I don't think it is if it's a school.
Well,
School.
the school, yeah.
School.
That's why I asked the
Potential for
question.
sales tax,
Right.
just from people. And then second
Poor,
question.
poor students?
I might have lost that question.
Sorry.
Way to go, Brian. I lost my question.
So you said that the McKinty family 135 acres is off the market right now?
Yes, they do not have it listed with the Realtor, and they're just handling it on their own. So they're, you know, when I get inquiries about it, they'll just say, have them send their offer letter to me, and we'll discuss it as a family. So that's what they're doing right now. And they may have advisors that, you know, are helping them.
So that's one difficulty, an obstacle to
Yes.
some extent. We don't own the property, we're marketing it, we don't get to control the price. But we keep bringing people to the table. But the more interesting thing is, at least this year, since Libby's been here, we're getting a lot more people coming to us to ask about it. Now, some of them are probably not what we would want there, but at least those conversations are occurring.
Yeah, this week I've had an inquiry about a DFW company who, and I don't know who it is, but they want to consolidate all their locations into a campus headquarters. But they want 1 million square foot building. Okay, Jackson Shaw's building 1, 8, and 7 buildings. Not a good fit for that site. Great project if we could get it here, but it's just not a good fit for that. location. So, but there's others, there's some smaller ones we're working with too. So.
Question came back to me. Okay. Does the sale of the Harmony Hills development have any impact on anything that's going on in North Shore? And does the new purchaser, do they have more leverage to maybe help us with some type of commercial relationship?
No, no, the answer to that is no.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
To both questions.
Yes.
Some other properties have sold recently, one along the lake and the turnpike. So other than just trying to switch over all their permits and those kinds of things, you know, it's not really a.
I'm talking to my
Which ones?
developer friends out in the business, all these California companies that are coming in and buying up all these multifamilies, don't play nice in Texas right now. So
Yeah.
they're still
I was
kind of
saying,
trying to figure out the
Tired of us
market
giving
and
them a
the
hard time.
territory and
Mhm.
everything that's going on. So
It'd be nice to see a history for the company that just bought.
Well, Wiedner's
Harmony
actually from Seattle.
Right.
And I did a little bit of research on them. They seem like a pretty reputable
Okay, so they keep
company.
their-
I know a lot of people in Seattle, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that and hadn't spent any time yet. I noticed part of that property up on the northwest that you showed has got a couple of churches and church ownership up there. Are they,
Across the current, yeah, David Urban and I were talking about that yesterday. So there is a roadway that's planned on our master thoroughfare plan that kind of runs adjacent to the church, and so I think the city's trying to work with them to secure that right away for when that happens. But yeah, they have
Right. If I can
plans for that site.
interject, the church, Sacred Heart, is planning to expand their facilities. They relocated the structure many years ago. They're working to quadruple their building's footprint. As a result, some plating and right-of-way requirements will kick in. The question now is, what do we need to see with that alignment? Because currently, as it reflects on the master thoroughfare plan, it's a bit of a jog, and it actually takes an entire property versus sharing that right-of-way along that plane. So the property itself that the church owns is massive, and they are talking to a single-family builder as well to look at purchasing a portion of it. So with the extension of Magnolia Landing, you've got some other developments along there. We need to now start planning on what that right-of-way needs to look like, what that width needs to look like, and then how do we work with the church to acquire that.
do we consider the area on the northeast side of Merritt, opposite Hickox, part of this planned area?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
I noticed,
So-
I was up there the other day and noticed we've got I'll say a dense residential going in one spot that looks like it's dividing the larger tracts of land up there. I can't think of it, Merritt Village or something.
Is that the one just to the
Yeah,
left?
just opposite Hickox up there, I think.
Kind of in this
Oh.
area.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got another single family, and I noticed one of the commenters a month or so ago on the Lakeview Business District had lived up north of that area and was interested in pushing his area towards development. So are we in conversation with those landowners as well?
Much of everything north of Hickox, northwest, is for residential purposes. So yes, there's several projects that have been in with staff review for townhomes, a mix of single family, multifamily. So
I was kind of thinking the northeast there, so again, adjacent to the highway, that's...
yeah, but most of that's residentially planned, but
All right. All right, so we are now going to move to property taxes, and in this corner, Wendy Badgett.
Pretty baguette.
It happens all the time. Well, I'm going to start out by saying that we've got some really exciting, some good news as far as property tax goes. But first, and I'm really excited to tell you about it, but it's going to be on the next slide. But first, I want to go over just a reminder, because the property tax calculation is so complex, I just wanted to give a review of it before we get into the numbers. that, if you remember from the last strategy session that we had, that I'm going to go over the property tax components and what makes up the property tax rate. So the first portion of it is the INS, which we also call the debt rate. And this is calculated based on your outstanding debt payments that are due next year, plus any additional debt you're going to add, the payment that's coming due from the debt you're going to issue this year. So we will issue this summer, which we'll have a staff report going. Well, it'll be on June 7th. We'll talk about it at that council meeting. So it'll be the outstanding debt that we have today, plus the first payment of that issuance. That goes into the tax rate calculation, and the rate that you need based on your taxable values to pay that debt payment that year is automatically set. I mean, the tax rate calculation makes sure that you're going to pay your debt before anything. So that we can't, you can't adjust that. You've got to be able to pay your debt payment. The next portion of the tax rate calculation is called the no new revenue rate, and that takes the rate that you would need this year based on the new property tax values to have the same amount of revenue that you had last year based on the amount of the value of based on the parcels that were on the roll in the previous year. So that's basically no additional revenue to the city. You're going to set your tax rate to where you're making the same amount of revenue that you did last year. Now from there, we can go up 3.5%. Senate Bill 2 changed this. So prior to Senate Bill 2, Senate Bill 2 sounds so familiar. I want to say, I keep wanting to say 3. Senate Bill 2.
Said it so many times that
I
you
know.
jumped.
It used to be, that multiplier used to be 8%. So we used to be able to go up 8% from that new, no new revenue rate without an election. The city could automatically, or council could automatically choose to do it. Senate Bill 2 reduced that to 3.5%. So that typically is the maximum tax rate that you can adopt without going to an election, automatically. That's another thing that Senate Bill 2 did. Before Senate Bill 2, the voters would have to put out a referendum, get enough signatures, and then to get the election on the ballot. Now, with Senate Bill 2, if you go over the 3.5%, there's automatically an election regardless of any type of petition. But what they have also added in the new property tax rate calculation is this unused increment rate. And that is the 3-year rolling sum of the difference between the adopted tax rate and the voter approval rate, the 3.5% voter rate, over the last 3 years. So for any year that you adopt a tax rate that is below the 3.5% voter tax rate, what you voted versus what you could, or what you adopted versus what you could have adopted, you can bank it, that difference, for future years if you need it to add to your voter approval rate without going to an election. So if you look at the bottom, those are the tax rates that were actually adopted for the current fiscal year that we're in. There were 4 pennies that council could have included in the voter approval rate for this current tax year that they chose not to. So we did not put in that 4 cents. So we could have gone up to 0.792 for the tax rate without going to an election for the current year that we're in. However, council chose to keep the tax rate stable, steady at 0.745. So that 4 cent bank is still there for us to use for the upcoming budget and tax year.
Very brief question. This may be too detailed for our conversation here. When you calculate the revenue from the existing property, what gets included in that? If you had raw land, which now has a building on it, is that excluded, or how does that?
Whatever was on the tax roll in the previous year.
Okay, so you would calculate the value based upon the raw land in that case versus the new building. Okay.
Right.
But also, isn't new improvement, new growth not included in the 3.5%?
They do back out the new growth. So you do get
Right.
the new growth that particular
For that
year. But then
particular
the
year.
next year, it's
It's in the
included
base.
in the rate
Right.
calculation.
But if you get a piece of property that is half built this year, and then next year it's fully built, you get that second year's growth, that second year, right?
I believe in the new year tax calculation, yes, you do.
Okay. but you don't get it on the first half? Do they divide it down that
I don't
detailed?
know. I'm not really sure because I pull the numbers. I'm not sure how the CADs have to report it.
I'm just curious,
Specifically, if
'cause we
they break it
got-
out that way.
Because the next 3 years, well,
We
Sapphire
have
Bay is really gonna be building out. You're gonna have
Yeah.
this increased cost.
I bet
And
it's
so
at
we'll get
completion.
bought, we'll kind of get some of it that won't count, and then the next year, I didn't know quite how tight they looked at that.
It would seem to me that if they included, 25% of it as new construction
Okay.
in 1 year, that the next year, the next 25%
Percent would
would
not
be
be.
considered new
Okay.
improvement.
Just thinking about when we built our house, our appraisal did not change until we had a CO.
Well, it was done. That's what
Yeah.
I suspect.
Makes sense.
And so once you get the INS debt rate calculated, your no new revenue rate calculated, and then you add in your unused increment, that now becomes the voter approval rate, that if you go above that, then there automatically has to be an election in November of that year.
The way it was before Senate Bill 2 is that the citizens had to do a referendum to cause that election. Now it's automatic.
And I've got the pictures there, I'm sure you all know, but as I said, the first INS rate pays our debt payments, and then it's that no new revenue rate, M&O, which we call the M&O rate, maintenance and operations, that actually funds all of the city's operations. And about 75% of that covers personnel in our budget. So if you'll remember the slide up in the top left, we talked about this in our last strategy session, or in the council orientation, that at that time, we had had meetings with DCAD, and they said to estimate or expect an increased values of about 10%. They also said that, if you remember, if you look at the chart, we're used to getting about anywhere from a 10 to 12% increase in taxable values each year. This current year that we're in, or the last appraisal that they did, it was only an increase of 4% in our taxable values. And that's because one of the school districts had filed a protest about their values in their area. So that last tax year, the DCAD had to put all of their focus on that particular city to reassess, I think, all of the parcels in that city. So a lot of other surrounding cities kind of suffered and had a lot lower of a reappraisal plan. So last year, only 14% of our residential properties got reappraised when we're used to 45 to 55% per year. So that made a huge impact, knowing that we're largely residential. That's really our tax base. This year, to make up for that, because there is a state tax code that they have to, the CADs have to reappraise each property at least once every 3 years. So I think, typically they do a third to keep up on a cycle, since that threw them off last year. Now, this current year, which everyone just got their tax statements for, the CAD's plan to catch up on those cities that got behind last year is that for Rowlett, they were reappraising 85% of our properties, in which that encompassed almost 90% of residential properties in Rowlett got reappraised for the tax statement that they just received. So I kept this up here to show you as well that, again, we're limited to that 3.5% increase in revenue, regardless of how high the property tax values go up. We are limited by Senate Bill 2 to 3.5% increase, or plus our incremental rate that I explained. So as values go up, the no new revenue rate goes down. And on the right, I wanted to give you an update on the values that have just recently come out. ARCAD gives their values, preliminary values, at the end of April, and Dallas County, DCAD gives theirs, they gave theirs on May 5th. So these are before, remember, the protest deadline was May 15th, so this is before protest deadline even happened. These are raw, just the values that the CADs assessed on the properties. The market value, so these numbers are both CADs combined. The market value in Rowlett went up 35%, up to $3 billion. The actual taxable value that our homeowners and our property owners get taxed on went up 24% to $7.7 billion, and our exemptions went up 132% to $1.6 billion. So our, to break that down a little bit more, commercial went up 35% to $1.8 billion. This is the taxable value, and residential went up 21% for taxable value to $5.9 billion. Our new construction that was added to the tax roll was $9.4 million. That's a 7% increase. That's a 7.4 or 7% increase. And our parcel count went up about 3%. We added 670 parcels from this tax roll compared to the last tax roll. So underneath the chart, I just wanted to give you an idea of how kind of unstable these initial values can be before the protest deadlines. And even, well, actually, the comparison down there is from the May 25th numbers that come out from DCAD. They're giving another update today. Those numbers have some of the protest values in them, but I talked to ARCAD this week, and I asked, if I got her numbers this Friday from ARCAD, would they include all of the protest values and separate them out? Because usually when we get the 25th, the end of the month of May reports, they do have, properties that they're not considering protest values, and then they have separate reports for people that have already filed protests, and we know that we're going to have to go under ARB review or work with these protests. However, I did find out from ARCAD that even by the 25th, the end of May, they still haven't had time to really get those reports accurate, and there still are homeowners or properties that are reported as not under protest that really are. They just haven't had time to get them all accurate in the reports. So even the end of the month, it'll be a lot closer than this, but it won't be perfect. So, but the reports that we're using that come out today, or the reports that come out today, are the ones that we'll be using for our budget purposes. So we're going to use the best numbers that we can. But I wanted to give you an idea in this light colored box here that this is how much our taxable value changed from the May preliminary numbers in prior years versus what we actually get certified in July after we've already given our proposed budget now at this point.
Was there any, because the 21 was an outlier, was there any?
That is the year where we had almost $1 billion in protest values. That was the record protest value year that either one of the CADs have had. Now, we were told this year that to expect the same thing.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to meet with Brian next week, and we're going to come up with what we feel comfortable as using in the preliminary calculations, using this type of, do we look at the average? Do we take that outlier out, or do we put maybe half of that in there, knowing that we're expecting the same thing, or do we really use the average of all and keep that in there? So that's what's going to really make this year tough in doing the proposed budget and that property tax revenue, because that's the biggest revenue source that supports our entire general fund budget. So.
And one thing I want to say about 21 was with that $1 billion, so on July 25th we get our certified values, and there's $1 billion in protest still.
Yeah.
And so council made a conscious decision at that point, let's wait till August 25th to count those numbers just in case and see how it changed, and it dropped by nearly half of it. So on August 25th, we were still almost $500 million under, that was still locked into protest. So that year, we had to seriously underinflate what we thought we were going to collect. What's different about this year is that we're on this accelerated schedule under Senate Bill 2. You're not going to have the advantage or the benefit of delaying that decision into August. You're going to have to be making that decision about, in other words, we're going to have to make a strategic decision about what we're going to estimate when you adopt the budget. and you're not going to be able to wait.
In other words, a budget amendment to come soon.
It's possible.
Yeah, that's what we did that year. We came back to council in January with a budget amendment, once the dust settled and we knew what the real number was. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
what is
what's
the,
different is that year, DCAD gave us, and they're our biggest property tax value source.
leave now.
DCAD that year gave us a certified estimate, and by state law, they could do that. So typically, when they give you these certified values, the protest values that are left unsettled have to be less than 10% of the total approved taxable value. At that year, they didn't have enough people on board because they didn't know that it was going to be that crazy. So they weren't able to make that limitation. So what they did, according to state law, like they were allowed, they gave us a certified estimate of taxable value. So that's another reason why we decided, let's be cautious about this, because this isn't even certified values, it's a certified estimate. They didn't give actual certified values until 30 days later in August, and it still had $400 million of protest value. So the difference is this year, they have assured us that they will make that 10% this year by the July 25th.
so at what point in the process of reaching the final revenue numbers from the appraisal districts do we need to set that referendum rate?
Well,
You'll have to set it, you can set it after we get, you have to set you won't adopt until after we get the certified values.
Certified values, okay.
You'll set the ceiling prior to the certified values.
And how prior? Next week?
No.
It'll be in July.
yeah, July is usually when we do it.
And what that means is, and this is a policy decision you'll make, you're going to tell the public the maximum amount that you're willing to consider, because then that gives them information. Should they even protest that? Should they provide feedback and input on it? So if you tell them a rate and you're like, okay, that's no big deal, they may not engage like they would if you gave a much higher number. So this is why the state makes you do that ahead of time. And you're disclosing your strategy too, that we're only willing, now we might come in lower, but we can't go above that rate once you publicize that's what you're going to do. So every year, we publicize a higher number. I think we rarely come at that. We end up usually a lower number, but at least we're disclosing to the public what we might do. And this is really what, open meetings is all about, because if people know what you're even talking about, they have a chance to engage.
Like last year, the value that the maximum set was
Yes.
like 0.79.
Yes.
And we ended up adopting 0.74.
That's correct.
So just by looking at this, so we have, a minimum or a maximum 3.5% of new value that we can take in from property tax. And you said that there was 4% from the previous year that is banked. So that's 7.5% that is room to work with going into budget discussions. And okay, wanted to confirm that.
Well, so let's carry that out.
Yep.
So right now, back in April, when we first started hearing from the districts about what this rate increase, what the assessed value increase could be, including new growth, we started predicting initially that we could be, that when the dust settles, we could be easily 15% or higher. So in our mind, even if you went to the 7.5% you're talking about, that's still a substantial reduction in our property tax rate. More than we've done even in the last 3 reductions that we've done. We've done 3 reductions in 4 years or 5 years.
4 years.
So those 3 we're talking about maybe 5, 6, 7 cents, maybe even more than that, off of our current 75 or 74.5% tax rate. Now, if what normally happens is that Residential protests are not very successful. Why is that? Because most people, commercial, they have people on staff or they hire people to do the analysis, to make the arguments. It's just like going to court. You want an attorney that knows their business to help you with your case, right? So commercial will have a pretty dramatic adjustment to their rate, to the new value. Sometimes they're successful in getting it back to the original value. But regardless, somewhere, but residential, maybe 1%, maybe not even that, gets changed. And here's the truth. My neighborhood, I got, mine jumped 33%. Even if I protested it, I'm not going to be successful because everybody in my neighborhood got the same adjustment. It really has gone up. If Zillow.com says it, it must be true. So I know that this is what's going to happen. So here's the point I want to make. Even if, and this is from a strategy perspective as you start thinking about it, I think, you have plenty of room to work with to go up to the 7.5%. But beyond that, we may be reducing our tax rate by a rate that we have never imagined we would before.
Well, that's something to celebrate.
Yes, absolutely.
And there's kind of good news in a nugget we got a little while ago that they're redoing something close to 90% of the residential.
85%.
85. So in past years, when you're only doing 50% and you adjust that rate, you're only affecting, you're only helping out half the people at that point. This way, we're really going to have a chance, if we do a rate reduction, to offset a large part of the increase people are seeing in their appraised values, which I know is.
Well, but let me say this though. Remember. So they're only going to reassess 85%, and let's say that most of them end up with a net increase, right? That doesn't mean that people who weren't reassessed last year or the year before is not still going to see an increase, because my last assessment went up, I think 24%. So I saw 10 and 10, and then this year they went up again. Because that's the max they can go up in any one year on an individual property owner is 10%. So some of them are still going to pay more, even though they're not being reassessed again at this point.
Because of prior year.
Yes.
Yeah.
So based on very, 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 very preliminary calculations on these beginning of May numbers, and using just, estimates based on historical trends of protest and such, the calculation came up to, if the city went with the no new revenue rate, which means no new revenue, same revenue as last year, or the current year we're in, would be an 8%, about an 8% reduction on the tax rate.
And so, sorry, Wendy, we've already banked the 4.4 cents from prior years. Are we in year 3 of that 3-year rolling now, or are we in year?
What's confusing is last year was the first year anyone was eligible to use it, and it was on the tax rate worksheet. So they did put the prior year as a 0 because it wasn't on the tax rate sheet for fiscal year 2021. So they put a 0 there. For this prior year, for fiscal year 2022, we had a savings, or I'm sorry, back that up. The year before, 2021, we had the 4-cent savings. The year before, it was 0. So this past year, we were able to possibly use that 4 cents. Well, this year is going to be considered our third, well, the year we just passed will be considered our 3rd year. They're changing the calculation, or Dallas County says this year the calculation is going to be a lot more complicated. They're working on it. I'm waiting to talk with her. So this year that we're in right now should be our 3rd year of what we can use for the budget we're about to adopt.
And that was a 5-cent difference, wasn't it? 74 to 79.
4.4 cents.
But I mean, the 1 year, the FY 2022 difference between the rate we could have gone and it was 4.4 for that 1 year? Okay.
So we banked the 4.4. If we did a no new revenue, we'd bank whatever the number is, 3.5% in cents. We would bank both of those numbers.
Right.
We could, in theory, use those in the
Right.
following year.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Without a
Without a
referendum.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Robert, our budget officer, went to a TML workshop just last Friday, and he came back and he said, well, TML got up and they said that the speaker got up and said, if you plan on using your unused increment rate, if you use any of it, it all goes to zero after that. You either use all of it.
Of course they do.
Or,
Plant
so
Texas Hold'em or
anything that you
something
don't
here.
use in the
Of course,
unused-
there's always a catch.
Put that little in small writing.
As long as you don't.
Read the
set
fine
Small
print.
writing.
No.
Nah.
Yes, you can
Yeah.
use 3.5%, but as soon as you touch the unused increment rate, whether you use a piece of it or all of it,
It's all good.
it's all gone.
In
after
for a penny, in
use
for a
portion
pound.
of it.
You gotta start from
over
scratch.
again.
So eat the whole cookie.
3
Okay.
years.
You
Now,
gotta take it all or no?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, I'm
I
gonna
can do
check
that.
into that, just to confirm it.
That's our
I'm gonna
state.
check with Dallas County and make sure that's their understanding as well. I'll probably reach out to TML and just make sure that, he heard right and that's correct, just so we know that for sure when we go into decision making.
I love going to TML. You always learn something strange that you never knew before.
So I just want to say something because, I know you guys know a little bit about how this whole process works, and I know you guys all understand how budgets work and things like that, but just to kind of give you the bigger picture as we go through this whole budget process is they give us all the good information, up front, like, oh, well, we could do this, but then on the backside, when we really start to get into the budget workshops, you're going to start figuring out, there's 18% inflation, and where are we in terms of our pay to and how do we stay competitive with our employees, and how much it actually costs to do raises, and what our needs are, and then the fun really starts is, okay, how do we really start to give relief to our residents? How do we really start to balance that with how do we stay competitive as a city in this market in the 5th largest growing city in Metroplex in the country? So they set us up, and then they show us all the needs,
Well, you see
and
how
then we get to
quickly,
debate it.
Well,
how
that's a good
quickly a
point.
dollar goes,
$1 million goes
Yeah.
real quick. It doesn't go as far as it
You
used
talk
to.
about a 3.5% revenue increase, but you're now talking a net decrease in real inflation-adjusted values of about 5%.
And even that 3.5 and that 7, when you look at what an inflation is, we might be talking about a property, rate deduction, which may not benefit our homeowners because their inflation has gone up so much. But we're still going to be capped at a spot, whether we choose to use that 4% or we choose to stay. And our costs are going to be X, and we're still going to be capped at here.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a delta there. And so it's really interesting when we get to the end of all of this. I just wanted to set that out there. I know you guys all have a base understanding of that, but how we walk through this budget process, you'll see kind of how it gets
Well,
set
I
up.
appreciate, Matt, you saying that, because I will tell you that you're going to hear from staff that we need to do the 7.5%. But beyond that, there's still going to be a substantial reduction in the tax rate.
Yep.
Because we're not going to recommend going above that at this point. And so as Wendy told you, maybe as much as 8%. Honestly, I'm still thinking maybe even higher. But I will say this, that just to kind of keep it in perspective a little bit, now I'm using this year's numbers, not the numbers we're talking about for next year, but just the current rate. About a 1% increase is equivalent to 1 penny on the tax rate. So kind of keep that in mind, that maybe around $500,000 is the value of a penny. And it's about the same value as an assessed, a 1% increase in assessed value. But there are so many, if you're going to build a clock or a watch, how many gears that you have to put in there. You see them do this if you ever watch Discovery Channel and stuff. This calculation is like that. One gear could have an impact that you're not even anticipating. And she's already told you they're going to make a change in that calculation that's going to increase the complexity even more. So there's still a lot of work we have to do to try to get to, but we're going to do the best estimate we can. And one thing we've told our council the last couple of years, because of Senate Bill 2, in the past, when the city manager presented the budget, that was the city manager's proposed budget. I mean, with input from council, but that was it. This has to be more of a partnership, because now we're submitting a proposed budget before we know anything.
Yep.
And so just be kind in that regard. That's another reason we're having this. So it's not like, well, I thought we would have done this or that. Well, guys, I don't have all the information to make these recommendations just yet. So that number, that property tax is such a big deal that we still will never know at the point we present the proposed budget to you.
I just
Every year.
made a note to myself because I got tagged with doing this some 30 years ago when we were in an inflationary environment, much like we're seeing today, and that is we need to make sure we look at inflation by industry segment. Not all the economy is going up at the same rate. We need to know when we get into the budgeting process which areas are being most affected by inflation. I think the other day you were talking about what's happening with our roads projects. Construction is one of the higher ends, I think, in inflation. So we need to think about that when we look at the budget changes we need to make. So we want to make real progress and not just nominal progress, I think is what I'm saying.
Well, let me give you one practical example. Traditionally, when inflation is going up, supply is still available. Supply is now impacted. So earlier this week, our Public Works Director says, well, we can't get enough DEF to put in our diesel. And we're like, what do you mean? So apparently, there is an international shortage because of the Russian-Ukrainian war. And India is like, I think they said the third largest producer of DEF. And so it's an additive. You don't put it directly in the diesel. What it does is it's the way it's combusted together at the same time. And so there is a national shortfall coming. So we buy it from Home Depot, which is the best price we get, and already have a rate established. We go out there and we wanted to buy more, and they said, nope, you're capped at, 10 cases?
cases.
10 cases, and one case lasts us how long?
A
week.
About a week.
A week. One case will last
About a
a week.
week.
And that's not fire. That's just Public
Yes.
Works
Yeah.
and Parks
Yeah.
and that group.
So we told Ronnie, you go out and you find it everywhere you can. He went out and bought it from as many stores, I think, and I don't remember how many we
About
got.
131 cases, I think, when it was all said and done.
And fire is doing the same thing, because here's the reason. Every city, every organization, entity
Business.
in this area is going to be doing the same thing. And within a week, within 5 days, you won't be able to get DEF.
Modern engines won't run without it.
Yeah.
Nope.
It'll just,
Yep.
It was
It'll go-
$500 for a 55-gallon drum on Monday. On Wednesday, it was $1,500 for that same 55-gallon drum.
Well, and the ramifications of a DEF shortage, I mean, it touches everything.
You can't run your equipment, nobody can.
Well, how
We're
do
going to be
groceries
pushing
get
our
to
fire
grocery
trucks
stores?
if we hadn't done this.
You can't get, every diesel truck uses
Everything goes up.
it. Post-2012,
So-
everything post-2012 was
So just so y'all know, strategy-wise,
Yeah.
Ronnie
Cost of
is
fuel.
parking some stuff. We're going to be parking more of our diesel things so that we're using more gas. He is going to be,
Which has
they're
its
not
own
going to idle
challenges
as
at
much,
$5 a gallon.
like particularly when we're using our yellow iron. We're going to be having conversations with our fire chief about how many pieces of equipment roll out, like on car accidents and things like that. So there are some operational curtailment we may have to do to protect our supply, just to make sure that we have enough to keep running. So
Hearing
anyway.
anything from the state or national authorities?
No.
No, they're talking about, though, we saw a video of a congressional hearing
Yeah.
where the CEO of Pilot, Flying J,
Yeah.
was talking about that Union Pacific contacted them and said, you have to cut your deliveries by 36%. And right around turned back and said, now you got to cut it 50%. So, and what they're saying is, there may be markets they can't even get DEF to. So even if you have the diesel, you still may not be able to run. And I think there was a Houston business that said that without DEF, the newer equipment can only run at top speed of 5 miles per hour. So,
Because of the emissions, TCEQ has their finger right on top of that. So.
anyway.
so getting back to the tax rate discussion, it's obviously a very complex issue, and a picture's worth 1,000 words and a video's worth 1,000,000. I would be a strong advocate for producing some type of informational video once we decide on a rate that we can share with residents and kind of break down and explain how we came to where we are, so that when they see the notice in the paper that says it's a tax increase, even though it's a rate decrease, and there's question marks that form, hopefully it can alleviate some of the questions that go along with that, because I think we are absolutely tasked with edification of the community when it comes to explaining this stuff. So I don't know what that would look like.
Well, we do
long-term.
that.
Budget video.
Yeah, the budget
Typically
video.
Well, I think yours.
More specifically,
Yes.
the tax
Oh, more
rate, not just-
specifically?
Not just a budget video, not just a 200-page budget packet, but specifically to explain, this is how your tax rate is calculated. Here's how it impacts what you pay in taxes, because there's two sides to that, or there's two pieces to that equation, one being the appraised value and one being the rate.
But I'd like to see, as a two-parter, one even just talking about what SB2 did and does.
Absolutely.
And then the other around the tax calculation. I think that would be valuable. I know I did not have a clue about that until I got back involved with city boards. And so I went blissfully ignorant for 25 years. I'm blissfully informed.
All right, Wendy is still up. We're doing water next. or
Yes,
utilities?
something I did want to point out there to Blake's point that nominally there, 9.5%, that we actually adopted our budget based on those certified estimates, which still had a lot of protests, like Ryan said, that were outstanding that we didn't budget for. But what we did is, by the time we got to the end of December, council made the decision, once these once these get settled, we'll come back and we'll do a budget amendment and then recognize that additional revenue. And so that ended up, at the end of December, that 9.5% actually ended up dropping down to 3.6 once all the ARBs came.
And that number represents a decrease between the May to July, so that's a
Yes.
negative 2.4%.
Right.
Okay.
ARB Appraisal Review Board, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So many acronyms.
Okay, any more
But that's
questions on property
administrative
tax?
reserve
No? Okay. We'll move on to utility rates. And got some good news and some not so good news in here, which I'm sure you heard about. I mean, the not so good news is that, North Texas Municipal Water District plans to significant wholesale water rate increase. And for us as a member city, it's 13% for this upcoming budget that they're going to increase our water rate. So all these two slides that I had, basically, Brian's done my presentation for me already, but at least you'll get to see the visuals of them now. So as you can see in the bottom left corner, we had anticipated a 7.2% increase for the fiscal year 23 budget for the cost of our water. Now it's going to be 13%. The following year, we had anticipated, and the red bar shows what North Texas Municipal Water District gave us last year to expect for these future years. We didn't estimate this. So they were saying for the following fiscal year, they were going to raise it that 4.9 and then 5.3. Well, now it's going to be the 13, the 11, and the 7. So that, I can't tell you how valuable it is to have that water rate consultant come out every year, because he takes all of these factors into consideration. And it's great that we can rely on a consultant to really look into it. And this is his business. He does this for several other cities in this metroplex and kind of knows, the trends and what's going on in that business. So that's great for us to be able to do that each year.
And their reason for the
Inflation.
13,
100%
Yep.
inflation. Sorry.
no, that was the answer.
Cost of doing business, right? The people, the everything about that.
So we have to budget within our means, right? But they get to have whatever increase they feel like they need that impacts the residents. But they don't care as much about that.
They don't care about that.
So am I correct in my rough calculations that we're going to pay another $1.36 million for our water purchases?
Yes.
If I was guesstimating about
Are we- yeah.
13%,
Are you-
like
I don't know if
40
we're gonna address
cents.
that here.
No.
Okay.
And I want to tell you too that we've gotten our preliminary presentation from our rate consultant. So I just took a couple of his slides to show. He's going to go over, he's got multiple slides that he's going to go over in full detail at the June 16th,
Yes. 17th, whatever that Tuesday
17th
is.
strategy session. So he will be on site and he will go over all the details. I'm just doing the high overview today.
I'm working from a faulty memory. We're paying, what, $3.14 per thousand or something like that? Is that right?
304, 305,
I don't
at this
I don't
point?
remember right off the top of my head.
It's somewhere, sorry.
So also within his study, which he'll go over, that our account growth and our water consumption has been nominally less than what he had forecasted last year for this year, and that our average monthly use per customer has gone down slightly. That could be because more people have started going back on site for work. I mean, I know there's still a lot of people working, teleworking, but I think more and more people are getting back out of their homes and going back to their job sites now. So because of the slightly lower usage and the significantly greater North Texas Water District costs, we're going to need to adjust our rate plan for the upcoming fiscal year. So as Brian mentioned on the top left, the average residential customer uses about 7,500 gallons a month. And you can see in the black bar that the average is, of all of our comparable cities is about $119 a month. And we're at 120 on the far left in the red bar. So we're right pretty much in the middle.
And
on
remember,
residential.
these cities, most of them are the member cities that don't pay the extra nickel. Now, Saxe's in there, and I know there may be a couple others that are, but most of them are the member cities that already pay less for their water.
$2.99,
And then-
yeah, no, that comes back to me.
And then for the commercial, which is the bar graph on the right, as Brian mentioned, the average is $416 a month, and ours is $394. So we are a little bit below the average for commercial. The bottom left slide, I just wanted to show you kind of the breakdown of where our water, our utility revenues come from. And as you can see, it's 81% residential. So we rely, as you know, just like with property taxes, we rely heavily on the residential properties for our water revenues. And as Brian mentioned, the more we get commercial in here, that's going to take some relief off of those residential accounts. And I also think it's really important to highlight too, just today as an overview, when you start thinking about budget strategies today, that for the water rate, 78% of the water fund, the water operational fund, goes to pay for our water supply. So you can see all the other operational things that go on in that fund are very small compared to what we just have to pay for the water.
Is it 78%?
I can read that.
I think it's
correct.
76.
76, okay.
And then the same type of chart is next to it for the wastewater portion of the utility rate, and that is 67% of the entire cost of the fund goes to pay the city of Garland for those, the wastewater treatment.
This may be a non sequitur question, but Brian mentioned that there's going to be a full rate review conducted. Who's going to conduct that rate review? Is that going to be the PUC?
They've already completed it, it's called, it's Will Dan.
Yeah, it's our own consultant.
Will Dan, and he will do the full presentation at the strategy
No,
session.
Brian mentioned that the district itself was going to be under a full rate review.
Yes.
Who does that?
Their consultant.
Their consultant, so
Yeah,
they're gonna
now,
go-
they're doing this in line with what the PUC, well, but who else would do it, right?
The PUC would hire a consultant to
No,
do it.
but that's not how, the PUC ordered one to be done, but they're not going to do it for them. They don't do that for anybody, you know.
Now ask who pays that consultant.
Yeah.
The board,
We do.
right?
So as Brian mentioned, the last 3 years, we have had either sewer rate or water rate decreases to our residents. But this coming up here, based on the increases that we're going to see from North Texas Municipal Water District, we are going to have to increase. However, because of council's decision last year to put that $1 million rate relief into kind of assign that, we are using that. We asked our consultant to put that into his rate study this year, all of it, so that we could try to soften out the increases that we were going to have to give. And so it won't be as bad as the impact would have been if council wouldn't have done that last year.
I think I just did a back of the napkin estimate. That's about a little over $67 per water account to pay for the increase, the 13% increase.
Do you remember
I don't remember it was
the,
that high.
no, do you
it's
remember
not.
the adjustment that he was
He'll
projecting?
be at the next
Yeah,
council
that'll
meeting,
be
right,
at
to
the-
do an entire
Just in full
45-minute
transparency, because
presentation.
we'll have people viewing this, and they'll be wondering what's going to happen. That's
Yeah, I don't
back of the
That
napkin.
presentation, that full presentation will be, and he actually maps it all out in his much longer presentation.
It's very
in
detailed.
depth.
Yeah.
I recall back in 2015, 2016, maybe it was Mayor Gattell or Mayor Dana Bashan said year over year, it's gonna be 5%. We're gonna be expecting 5%. So it seems like we kind of saved a little bit in the past couple of years, and now we're playing catch up.
Well, that's because
I know
the
that-
water district changes their
And that's right, because
projections.
in fiscal year 20, for fiscal year 20, we expected a 10% increase and they only did 5.
Yeah.
So we passed along
Plus
that
growth.
savings. Fiscal year 21 and 22, they didn't do any increase because of the pandemic. So again, we passed along those savings. So when they're going to do an increase this year, we're going to have to pass that through as well.
I remember costs go up for us, costs go up for everybody. And they just built and opened a brand new reservoir, and
Yeah.
they're looking for other types of, we're essentially that cost is paying, not necessarily for the water, it's paying for the future water.
Like, I watched a lot of those PUC hearings, and they kept saying that, but at the same time, they were talking about the $1.6 billion they needed to build the lake. They had $5 billion in cash reserves.
Yep, they have a lot of,
No, they got a
lot
lot
of
of money.
reserves.
Got a lot of money.
All right, at this point, we're going to turn it over to Angie. She's going to talk about the work that the Community Investment Program Task Force is doing. Go for it.
So you guys might remember several years ago, we had a standing CIP board, right? An advisory board that was a standing board. And after the last bond election, the decision was made to kind of make it more of, and that was a council decision, to make it more of a task force. So as a bond election came up, that task force was appointed. They were charged with that bond election. When that bond election is done and voted, then that board, that task force disbands, and then we appoint the next one when the next bond election comes up. And so for, I don't know, a year and a half or so, we have been, since 2018 really, we've been kicking around the idea of a facilities bond. We talked about putting it with our traditional 3-year bond program. We've talked about, council has talked about a number of different options. So in late fall, early spring, council appointed a community investment program task force. That's a mouthful. So we call them the CIPTF. And that task force was specifically appointed to go to the public and get feedback about the facilities. We have most of the details you guys heard during the orientation. We've done the study. We have pretty good guess of cost today, right? There's a cost today, and then there's an 8.5% increase, which is really what we probably are closer today. And council decided that they were interested at that time in doing a November 2022 election. And so they appointed the task force, and the task force started convening on May the 1st. Given the tight schedule, if we followed that schedule, if the election stays in November, this task force would have to be in front of you on July the 19th to present their results so that the election could be called in August. Given that, Laura and I have worked very, very close with this task force. We've been meeting a couple of times a month as opposed to once a month, which would be our normal schedule. They're working behind the scenes. Laura and I are working behind the scenes. They did their first event last night at Farmers Market. And the charge from council was to take this task force and go out and specifically receive public input on the 6 main facilities that were covered under the study and Herforth Park Phase 2 and 3. And, are our citizens willing to fund those and what it would cost, right? So all of their information includes that. It's done through a survey format. So Laura built a survey that's very easy. We have iPads. We do an education. Deb, I think you guys filled them out last night. We had Richard Cole at the farmer's market. And it literally is only about 10 questions. Rank these facilities. This is how much it will cost if we choose to do that. It's about 1 cent for every $10 million. And so that explains that. How much would you be willing to pay if you were interested in building some new facilities? And then it singles out Herforth Park. So it's really probably, I think, Laura, less than 10 questions, right? It's very quick. It's right there. It shoots the information to Laura so that staff can then compile it. And so that was council's direction to the CIPTF, was specifically just go out to the public and get public feedback and get a prioritized list from public. We want to build police, we want to build a public safety building first, we want to build the animal shelter first, we want to build a park maintenance building first, whatever that order was, and a ranked order. And then how much are they really willing to pay for that? Because we know that this will cause a tax increase. And so these are the facilities that they're really focusing on. And what you see there is, and we've done many presentations. I think some of you guys have seen a bunch of those. We sent out some links for all the past presentations so you could get all the down and dirty from the consultant as opposed to my Cliff Note version. There is a public safety joint facility. There is City Hall. There is library phase 1. And I say phase 1 because our consultant recommended about 90,000 square foot. And council said, time out. What does a phase 1 look like, right? What does that get us with the potential to be able to grow later if we needed to? So that's a phase 1, which is about 45,000 square foot. An animal shelter, public works facility, and a parks maintenance facility. And so what you see there was the 2020 budget. The projected budget increase was about an 8.5% over that. They were planning like 4 to 5 years down the road, right? That projected budget is probably today's price at this point, although it's a lot sooner than we thought it would be. And so really what the CIPF has done, we've currently had 2 meetings. We have another one scheduled next week, the first Monday in June, the week after, I guess. They have formed 3 subcommittees. One is education, one is messaging, and one is outreach. And so Laura and I have really worked very closely with them. They are putting together, Laura sent out on Friday or on Wednesday, the list for them to sign up for the different events. They have tents, they have signs, they have iPads. So they go out to the event, they do some education. They get people to fill out the survey. They will visit every board and commission meeting in June. They are also working on some education videos with Drew. We have learned over the last several years that our audience will watch about 2.5 minutes. That's their commitment, right? So if you can't say what you have to say in about 2.5 minutes, then they've tuned out, right? You gotta say what you gotta say and you gotta get it over, which is why you've seen a complete change in the Friday at 5. And it's very quick. Hannah does about 1.5 minutes. She does 5 events. But our education committee jumped on that. They met with Drew, and they're working on the script to make that happen.
That's awesome.
And so that's kind of where we are today. And then, you know, this council will have to make sure that they want to move forward with a November 2022 election. But that's the update, and that's kind of where the CIPTF is today as you get ready to set your goals as we go forward.
So,
They were,
go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. They were there last night.
Uh-huh.
And I've already done mine.
Yep. They got several, I know, and we'll see how that all comes back. Laura's kind of taking them as they come and see how it all
And it was
flushes
real
out.
easy because all you
That was the goal.
that QR code. I went,
Well, and you've only got a few minutes with every citizen, right? You don't have long, and because people don't want to hang around. They're there to do what they got to do. They're chasing their kids. And so Laura's specific goal in developing this survey was to make it quick and easy and very informative. More information is coming, so people are going to see even more of it. And they could call and say, hey, I want to redo the survey, but, you know, because I feel differently now. But I think the group is very educated. They have spent a lot of time putting together it, you know, in their brains what they want to say and how to get people to fill it out. So that's what we're hoping will happen.
so in the tents, will the QR code be there?
I believe they're on the flyer. If they
Okay.
weren't last night, they're coming.
They weren't on the flyer.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I use.
Yep.
But you said something about having a tent.
No, inside, did they have the canopy last night?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
I
they're just
didn't know.
inside the canopy.
He was
is
out
what
there
I meant.
handing it to me.
Oh,
Parks and Rec, Angie calls it a tent, so
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
the canopy.
I'm
So-
just talking about it.
So I think we need to make a decision about the scheduling of the facilities bond, or at least converse about it here.
Do you want to do that during the strategic priority part where y'all talk about that, setting those?
Is that where we're going to have that discussion?
So here's what I would like to be a little cautious of today is actual deliberation.
Yeah.
Because that's not on the agenda schedule. These are all conversations. But goal setting and things like that, I mean, that could be,
I just think time is of the essence here, especially when you have the CIPTF. And so I think it's important, at least in a timely manner, that we make some sort of consensus as a council on where, if we do want to continue with November, or if we do want to delay it till May, to give this council time to look at and review the report themselves, the facilities report themselves, since this council will be the one ultimately making the decision on what to put on the ballot, not the previous council. So.
Get that on an upcoming agenda. It doesn't really change we have had this conversation, just so Blake was at our last meeting, you'll know that Laura and I had a very upfront conversation with our CIPTF, and regardless of when the election is, it does not change their mission, right? 90% of our events happen from May to August, so they are out humping regardless at every event, trying to get folks to fill out the survey. So that part of it doesn't really change the charge of the CIPTF. They would love for you to say, we're doing May, you don't have to have it by July. They're going to still attend every event all summer long to try to get that information together. So I guess we can either get that on an agenda.
So do we have time to wait until our next work session to put that there?
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'd
don't
say
know what that looks like,
as quickly as possible,
Okay.
if we can have that as a discussion
As an
where we
agenda
can
item.
make a consensus about the timeline.
Okay.
And then I had a question, Angie. Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Never mind. You're there. Next slide.
I'm handing it off to the boss.
Well, I had a comment about the app or the survey. And I think you would get more input if you didn't require that people give all that personal information. And I know the reason for it, because you want to make sure they live in the city.
That's exactly why.
But, if there's another way to do that without, a lot of people are very protective of giving their address and, all that. So,
The only things that are required are the email and the name.
Yep.
The address
That's
is
it.
not required.
okay, that wasn't completely clear.
It wasn't
so
strong.
maybe-
It's
yeah.
good to know that, because
Yeah.
we can help our team
Yeah.
say, hey, this is what we have to have.
Asterisks,
Yeah.
there's the red
Yeah,
asterisk
it's
that
red
says required,
asterisk. Yeah.
so the address is not required.
Yeah.
So that's a
Yeah, that's great
Question.
feedback, because we
That's an
can share
option.
with the crew that's out, hey, just remember,
Yeah.
all we need is and that is 100% why, Deb. So we
Sure.
can
I
confirm.
mean, I understand that.
Residency.
Right.
The address helps,
Gotta
it
make
makes
sure
it that
people
much
live
easier,
here.
but.
That brings a question to my mind. You always have to be careful with these things about survey bias, where you only get the people who feel strongly about an issue that actually respond to
You
it.
have that anyway.
So, have they talked about how to capture people who don't attend events or aren't out? I mean,
There's going to be the video, there's going to be the QR code, it'll be out on the website, there'll
set
be.
up a table outside the grocery store,
They
sell cookies.
are doing not just events,
He's
they're
gonna be
doing all
biased
kinds of
anyway.
stuff. They're doing flyers that they'll hand out at the grocery store. They have that part of it all
Good
taken
deal.
care
So
of.
the survey will be on the web too.
Excellent. And then we can, as council members, try to
Absolutely.
drive our neighbors out there.
And advertise it on the Facebook
You're gonna
page.
see
And
Facebook page posts, you're gonna see, we had an event immediately, and so Laura and I got enough together that they could do that. We're working on the PowerPoint, we're working on all the different
Hey,
stuff
Brownie.
that they will go out and do that can be put on.
All right.
And I got
let's-
it, Blake, I'll add it to my
Yeah.
list of notes.
So let's talk about fire station number 5.
Don't have to cuss me out.
So our agreement with Sapphire Bay is to provide a 1-acre location so that we could build a fire station down there on this location. So they have
Now we can't.
it's not platted yet, but this is the spot they're going to give us. On the right would be the lagoon. And you can see coming in on that left side, right here, is the entrance, and this is the roundabout. So you can see we're close to
At
the
the front of
front,
the marina.
but also to the ring road. So that, we want it to be on the ring road to maneuver as fast as possible. The ladder truck we're gonna have to get is gonna have to have a tiller to be able to get around those tight streets. And that'll be one thing that will be different. But I will tell you guys, with multi-story buildings like that, perhaps some as high as 20 stories, if not more, you really gotta have that ladder truck down there. You need to have a fire station down there. So this is 0.955 acres, so it's right at the acre. And that should give us enough room to put in a fire station and a police substation. So that's the goal.
This is back up to the lake, not the lagoon, right?
Yeah, the lake.
Correct.
Lake.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm
The lake
sorry.
is behind
Okay.
it.
Lake
So
I was very
the
confused
very
for a minute.
top is the marina.
I'm right with you.
It'd be the best view of any fire station in DFW, overlooking the lagoon.
Yeah, I was looking at the goodness.
All right, so I want to talk to you guys about COs versus GOs. So a general obligation bond is a full faith and credit debt of the city and is voted on by the electorate. Certificates of obligation are also full faith and credit, but only require a vote of the council. So several years ago, the Home Rule Charter Commission spent a lot of time considering the fact that, you know, they wanted to make some changes. They recognized that there are times that cities might have to do a CO, but they also wanted to make sure that it counted. In other words, it wasn't a simple majority of the council. So that year, they wrote the language, and the electorate did approve it, that it would require a supermajority vote of council to do a CO versus a GO. So the principle behind it, the philosophy is that we're going to do GOs everywhere we can. But there may be times, and we didn't know what those would be in the future, where we might need to do a CO because we wouldn't have a choice. And I'll just give you an example. If we had to fix a drainage problem that was flooding homes, you know, we may not be able to do a GO. We may need to do a CO even off our normal election cycle just to get that fixed. Now, that I don't believe that scenario would happen here. But that could be a scenario. So, public safety facility. I want to put this narrative out there. So, you're going to have maybe up to $2 billion worth of infrastructure out there. You're going to have buildings as tall as 20 stories, maybe even more. And if you go to a vote, and you know there are people in town who are mad about Sapphire Bay, I'm just going to tell you, and they voted no, now what? How do you provide effective fire protection for $2 billion worth of assets if you don't have a fire station down there? So our belief, this is staff, our belief is we don't have a choice. We have to put a fire station in there. Now, City Council has agreed to that, previous City Council, to the point where we've applied for SAFER grants to get our 18 officers or firefighters on, at least in the grant cycle, to be able to prepay some of those, get them trained so that they're ready to take on. Now, the electorate has already passed a bond election to do the engineering. And I don't remember the exact amount, $950 million. It was right at $1 million, not million. $950,000, or almost $1 million to do the design. And so we want to move forward with the design. The only reason we held up on it was we wanted to know what the final amendment was going to be with the developer before we move forward with the design and engineering. So we need to do that now. So we're expecting a construction cost about 10 to 12 million, and inflation is affecting that number every day. Projected annual debt service for that could be 650, maybe up to 800. Again, I'm trying to consider the fact that interest rates are already on the rise, so is the cost of construction. And we may be as much as a year behind construction now, so that could have, who knows, inflation could get into check by then. Interest rates may start to moderate, but right now we just don't know. So I'm trying to say a range, cost range. So what we want to put out there in front of council is that we've already preserved that annual debt service in our current INS rate. So in other words, we would not have to increase the tax rate to pay for it. But that also means that we will do the same thing again this summer when we sell the next tranche of the bonds that were approved last May. So as you remember, we had a 3-year cycle. So we have an election and then we issue the bonds over 3 years. Not always equally, it depends on how our debt services, our bond cycle, or bond payments are falling off over time. So this year, I don't remember what the total is.
4.2 for GO.
So we're selling 4.2 million. What we would do is, we would stack that first year payment again to preserve that rate, so that next cycle, when we're ready to issue these bonds, then the debt service is already there in the INS rate to pay for it. We've already done that for 1 year. We were hoping to be almost done with the design now, so we wouldn't have to do that again this year. But again, it was a strategic decision council made, because we wanted to know what our final deal was going to be with Sapphire Bay. Now we know that, so we're ready to move forward with the design. So again, I'm not asking for decisions today. I want you to be aware that this is coming again to a theater near you, where we need to get the design done so we can get the construction documents ready, go to bid, find out what it's really going to cost us, and then sell those bonds perhaps next summer. But they may not be GOs, they may be COs. Again, Brian doesn't get to make that decision. That will be a council decision, but I want y'all to start thinking about it, that this may be one of those times where, and here's the reason why. Let's say that the public voted it down. We put it on for next May, the public voted it down. You cannot sell COs then for 2 years.
GO, right?
No, COs. You cannot, now you can put a GO on for the next available election.
But if the
and try
GO
again.
if the GO failed.
And try again. But each time the GO would fail, you have to wait 2 years before you can do a CO. So in other words, the government can't say, the public votes it down.
Right.
And then
Do it anyway.
and then you do the CO anyway. Now, there were some arguments in Roswell when they built their
Courthouse.
not municipal complex.
Their
courthouse.
Rockwell County. There was some argument. They went for 2 elections, I believe, and then they decided they cannot do that again, and they did COs. And the public was pretty upset about that. But again, fire stations may be one of those things where that's a decision you have to make. But it takes a supermajority of you to do it. And if we can't do that, we will go to an election and we'll make the best pitch we can. But I will tell you this, our fire chief believes, and I agree with him, that we cannot effectively protect this site if we try to stage at a fire station number 2, this station, this building. It's big enough, we have the bays, we have the spacing, and so for a temporary period we can. And part of the strategy was that until the station is built, that they would operate out of here. They would go down there during construction. They would be down there, have a fire truck permanently kind of just down there, and then rotate people and do all kinds of things to try to provide protection. In the past year, I think it was only 6 months ago, maybe 7 months ago, and I apologize, I don't remember the city, somebody here may. There were luxury multifamily apartments, pretty high story. They caught fire. And they didn't get there in time, and they lost those buildings. They were only weeks away from opening. Now, nobody died because nobody was living there yet, but we had that happen here. The senior complex that they're building on 66 caught fire. We did get there in time. It pretty much gutted a couple floors on one building, but they were able to protect the entire site because we had the protection. If they're down there in fire station number 2, operating out of here, particularly during the height of this, I don't mean the tall of the buildings, I mean, I'm talking about the height of the density that is being built down there, and we take 15, 20 minutes to get there because of traffic, because of other reasons, we would lose more than a building. So and people are going to be living there in less than a year.
So we already run the issue today without Sapphire Bay. We already run the issue. This is the most densely populated part of the city. Most of the calls come out of this district. So even today, another station is still necessary on this side of town. So then you add Sapphire Bay with all of its complexities, more of a reason for it. And then you also run into the other issue, which is and I don't know if you were going to go into this, the INS rate, and the potential that we could run into a split rating for Sapphire Bay if there's not. ISO. Sorry.
Sounds like
Similar.
we're talking
The ISO rating, if it's like a class 2 or class 1, whatever. But they could potentially split that rating because there's not a station down there and it's outside of the national average response time.
Right.
So, and then that would affect insurance rates dramatically for Sapphire Bay, which could drive business out because it's unaffordable.
Well, it could be not a split rating. They could apply it to the entire city.
Well, I mean,
That's out of our hands.
Right, and that
So-
could put us back to a class 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah.
So,
We're currently at 2.
yeah.
One's the highest, the best ranking, best interest rates.
I was looking
There's
this morning.
not much difference between the 1 and the 2, honestly, in terms of insurance rate. But there is, you start dropping down to 4 or 5.
Right.
It's dramatic, and when you have $2 million worth of assets, it's very, very dramatic.
And we're due for a review
2023.
2023. So,
50% of that review is based upon your fire facilities and staffing.
right. So, this is very critical.
And
And-
I'll be completely transparent, I kind of pushed back on the chief a little bit on this one because when we still thought that the phasing for Sapphire Bay was going to be out a lot longer, and depending on how fast it was going to build out to take on this much debt, when we were going to have to look at facility needs and things like that, maybe we didn't need it so soon. And so I pushed back on that, but with the new revelation that now it's all being built in phase 1 and how fast they're selling these things, and knowing that they're already looking at pre-leasing condos, so that's going to happen quicker. It's already looking to be way more successful and faster built than what we maybe originally thought, especially with this new capital investment that came in. That completely did away with my objections, and is something that I think needs to be, a highest priority, because you're going to have 3 hotels down there in the next 4 years, 5 years, and we wouldn't be able to start constructing this for at least a year and a half, and it's probably a 9-month build. So, we'll be chasing those buildings to get it done in time for when those hotels are opening up.
So the question really becomes, what do we do in 2023 in preparation for this review?
So as long, to my understanding, as long as they know that funding is set aside and that the construction will be happening, then that is guarantee enough for them to approve that as a new station.
That's Neil.
Yeah.
And of course, Neil, we're going to have, here's the other piece to it. So we want to go ahead, and we're going to be asking you this summer for authority to order the fire truck.
Yep.
The fire truck that we want down there with the ladder truck that we need, they're telling us could have a 2-year lead time now.
Yeah, 18 to 24 months.
So, and guys, this is duplicated all across the country. I mean, we have this great vehicle replacement program, but we can't buy them fast enough because of all the chip shortages and everything else. But this too shall pass, but for right now, it's a pretty big issue.
Yeah, I agree with Matt. I don't think we have a choice here. I mean, it's public safety. It's when we're elected to make hard decisions. And I think we don't have a choice. We got to put ourselves in a position to be able to push this thing forwards.
And you're not making the decision today, but what you will do, I think on June 7th, we're bringing the design to you to get the authorization to start the design, the engineering for it. And guys, it's critical.
Can we, sorry, go ahead.
Talk to me about the scope of the police substation. Are we talking an office, or are we talking maybe like a holding cell, or what does that look like?
I don't know that we've decided on the holding cell, but it's not really just an office. They're going to have room in
Locker
there.
rooms.
It's mainly offices, conference room, that kind of thing. I don't think the plan is to have a holding cell.
Okay.
Because they want to get them down where they are, takes 2, now you got 4 for one holding cell, so.
Well, don't they need?
Yeah.
This isn't even the time for this discussion.
Yeah.
Locker space, oh my gosh,
I mean,
we
they're
need
gonna need
locker
the
space.
things that it will take
This is a formal
for,
substation.
yes.
They're gonna need
Yeah.
showers, they're gonna need restroom facilities.
Yeah.
On the water.
And the thing is, some of that may be co-shared
Yeah.
with the fire department,
Yeah.
but they kind of need their own office too. And one other thing I'll say, we're not providing security. Sapphire Bay is gonna have a huge security force as well. You know, the resort, you gotta have people that, hey, I lost my room key, you're gonna have security for those. We're there, if somebody has a heart attack, the medic unit's already gonna be on site, yes, those kind of things. We're gonna staff up extra when they have super big events, yes, but they're gonna have to have their own security force. But you're gonna have a police presence there, and honestly, we need one on that side of town anyway. So this is an opportunity to do that.
The other side of this, and maybe we haven't thought about this yet, is this is going to become a high-profile area of the city as well, which may change the police dynamic in the city a bit. I can't think of anything in the city right now that would attract national attention other than the school, I guess.
And we did have a consultant, Brian, come in maybe 4 years ago when we first started talking about this, and started talking about like Disney and a lot of these, Las Vegas, a lot of these types of facilities where you have huge crowds, and the fact that you have, you know, there's one major entrance and exit, but yet you still have a huge lake where people can come out there. I'm talking about, you know, active shooters or anything, so many different ways you'll be able to get there. And so, you know, like how big of a force would you need to have? But again, that's one you can add incrementally over time. But the building itself is going to have already enough space for whatever that number is, 2, 3, 4, 24/7.
Right, and speaking to what Brian said about changing the dynamics with the police, you're also going to have a lot of people from out of town, whereas now we're used to dealing mostly with residents and people from, you know, immediately surrounding areas, and you're going to have people coming from all over the country here, so you're going to have a different dynamic concerned with that too. And I had one question, which it's not totally compelling right here, but about the slide here. And I'm not at all against considering the CO bond, but where you said that you could put it back on the ballot, the GO bond back on the ballot at the next election, but the slide says it's not supposed to be put back on the ballot for 2 years. So
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant that you're not supposed to sell GOs for the same project within 2 years of a GO failing.
okay.
So you can put it back on the ballot for the next election. But again, you start that cycle and you keep putting it on there, and if it keeps getting voted down, what do you do?
Right, okay, because that sounds like you can't.
No, I'm sorry, I think I mistyped.
Well, by the time we get to May of 2023, it's too late. I mean, we're already behind.
Right, and
So-
I wasn't suggesting that
Yeah,
you do it
yeah.
as a GO. I just wanted for my information to clarify
Yeah.
that.
That my fault.
So what are the implications of a CO versus a GO as it pertains to the bond rating and the potential interest rate?
Nothing.
Nothing, essentially the same.
Yep.
It's
Full faith and
Still backed by the
credit.
full faith and credit of the city, okay.
Have we thought about incenting a rapid design process
Huh?
to accelerate this?
You know, I think we've talked about it is, well, let me say
It's
this.
pretty quick at 12 months.
Well,
12 months is pretty quick.
He's saying maybe as quick as 9 months.
Yeah,
but
it's a pretty
9
quick
to 12
process.
months.
That's what this
is
guy
what
does.
What they're telling us. And I think we're using the same
We are.
firm.
They
And
do
we
this.
want to recommend the same firm that
Yeah.
did this. But remember, there's some unique things here, like this is a reinforced structure here, so that if we ever had the tornado hit again, then this could be our EOC. If the police department got hit, they can bring dispatch over here. I mean, so it's designed for that, and it had to be reinforced. You wouldn't do that down there. So it's gonna have some differences, some important differences, but the fact that we've dealt with them, they kind of know what we're trying to do. It should be a quicker design than it would be for a brand new company.
I guess maybe I should ask it, is there a reason to try to incent a more rapid design?
You know, we do that with construction a lot. Matter of fact, almost all of our contracts have incentives to finish early. I don't know that we've done that, but we'll start talking about it, and we'll see what we might could do.
Yeah, I guess in light of what Blake says, that, you know, they counts whether we're done or not, that kind of alleviates that concern a little bit, but I am uncomfortable about having people, especially in 5-story buildings that, and with the traffic we have now, with all the highway construction, everything else, it's gonna be a long response time getting from here down there
Well, and that's
potentially.
one thing Neil said, is that if he feels like it's entering the danger zone from that perspective, we may put in a temporary facility down there just so that they stay on
Yeah,
site.
that's potential too.
Because you're right, that's the scary part for us.
Yeah, I don't drive I-30 at rush hour anymore.
Oh, they basically live on 30 during rush hour.
Well, and there is a phase when they're building the new overfly for Dow Rock Road. You're gonna have to, they would come down Dow Rock, and from this building, come down Dow Rock, then they have to cut across Sunset in Bayside, and then come over the new overpass.
I think you just named the new
So it's-
overpass, it's gonna be Superfly.
All right, I don't remember who was next.
It's Richard. Let's take a break before Richard starts.
Thank
We're
you.
not gonna have time.
Yeah.
Guys, we're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna, Richard has a few, the pace is okay. I mean, we thought we might be going a little faster, but no, this is good conversation, so we'll start up in, say, 10
The
minutes.
temperature could be higher.
All right.
Yeah.
It's on and ready? All right. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm sure that this market study will not be of any surprise. Prior to my time here, which I started in 2015, the cities you see represented, they're listed there and represented on the map of the cities that we've used as benchmark going back now for 9 years. Beginning in fiscal year 17, we began doing an annual market update every single year to determine exactly where we stood against the cities that are listed there. Our goal being, City Council's goal being, that we would fall in the middle. So not necessarily the top 9, and not the bottom 9, but somewhere in the middle of the pack that represents the
Want to see what it look like.
The numbers that you see there are the numbers that were calculated approximately March or April, each one of those fiscal years that determined how we moved pay each and every one of those years. As you measure year over year, our goal, of course, would be someday, when we actually measure, those numbers might be 0 instead of a negative number. We have, I would say, maintained well in those years based on the resources that are available to provide for pay adjustments for employees.
We could jump right in with questions, but
Absolutely.
immediately it strikes me as I look across left to right. We seem to be making progress from 2017 into 2019, and then we have fallen off again through 2020, 2021. What is the source of that?
And I would say it's just because we're moving at a certain speed or a certain adjustment that we're actually able to make, and others are moving at a speed, and unless we or those other cities are committed to put more money into salaries, some of those cities have a lot more resources than we do to affect pay. Some have less resources than us to affect pay, and so I'm sure that was the balance of the cities that we would use benchmark. So it's just a matter of there's a finite amount of money, utilizing our resources for all the needs. We've come back to at least we're not losing tremendous ground, but we haven't really necessarily got to the point where we measure and we're actually at 0 at the point we measure.
So if I can hone in for a second, so 2017 and 2018 looks like we made serious progress in the police and fire area, as well as some progress in open range. What was that event?
It was just giving the annual adjustments for all the different groups. In other words, so as you measure year over year, things are gonna, it's a balancing act
Right.
from the perspective of, we measure all police and all fire positions. So
Maybe I should explain. I'm asking these questions, I'm leading into what are the effective measures that get us where you are saying that
So-
we'd like to be.
I
So-
think he's getting there.
So the effect,
Yeah.
so to get us to,
Sorry.
I'm gonna show you what it looks like
I
here
think
in a
he's getting
moment.
there. And I
Okay.
think that'll help
Not
explain what
near-
you're asking.
Okay.
Not nearly as broadly as I will on the 16th of June when
Right.
we go over compensation
Okay.
in detail. But I am gonna show you the money part of it now, so you can be thinking about it going forward, how that affects things. Today, based on the pay for the employees that are in place today, we would need to make the adjustments under the increase where it says 8.1, 7.9, 4.7. That would be the amount for each one of those groups that would be necessary in order to get us to as close to zero as possible against the peers. In other words, move us back to being in the middle of the pack of the 18 cities. 2,213,468. That's a snapshot based on measuring in the month of April and comparing to the month of April's pay.
This is probably not a question for you. We'll get copies of these presentations. right?
You already have it in your email.
It's in your email.
Hold on.
See this one?
That's it, it will.
She just sent
Yeah,
this
it is.
morning.
Second,
It was sent this morning.
She just sent Okay. this
This is the
morning.
one you sent this morning.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
thank
sent
you.
them one at a time.
Oh, no, this is the same presentation, I think, Laura.
Oh, yes.
It's in that same presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we have it afterwards, I like to.
I was gonna say, I'm
on
like,
these things for-
how am I on it
Get
then?
a much
kinda
deeper
come back as a
presentation
new
of this.
gift.
Again, 75,000 foot level today.
Yeah, I mean, we have our
Keep
own.
leaving.
Yeah.
This is the snapshot, but we'll go through exactly where we land, cities, exactly where police and fire are within the steps, comparing average pay to step pay, average, the whole thing gets compared. And then, in a perfect world, we would do this. That way, we would actually move our variance well past where it is, perhaps in the next fiscal year. When we measured, it would be much closer to that 0 point than we currently are now with the -8, the -7, and the -4.5.
I want to make this point. You have to realize that when we do the annual update, it's always static. We're using the 18 cities, what they're paying today. And then we're going to use that information to provide pay raises to our employees next year. So it's always a year behind. So what he's acknowledging, what Richard is acknowledging is that even if we go to zero, we're still a year behind, which means we're already 5% behind what the market is really doing. So this year, one of the conversations we would like to have is not just do zero, but push push the envelope just a little further. Maybe it's not the whole 5, but maybe it's 1%, maybe it's 2. Each 1% is about 400,000 across the board. So if you think about it that way, so 1% would be 4, 2% would be 800. But we're recognizing that we are in a hyper-inflated market in the DFW area. We always will be. You're competing against, and you think, well, we're not really competing against Richardson and Plano. Yes, you are. We lose officers to those people all the time, firefighters. So we really are competing in the DFW market. Now, if we were in, I don't know, East Texas somewhere, maybe not, but you are here. People can live here and then take a job in McKinney even, if they're willing to drive it. So we really are losing or competing with those other agencies. And, you know, it is affecting that. So, you know, I would like us over time, this is my goal, I would like to see a strategy that over time, we're going to try to reach the current market status. That's a lot to take on in 1 year, but not just zero. Maybe for the first year it's 1, maybe it's 2, maybe 3 years from now as a goal. We're going to be at the current market when we do these adjustments, so that every time we do the update, we're not 5 or 6% behind. We're closer to maybe 0 to 1 to 2% behind. That's what I'm going to be talking to you guys about is that we have a multi-year strategy to get to a stage where we're currently competitive and not past tense competitive.
Oh, go ahead, John.
Oh, I was going to say, do we do any type of, or do we have the visibility to do any type of analysis in the current year to see what other cities are doing in terms of a current raise so we can keep up
Oh,
with?
not yet. Everybody is so raw in this, at this point. Now, I will tell you, because of Senate Bill 2, cities are advancing the ball to some extent, and there may be intel we could get. I know Dallas County Appraisal District does the same thing we do. They look at what everybody's paying at this point, right now, and then they make decisions about next year too. But again, a lot of these cities are already paying more. Who was it that you were telling me about, or somebody was telling me about, the dispatchers?
Oh,
Where was that at?
Grapevine. Grapevine, Burleson, there's a bunch of them doing it right now, but Grapevine and Burleson just recently published this.
So Grapevine now has the highest rate for dispatchers in the entire Metroplex. Others will make that shift.
Maybe not
We
as
already
high as
have,
Burleson.
what's that?
Maybe not as high as Burleson.
Burleson's
No.
higher
They
because
went
they have a
pretty high.
standalone.
And maybe it's not, I mean, you know, engineers, IT people, you know, sometimes it's job specific or industry specific, but quite frankly, we're losing officers, and we, you know, there's other staff too, and what we want to do is remove the impetus that pay is the reason people leave. You know, if it's because of some other factor, I get it, opportunities to advance, I understand, but I don't want people leaving because of pay. So one thing you're going to hear from the city manager this year is I want to instill a multi-year plan to get us to market competitive, current market, not past market.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it'd be nice to know in the current year, if other cities are giving a 5% raise, then we need to do 8% plus to get to that, to keep us in the middle of the pack.
I think it's a good idea. We'll reach out and see what intel we could get.
Okay.
I think, if I may, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You had your hand up. Like I say, this is always a challenge for every organization. Lots of business study around this, and pay certainly is a factor when you're looking at an organization that's experiencing higher turnover than they really want to experience. But there are also lots of other factors that go into that. So I hope that we are looking at those things. I've had some conversation about alternative means to encourage retention, because you don't want to lose those trained individuals once they're trained. So I'm hoping I understand where we are in pay. I think there needs to be some work here, but I want to make sure we're looking at these other things that, I guess the old saying is, you know, people don't leave their job for a little more pay unless they're really unhappy.
Well, and see, that's what I mean.
Younger people do.
Yeah, you don't want people to leave for that reason, but they are going to leave for this reason.
Yeah. Right, we want to get it down.
You still have more.
I was going to
Right, and
interject
eliminate those other reasons.
just so
Yes.
that we're clear on doing the
that's the
salary
last
study.
slide.
So we could do the salary study at almost any point. Of course, we're doing it now because it's pre-budget and you can plan, you know, as you go into the budget. Everybody's going to do the same thing we're doing, and most cities are on same fiscal year, starts on 10/1. We can only all ask each other so much before it becomes overwhelming to respond every time somebody asks. But we do a good job of communicating.
If you can get the right answer.
You know, there's an email, it's got 350 human resources professionals across the state, mostly in government. We're all talking all the time about every single thing that's going on. The reality is that everybody's moving at the same time, and you're trying your best to be focused in on it. Right now, the question is, what increase are you going to do for next budget year? Well, most of us don't really know that answer yet. We can all speculate what we need and what we desire. A few cities may actually have it. So I can tell you, not only job by job sometimes, but for the whole picture, we're watching continuously every single thing that's going on, just like seeing Burleson and seeing Grapevine make dramatic changes in the dispatcher world, because it's going to have ramifications, and it's going to ripple down as people decide, hey, I'll go work at 55 instead of 45, right? The other thing I would say is that from about entry pay to about, $25 an hour, people will leave for $1.
They will.
Even if they love it.
100%.
They work.
100%.
They will. Now, when you get past that, they start not necessarily wanting to leave, or they're willing to wait. But as I talk to each person who leaves, like I just had a police officer. There were some things going on. She didn't leave for much, but that $6,000 in her mind was a ton. And I have a few people I know a couple guys who went to Garland in Public Works, for $1 or
$75
$2. Not much at all.
So that really helps, thank you.
And
Go ahead.
what's our current vacancy rate?
So right now, I don't have the list in front of me, but our turnover rate is higher than I would love it to be. Maybe highest I've ever seen in my career anywhere I've ever worked, like 19%.
Yep, it's bad.
But you don't know what our current
We have
vacancy
about
rate?
40 openings.
40 openings.
So, statement a little bit, this has moved up to my number one. When we do our dot deal later, this will be my number one. I'll tell you right now, I probably might put all my dots on it. And Brian, to piggyback on what you said, workforce right now is the biggest issue, not just facing municipalities, but to me facing our, economy as a whole. And we're not just competitive with the private market, but we're very competitive with every city. I just lost a 10-year employee, our irrigation crew lead. He was our highest paid crew lead, was making $22.75. He went to I don't know where Grapevine got all their money, but he just went to Grapevine for $30 an hour. He's making over $60,000 as an irrigation tech. I was like, I can't compete with that. Garland can't compete with that. Rowett's a modest city. We can't compete with that. And those wealthier cities are going to poach because Richard's exactly right. You get below $22 an hour, they're younger kids usually. They're not thinking of the future. I had a kid leave the other day, and I sat down with him for an hour and whiteboarded the whole thing out. He left a week before he was vested for $1.50 more an hour to go work on an assembly line. And I sat him down and I said, go figure out what you're paying in insurance. Go figure out what the 401k is. I said, you are actually losing $250 a month by leaving this job. And all he could think about was that extra $1.50 an hour. And I drilled it into his head and drilled, and I was like, the whole issue, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can give a kid a brain, but you can't make him think. I mean, that's the world that we live in with these kids these days, and that's our base on the ground people that we need to get work done. And to piggyback off what Brian was saying, it's more than just pay. We've got to be looking at all of fate. Just is going to a 4-day work week
So
to
is,
explore that. Keller is going to a
well.
4-day work week. Cities, we're really evaluating over in Garland what if you can work from home, which if you have a job that you can work from home, how does a work from home or a partial work from home type of thing look like? We got to throw all the spaghetti on the wall to see what sticks, and also we need to look at, and I think is smart, is we got to put our money where we know we need people, police and fire and things like that. And if there's more things that we can outsource, you kind of have to start looking at that. Like, I'm down 35% of my workforce right now. So now I'm outsourcing a lot more and a lot more and a lot more because...
But then those people are having trouble finding people.
They're having trouble finding people, but they don't have the same hiring rules a lot of times that municipalities have and things like that, so they can be a little bit more loose, in terms of who they hire. Like, a city's hiring regulations are really, really strict, usually, for rightly so. A contractor's not always going to have that. But that is my biggest, strategy is we look at, so how do we continue to provide the services that we need? And it's interesting because if you dived into the census data, we should have a population curve that does this, where you got that base of people coming in, and we have a population curve that does this. The younger generations aren't having kids, and they're doing different types of work, and so this labor shortage isn't going away. This is going to be a new norm. And it's going to be who can be competitive, and it's more than just pay. And pay is a huge piece of it, and we need to pay attention to it. But to your point, throwing everything against the wall and experimenting with things. And I know I would be open to any proposal that you guys wanted to bring to say, hey, we did a poll of our employees, and they would love to experiment with a 4-day work week, or they would love to work from home, or they would love to do X, Y, or Z. And here's some strategies that we'd like to proceed to be able to do that. And then, to your point, keep looking at that pay going down, because it's going to get worse before it gets better, and this is a big one. That's why I was curious what our vacancy rate is.
So I will tell you this, our executive team has spent, it's been a little while, but we actually have started brainstorming where could we develop a niche.
Yeah.
And, you know, we do know that those that could work from home a little bit are insisting on it.
Yeah.
And those, if you're going to hire, well, can I work from home at least one day a week or whatever? So where we can,
Yeah.
obviously some jobs you can't, but those that can. And we're obviously seeing people that are doing the 4-day weeks. So we actually prioritized a series of suggestions that were made that we're exploring that we're probably going to be presenting to you guys this summer because you know, you're right, Matt, it's not just pay alone. Pay alone is not only going to be what's necessary, it's also about opportunities. It's about, you know, the old adage that, you know, we can train them and they may leave, or we can not train them and they may stay.
Yeah.
So, you know, cybersecurity.
Stealing that.
We, you know, our IT guys, they, you know, it would not. Somebody was telling me the other day. I think it was a police officer. The hottest commodity in this country right now today is a police officer with 2 to 3 years experience. Because you know why? They haven't invested anywhere yet.
Exactly.
They can go to any other police. When you got 14 years in, it's a lot harder for you, and you're already a sergeant or a corporal at least, it's a lot harder for you to leave because you got to start at ground floor again.
Well, and that's why we need to start looking at the employment model, I think, that we're using for, in that case, if our plan is to have an average tenure of 5 years or 6 years for an officer, we need to incent that behavior in a way that makes them that 5 and 6 year. The other thing is, I mentioned these studies, and in my organization, my former organization was all big on studies, so forgive me if I keep bringing them up over the course of the next year. The number one thing that kept coming up of why people stayed is they feel valued in their work and they feel that they're working where they're appreciated. That's the number one thing, always, every time above pay. And that's where my comment is about, they aren't going to move for a little typically. Now these kids, they, you know.
For professionals, 100%.
100%.
So that's the, but I think looking at these models, and you mentioned a number of things in our employment model that I think make sense in our new generation, but also thinking about, I hate to use the term, but I know when I first started work, the model where I went to work was turn and burn, or burn and turn, I should say. Bring people in fresh, you take advantage of the expertise they have, you burn them out, and you turn them over.
The Amazon model.
And in today's environment, that may be what we're witnessing with, you know, the new people coming in. They want to come in, they are willing to work for whatever, you know, pay we can provide to them, and they get done, they get bored after a year or two, and they're going to move on no matter what. So that may be something to think about for the positions where that works. Obviously, you need to maintain expertise in the areas where you need higher skill sets and things like that. So that's why I encourage looking at the model we're looking at, you know, not looking just across the board, say everyone's the same or every job is the same. So
What percentage of our workforce is exempt versus non-exempt?
You know, I don't directly know that answer, but about a third is exempt, about 2/3 is non-exempt.
Yeah.
It's actually going and running the list.
Yeah.
You know, we have a lot of needs for new positions, you know, especially in PD, and yet it doesn't make as much sense to hire those new positions if we're not going to have competitive salaries, because you're not, I mean, having the amount of vacancies we have now, it's like, it's almost equal to the amount of requested new hires. It's like if we were paying, we would have those 8 officers if we were paying in the competitive salary market. So that's just another reason why we have to have, or do our best to be as competitive as possible with the resources we have.
All right. Richard, thank you.
Last one?
Yeah, I can't remember who was next.
Thanks for that.
Yes.
Happy to do it. Always
Why
happy
don't
to
you
give
go?
them as much as possible, that way I don't
You,
have to.
Angie's up again.
Okay, so you guys
favorite
heard
subject.
some of this at the first one. This is not a meeting where we will debate the merits of their contract or all of that good stuff. But as you make decisions, and this is one that was covered in last year's.
Want to do the contract
Huh?
today?
Not
What?
today.
You don't want to do the contract?
Not today. Berman will probably get mad at us. Look, I'm already getting the evil eye back there for even mentioning it. And some of this you saw when the Golf Advisory Board presented. We typically don't include that information in the Golf Advisory Board presentation But in front of a new council, it was important for you to have some 75,000 foot level information, because the Golf Advisory Board really is not involved in the contract at all on any facet. They come and make recommendations for projects and maintenance and different things like that. So again, City of Rowlett owns Waterview Golf Course. We have a long-term lease agreement with American Golf. This is really a turnkey lease, and so it is unique. This is something that leases today become management contracts, right? And so we'll talk a little bit about that. As related to the contract, it is very important to note that the City of Rowlett cannot interfere in their day-to-day business, right? They have, part of their contract is a quiet enjoyment of the operation of the golf course. And so we tend to walk a fine line on giving advice and recommendations without directing how they do business. A good example, I think, is that I can't go out and say, you have to raise your rates, right? The city can't say, you have to raise your rates. And that's a decision that company gets to make. We're going to go into a little more detail about how their pay breaks out. I'll show you the budget and kind of break it out so you can explain it. AGC pays the City of Rowlett approximately $250,000 a year. Remember, that offsets our debt. Again, we'll look at that on the very last slide. In addition to that, Deb, one of the questions that you asked me, and we attempted to answer this in the email we sent out Monday, is what debt do we have today? So we pay things in lump sums, but it is roughly $83,000 a year from that the citizens voted on in 2018 for the greens and the wall project. And so that was the 2018 bonds. Wendy pays them in a lump sum. They go into debt service, but that's where we are with that.
Those mature in 2038 or 20-year bonds?
They are, yeah. I think they're 2018 or 20-year bonds, Wendy.
Yes, 20.
Yeah. So that's where we are with that. Also, the city council over the last few years has made the decision to put some money toward that course. At the end of the day, it is our infrastructure. Should it be maintained? Sure. It is important to note that for many years that golf course lost money. And American Golf took a hit every single year of operating that course. The greens and the bunkers and the retaining walls have made, I think, the course come around, and now they are on track. But then COVID happens, right? And then Atmos closes the front 9 holes for 4 months. And then, so we're going to get there, but I don't think we're there today. And so that's important to note. It has come a long way since 2018. The conversations on the course are much more positive today. Is it a perfect world? Absolutely not. I can almost promise you there's not a perfect golf course anywhere, maybe other than the one Matt runs out in Garland. But Firewell's having challenges. Buffalo Creek's having challenges. Golf today does not look like it looked in 1999 when we opened that course. As a rule, they would tell you that their players want to come out, play 4.5 rounds of golf, and go on and do what they need to do with their families. That's today's golfer, where the 2000 golfer was come out, play 9 holes, hang out at the grill, have a few drinks, go back out and play another 9 holes. They may spend the day at the course, where today golfers want to get in and get out. And so a lot of the changes that you saw with the bunkers, reducing them, they absolutely reduced them, making them smaller, strategically locating them, all had to do with that. And how the golfer plays today. And that's what American Golf does best, right? That's not what Angie does. I have any idea. I'm just telling you what they tell me. So, we, I think, are at finally a turning point for that course where it's going to start to see some revenues coming in the future. I think about 40,000 rounds is what you guys saw when the Golf Advisory Board is about where they are. The city manager's office staff, I serve as the liaison to that board. Brian and I work very closely with our city attorney to make sure that we are taking care of contract-related items. We have audits done. We have a professional golf consultant that comes out and takes Exhibit F. He provides a report. He provides a compliance, non-compliance, partial compliance on Exhibit F. It is also important to note that things have changed since 1999 when we wrote that Exhibit F. And one of the things in 2018 that American Golf actually asked us to do is consider rewriting Exhibit F. It was prompted by them, but they didn't necessarily love all the changes we made, right? Because we increased their maintenance dollars significantly. And so that is a constant negotiation back and forth. It's been going on for about 18 months. We're not to the end. We send it to them, they sit on it a while, they send it back to us, we quickly update it and send it back to them. And so that's kind of an ongoing to change some of those standards so that they are today's standards of maintaining for a golf course. The great news is we have very little liability related to the profits and losses at the course. If they lose money, that's on American Golf. If they make money, then we get a portion of that rolled into capital projects, right? Their contract commits them to that. So that's the great news. Contracts today, I'll tell you, Buffalo Creek recently signed a new contract, and it is American Golf also managed Buffalo Creek for a long time, and Buffalo Creek signed a new contract, and it looks very, very different than ours. It is a management contract where the entity that owns, it's a private owner that owns Buffalo Creek, they are responsible for, they pay the management company to go in and do what they do, right? They own the equipment, they own where in our situation, American Golf does all of that, and they own all the liability or the benefits of the course making or losing money. So when we go to a new contract at some point, when that contract expires in, 10 years, 8 to 10 years, it's going to look very different because we won't be able to get that kind of turnkey lease that we have today. That comes with benefits and disadvantages too, right? So this list you saw, you will see it again throughout the budget process. It is a ton of money to do that. In February of 21, Matt fought very hard in a mid-year budget adjustment for us to be able to start taking care of not the maintenance of the course, but some of the infrastructure that we own. Drains and landscape and parking lot lighting. There's just some things that are safety related. Should they be covered in the contract? Yes. Would we rather them spend money on maintaining the playability of the course or the landscape? I would argue playability of the course all day long, right? If you got to spend money somewhere. And so, council will have the chance to talk about that, but they did dedicate $100,000 in a mid-year budget review. They are in the process of completing those 6 projects they talked about. They still have about $46,950, and these are the projects that are still on their list. It does require American Golf to agree. Back, a couple months ago, we brought forth drainage, repairing the drainage on hole 6, which was just completely collapsed, like much of the drainage throughout the course is. We fixed 6, they are paying to fix 14, and also to add additional bunkers on a couple of holes. I think holes 5 and 6, you see those are back on the list. American Golf at this time wasn't prepared to add additional bunkers. The course has been closed for construction numerous times since 2018, and their concern was, here we go, we're going to start some more construction on the course and we're going to take holes out of play again. And so it is a partnership in that, we can't just say we're doing this, and they absolutely can't take our infrastructure and have that same conversation with us. So much of them are mutually agreed on. I will tell you, I have a great working relationship with representatives from American Golf. We're in constant contact. We talk usually weekly, so there is that relationship there. So these are the kind of things that they're still got on their radar. Number one, obviously, is continued funding for capital projects, right? There is a lot of infrastructure out there. We waited 20 years to replace greens. Golf courses don't do that. They go in and start replacing them, but it is an adventure and it is expensive to do that kind of thing. So that was their number one. And then there are some additional stuff, some of the wiring at the course. Matt and I just had a conversation with them about the wiring. Some of the pumps aren't working in the lakes because the wiring is broken. There was Matt will get a kick out. Matt, we can tell the story. The golf course gives us an update. Their superintendent, and he had to literally take a plug from water level up because it was getting soaked every single time it rained, right? And that was how the infrastructure was built, and he moved it. And then they got ready to work on the Atmos line, and there was an electrical line buried underground. A live line, we still don't even know what it goes to. It's been disconnected and we don't know what it goes to. So there's things like that come up, right? So understanding the brevity of the whole project is huge. When you go out and you say, oh, the bunkers need to be raked, absolutely, no question. But there are 1,000 things that need to be done, and it's about how do we balance all of those things between us and American Golf, considering we own the infrastructure at the end of the day. So then this is the page right out of the budget. It'll help you to explain it if I kind of tell you what some of these things are. You see the reserves, the charges for services. That is the bond payments that they are making to us each year, right? I think they pay twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall, and so that's what that looks like. The interest is obviously the interest gotten, and then transfers in are the different things like the project funding. And last year, council allocated about $25,000 to do a long-range operational plan. Sandy has kind of started working on that. He's done some things behind the scene. You saw some of that information in your email on Monday, but we're still kind of working on what that might look like. What happens if we take over the course today? Because we're no longer going to get away with just a small payment every year to that. And then legal and professional, that's the difference in the charges for services and the transfer out. And so we use that to do audits. We contract with Sandy Queen. He was a golf professional in Kansas City. He came in and helped us with the Green Project, he and his team. And he does this for us, and he comes in and he spends several days. And he doesn't just look at Waterview, but he plays other courses in the area. He has a great working relationship with the superintendent at Waterview. And so he's able to get some real good inside information as part of that audit to make sure that we have the best audit we can. And then transfers out, that's the bond payment we make. So that's what we got. The reserves are there in case we need to make a one-year debt payment. So you'll see it went from 168 to 253. Part of what council did in February 2021 was to be sure we had 1 year of debt service put up. And so it was about $183,000. $100,000 went to the course to do infrastructure projects, and the other 81.3-ish went to the golf fund to hold in case we had to make a year's bond payment, just as reserves.
Would it be possible on this, because this is where I got lost looking at, I've had this question posed to me, not just by you, but by others. And we had a conversation, I think, at the last work session. Can we footnote in here the bond payments we're making that relate to this?
Yeah, we're talking about how we go about doing that. It
Okay.
could be a separate schedule in the budget process or whatever.
Or even just on this, just a footnote that in
Yeah.
addition, this is coming
Yes.
out of the general fund. So someone can do the math themselves and come up with what we're paying out there.
Yeah, I think what most people want to know is what is this costing the city?
Absolutely.
That's all they want to know. They don't want
Yeah,
to know how
absolutely.
you got there. They
Yep.
just want that number.
I just wanted you guys to know kind of how
Sure,
we got there and what this means, right? Because anybody looks at it, it's like, wait, what is all that? So
And let me ask you something. You said that if they do make money, that we get a portion of that. What portion?
I believe it is 10%. Do you know right off the top of your head? You wrote it like back in 1979. I believe it, I cannot remember, Deb. I will verify, I can look at the contract. For some reason, I have 10% in my head.
But I will say, though, if I recall, that they're allowed to carry over losses.
Yes.
And since they've lost money pretty much the entire contract, I don't think we'll ever see any of that.
It was pretty significant. Their losses were pretty significant for a number of years, and
They were
do
losing
report to us.
800 to 900,000 a year at one point.
So we have no control over the rates that they charge?
We do not.
And has anyone ever talked about having a different rate for residents versus non-residents?
They are working on that. That was
Did
part.
originally, when they opened, it was $45 for residents and $55 for non-residents.
Because I think if the
It's one of the
taxpayers
things
are
that they
helping
were talking
fund
about
it,
after
then-
all of these updates were made. It was one of the things they were going to do, and then it was like boom, boom, boom. Things kept happening, and so I think it just hasn't come back around. But that was one of the things they had talked about doing.
And the interesting thing is how people pay for golf is way different than it
Yeah.
used to be. It's all player club driven
Yeah.
now, and that's what they push. And you get very few walk up, call in reservations in terms of back and forth. But we've pushed them on a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
Used to be, and I would say, it's an interesting time when we had to do the Atmos because the pandemic actually increased golf rounds by 25% annually in this country. And we had to shut down.
People were working from home.
Well, and then
It was
last
it was an
year
acceptable outdoor activity where
in their
you-
busiest season, and we even got. And in fairness, we convinced Atmos, and they were generous enough to postpone it. They were going to start like June 1st, which is the time people are playing golf, right? And they postponed that a little bit. They committed to us 90 days, and they did it in 90 plus 15, whatever that math is, I don't know. But they had a 15-day delay because of weather, but they did it, and they were in and out, and they partnered with us to put cart path back, and it was a good relationship between American Golf, us, and Atmos for that project. Horrible timing, right? The busiest time, we're like, can we do this? Brian and I are like, how about October? But it is what it is, right? They have to do those in pieces, and they were trying to beat the winter storms that might potentially come and be able to get those folks the gas pressure they needed, because that was a huge issue in Waterview during the winter storm. Folks didn't have gas. So not only did they not have electricity, they didn't have gas either.
So that was, from their perspective, they had been planning this update for a while, and then after that storm event last February, they decided that it moved to the top of their list. And they said, here we come, we're coming now. And we're like, wait,
And they're
what?
doing it everywhere. They're getting ready to do another one in Rowlett, and they're just, they're getting those updated, so that's not an issue.
So I can't let the conversation go by without mentioning this. I was out, I play both Waterview and Buffalo Creek fairly routinely. They're kind of my two home courses. And I know I hadn't seen this before, but I observed the last time I was out at Buffalo Creek, and they've spent a lot of money since they replaced American Golf. They're not spending it on cart paths. They're spending it on playability. And I started thinking about it, well, I don't ever select a golf course based upon how smooth my ride is. I'm basing it based on how well the fairway is maintained, what the rough looks like, whether the greens are smooth, and then the general hospitality, which is another thing that they changed immediately when they changed is, now there's always a beverage cart 7 days a week, and when they're busy, there's multiples. And it's something they recognize as an operations aspect, attracts the golfers who then are willing to pay, and now I'm paying a retirement rate, but I can tell you that their rate's a good deal higher than what Waterview can get as a rack rate. So
We
those are
have
things to think about.
American Golf has actually $100,000 in cart path, but our cart paths were potholes, and so it wasn't just hey, there's a small crack there, but there was.
I've hit my head on the ceiling on
There
one at Buffalo
were-
Creek.
So many linear feet, and in the last year, American Golf has put in $100,000 worth of, and cart path is not inexpensive. It's kind of like building streets. So
I guess my sense though is, again, it's good that we're doing that because it's a part of the asset.
Yeah.
I know a lot of courses don't even have cart paths except maybe around the tee boxes and the greens.
And we've talked about that. They've talked about that as well, what their options are.
I prefer
so.
to have them myself,
Yeah.
but it's not the emphasis, I think.
Yeah.
When we think about capital investment, to keep the asset attractive to the customer, it's not that's not the aspect that I think about. It is the greens. I think that was a good call to go back and redo that. I understand the sand traps, so I think, and they did the same thing at Buffalo Creek. They shrunk them and took some out.
Yeah.
They're
It's a
very
new
expensive
golfer.
to maintain.
Yeah.
They're very expensive to maintain
Yeah.
too, those steep banks and things like that. So.
Can I ask a question, or would you move on?
Huh?
Do we have time for another question?
Sure.
Okay. So in terms of the assets of the course that fall under our jurisdiction, we're talking primarily about the course itself, buildings, inventory in the pro shop?
Everything, I think, everything is part of the contract.
If
I
they,
don't know if inventory pro
no,
shop is.
well,
Well, no, not
if their
necessarily.
inventory,
The carts?
They own
no,
the carts,
they
they
own the
lease the
carts.
carts.
It's
So
physical.
stuff.
So it stops at some point. So
The hard
they're
stuff.
responsible to maintain the carts, they're responsible for restocking the store, taking care of the cash registers, all
We
that
own the real
stuff.
Think of fixed assets.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
the hard
ground,
stuff.
So-
the building, parking lot, lights.
I
kind of
appreciate that
stuff.
we're pouring money into it to improve things that have long since been broken, and I think that's a necessary thing to keep the playability of the course. In terms of the maintenance, we have to make sure that we have a good enough relationship, that we are maintaining these things, that it doesn't get to this point again, because we can't be at the point where we have a capital expenditure list that includes an HVAC replacement. That, how long has that thing been broken? I mean,
It
that's-
works, it's just undersized, and it's been undersized since the building was built. That's part of the challenge,
Okay.
100%, Jeff, no question.
Yeah, and the maintenance does fall for the big capital assets under our jurisdiction.
It's a
to-
partnership,
to maintain.
right? It's a
Okay.
partnership. We don't necessarily maintain it, they have a
Not
turnkey
the
lease,
venue,
so
but I want
they're-
to talk about that.
They're on the ongoing, but, when you've got an issue where we have a unit that's been undersized since we put it in, and it's never cooled the way it's supposed to, then it's a partnership. You gotta remember it's a partnership. That's the most important thing.
And that's what I would like a little more clarity on, I guess, is where that division falls. If something breaks or falls apart, at what point is it our responsibility to fix versus their responsibility to fix? And I kind of liken it to a tenant lessor relationship.
It's
where you-
really their responsibility, period.
Okay.
As part of their lease, it is their responsibility. But given the nature of the profits and losses over the last few years, we have partnered with them to do some of that. Ultimately, it falls today, in the kind of lease they have, it falls under their umbrella.
So
But at the same time,
You're all asking the right questions. You're all asking the right questions. What I would ask, and because we could be here all day,
Yep.
and some of the conversation that needs to happen to answer some of your questions really needs to happen in an executive session.
Yep.
Because it has to do with contract negotiation, it has to do with that kind of stuff. And so this is number 2 on my strategy list. The workforce trumped it, that used to be number 1. Is that something that we do maybe sooner than later to answer some of these questions for these guys? Because they really do need to happen in an executive session to be able to really give you that history and that background and why things are the way that they are without ruining what our future negotiation could be with American Golf.
Yeah, this is more like that 30,000 foot level,
Yeah.
Just as a,
here we are.
FYI, and then those details
It's-
really should wait for the executive session.
And it's super important for you guys to understand as you get ready to set your goals, why we have invested some money in the last few years, right? So,
But I would ask, when are we going to get them down here to talk
he
to
may
us?
be here in June, I'll know next week.
Yes. Sandy's.
No, Sandy's here all the time. So,
All right. We have just a few more topics, so Manal Maladad is going to talk a little bit about multifamily.
Good morning, everybody. I am going to discuss multifamily development, what it's typically been defined as, what the trends we are seeing of late, and hopefully be able to talk you through where we started with multifamily here in Rowlett and where we are now. So just by way of definition, it really is a single building that contains 2 residential units and is inclusive of mixed residential
Good.
structures. The reason I bring up mixed residential structures is because we have a form-based code as well. You can have a variety of uses within a building that would qualify it to be multifamily as well. I do want to preface that this does not include townhomes. Those are a separate category based on our Rowlett Development Code. In 2020, I believe in November, the City Council did adopt an ordinance that would require a special use permit to be attached from towards multifamily development if it were being proposed anywhere within the city. It also included or includes the North Shore, and we had to amend our framework plans, which are a zoning development, to enable that. So what is the SUP process? The SUP process is basically a procedure that allows for a discretionary approval for development and uses that have unique characteristics to them. So it gives you an opportunity to understand the viability of that project as it relates to your built environment, as it relates to compliance with the development code and those types of things. And based on what we can dig up with our zoning maps, except for an undeveloped acre parcel, which is zoned MFS, which is multifamily suburban district, which is really going to allow multifamily development in more of our suburban areas, more Euclidean type zoning. All other projects that we see in our community are vested projects that allow multifamily development. And I deliberately provide that bullet point as we talk about existing, under construction, and approved developments. So what have we seen of late from the planning arena, from this planning discipline, in all the conferences that we sit and talk, in all these roundtables that we have? Multifamily is a huge topic because the planning discipline is dealing with this land use. We see a lot of activity as it relates to multifamily development, yet we have communities that are not, not look favorably upon this development. So what is driving demand for multifamily development? From what we can ascertain, it is now a new style of living that's being offered. It has flexibility, amenities, it's an amenitized community, and it does give you that community feel. We've also seen significant regional growth. So infrastructure capacity, for example.
you want to offset your density to be able to offset your cost as well. So your density will offset your cost, and so your infrastructure capacity, your infrastructure cost, your development costs, and then affordability, rent versus ownership. Although we've seen some movement in that arena lately, and now with what we're seeing in terms of the trends that we're seeing now, we may see a different curve there. So what does future multifamily look like in Rowlett? Again, it's based on location, it's mixed use heavy. You would see structured parking, single family for rent is a very new product that we see, that we are approached with and other communities are approached with, where you have single family development and that is rented out. And people are beginning to like that product. So you would have single family units that would be in an amenitized community. Workforce accommodation is key. We see a lot of multifamily development needs that we've seen from our Rowlett Housing Finance Corporation, for example, and then the age-restricted product as well. So I wanted to give you some examples from an architectural perspective, not leaning on the materials, but just to give you an idea of what we say when we say mixed-use development, mixed-use residential versus plain multifamily development. As I mentioned, it is a new style of living. It's meeting a demand for a new niche that we've been noticing nationwide. Infrastructure capacity is key here, and I'll speak to that in just a second. But typically what we are seeing are those who are not interested in maintaining their larger properties or their single-family homes and want to be in a community where most of that is, that they don't have to rely on themselves, but can rely on others to do so. And so that is a cost of living that they incur. When we assess multifamily development within the city, and now that you also have the SUP process, plans are just not approved carte blanche. We have to assess, do we have connectivity? Can they plug and play, basically? And so past planning for current growth has provided Rowlett with sufficient infrastructure to support development. There is a capacity in the city's utilities, streets, and public safety network to sustain residences and businesses. But we always keep a keen eye on our infrastructure. Traffic will continue to remain a concern. But when we, as I said, review projects, multifamily projects are reviewed for their impact on our road system. We also look at impact on our infrastructure. And if they are unable to maintain or sustain the capacity that we need, then those projects will be turned down unless they provide improvements to the infrastructure, such as right-of-way designation, such as creation of a right turn descent lane, for example, upsizing your water and sewer plants as well. So there's a lot of detail that occurs behind the scenes to ensure the viability of the project. But then it is also based on the existing zoning on the property and whether the use is permitted or not. This is a very heavy table and a very heavy slide, and it's deliberate because I have to squash a bunch of data in there, just to give you some idea of what. When we look at multifamily development, that is from a taxable value or DCAT appraisal approach, it is appraised as a commercial use, not as a residential use. And you can see that I have listed existing and permitted multifamily developments within the city. We start from 1979 all the way to current, and that's how that spreadsheet has been arranged for you, and you can see the unit counts with that. When we go towards the bottom of the slide, 190 Main, that's under construction over off of Main Street. You have Sapphire Bay buildings 1 and 2, and then you have the Surfside apartments as well. Those are your projects in Sapphire Bay right now, and I've put them on that because they have been approved the permits have been approved for those. So what that tells you is that our total and existing under construction units is at about 5,200 units. But we also have a number of approved projects, and you might see construction occurring in the near future. And these are primarily located in the North Shore. And you can see I've shown you the unit count associated with them. And you have Merritt Grove, Merritt Villa. I know there are a bunch of Merritts, but they're mostly off of, Merritt Park. We're talking about, over 1,000 units there. Vista North Shore, which was approved a couple of years.
1,600 units, it looks like, in North Shore. Are those all concentrated in one area, or are they spread across where they're going to interfere with us putting together large tracts of land?
So let's talk about that. the North Shore, with some of them, yes, especially with Vista North Shore, that is located in an already, area that is already being for multifamily development, and is adjacent to Harmony Hills.
Okay.
But you will see some of these projects that are dispersed, such as Merritt Park. Merritt Park is proposing 600 units, but it will also be adjacent to a large 300-plus residential community, single-family residential community. It will be master planned in that manner. So in terms of when you say, will it hamper or impede the ability for a master plan development, it will have an impact on that. Again, you also have to consider the existing zoning on the ground. All these uses were permitted and vested prior to the SUP process
Right,
as well.
right. I was thinking maybe it's the Merritt Villas that are kind of sitting right in the middle of, but otherwise, there's a large, just across from on Merritt, just across Hickox.
Right.
Yeah, they're sitting right in the midst of what could have been a very large tract
Right.
with a few owners, and now we're going to add.
Right, and
How
the
many?
urban neighborhood district in the form-based code permits the land uses. And these were all vested and approved prior to the adoption
To
of
the
special
SUP.
use permit. So that being said, total approved, we're at about 1,817 units. Now, these will have a plus or minus to them, but it won't be that significant. I guarantee it won't be less than 1,800 units. And I wanted to provide a little bit of insight on how we calculate the permit fees for multifamily units currently. And basically, it is a flat rate of $500, and then based on each building, square footage of each building is 50 cents per square foot. And that is how we come up with the permit fees, because we can no longer calculate permit fees based on valuation of the property. That was a state law that came into play in 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
Manal, do you have updated occupancy rates and kind of
Yes.
give an update on how often we track that?
So I will lean on Libby on how often we track that. As of April, we were at 93.2% on occupancy rate for our multifamily units.
Yeah, that hasn't.
I don't think it's changed much.
It hovers between 93, 95.
Which is it's a very high
Compared to
occupancy rate.
100% for single-family homes.
It's not, because we actually have over 2,000 single-family homes in Rowlett that are rented.
Yeah.
Well,
They're occupied.
they're occupied.
So Manal, you mentioned, you brought up the permit fees. I think surely there has to be a reason that you brought that up specifically. Is that in line with surrounding communities, or?
It is in line with surrounding communities. I also brought it up because I provided a table that shows you the approximate taxable value. I wasn't going to dive into that. But just to give you a perspective, in the, as we say, olden days, we used to look at the valuation of a property to determine your permit fees because they were attached to that, but not anymore. But the plus side of this is that, this is commercially taxed property, and that is what the taxable value is. So it does put a bit of a dent on our, intake.
Does the new formula approximate what the old formula would have produced in terms of the permit fees?
It's close, yes.
Close?
And I think that's an important point that you made about the way that this is classified as commercial property. Because when I look at the earlier slides and we had, total property values of so-and-so $1 billion, it kind of breaks down to 23 and 77. But really, of that 23% that's, quote, commercial, a good portion of it is, or is a portion, maybe not a good portion, but a portion of it is still residential living and not retail or industrial.
And one thing interesting, Jeff, is that we treat multifamily as single family for water and sewer rates. That means if you had, let's say, 20 units in one building, then that's 20 base fees. It's very close to the same rate single family pays. Because in the past, it was almost like free rider. In other words, it was so low for multifamily, we didn't hardly have any. So it was so low, and that was one thing our consultant advised us a few years ago, is that, a lot of cities are moving towards more equivalency for multifamily. And so that's another reason that's helped our rates, because we've been able to hold down on the overall because of that. It's been a big benefit.
Is the sewer rate calculated the same there as well?
Do you remember if sewer is the same way? I think the base rate is, because they typically have only 1 meter Well, say they have few meters per building, so I think we do it on the basis of units. But the base fee, I think, is also for sewer too. But remember, it's not exactly dollar for dollar, but it used to be like 20 cents per dollar. Now it's more like 90, so it's pretty close.
Well, somewhere down the road, you'll hear from me more detail about my belief at this point, because I haven't pulled all the data yet, that we are in fact, based on our accelerated rates for greater usage, are subsidizing the lower usage communities or smaller, denser communities from the less dense communities. And I'll explain that more later. Our progressive rates for usage.
Let's do the MTP truck route.
Next
You knew it was
topic
coming.
for discussion is the current truck routes. And I wanted to give you some data relating to the existing ordinance that's in place. I know some of you are very familiar with this. We have a truck route ordinance that was originally adopted in 2010, and later it was amended in 2011. There was an amendment to associated code in 2018, but that was related to weight of vehicles, tonnage of vehicles. Currently, our truck traffic is allowed along the routes that you see in blue on your screen, and really it's north and southbound PGPT, east-west corridor of Lakeview Parkway. You're all familiar with that north-southbound Rowlett Road. And then you have a jog in Miller Road, just a section of Miller Road between Rowlett Road and PGPT. When this ordinance was adopted or amended in 2011, there was a caveat that Dial Rock Road from its southern city limits to Lakeview Parkway was an option until the completion of either Rowlett Road Phase 2 or the construction of PGPT, whichever came first. So that has, based on the ordinance, it's dropped off of the route. There is a need to evaluate these truck routes, again, just because the last time we did that was in 2011. We've seen some changes in our master thoroughfare plan. We will see some changes as it relates to amendments to the master thoroughfare plan to accommodate new development. But we need to consider the current built environment. We need to consider projected development. And then we need to understand the efficacy of the Miller Road connection between Rowlett Road and PGPT.
You can't turn right off
So,
Rowlett
my
onto
next
Miller.
Makes no sense for that.
And then what is the maintenance impact on these roadways when we talk about these large vehicles? A lot of communities, and I'm digressing, but a lot of large communities do have, when it comes to construction, traffic, that you have some form of an agreement. One would be to have a bond put in place so that if there is damage to a road as it relates to traffic, then you can recoup that cost. But then, again, it becomes, how do we know this road was deteriorated to this point? But a lot of communities do have that in place. And then another reason is to address, as I mentioned, construction traffic to accommodate development projects, because we do have a lot of development activity within the city, and we want to make sure that there is accessibility to them to ensure that they can bring their materials to site. So although the citywide truck, we do not have truck trip generation data, we do have some data points as it relates to non-residential truck traffic. Now, it is anticipated that as we see new development, as we see redevelopment, and especially new development within our undeveloped areas such as North Shore, we will see a ramp up of traffic. Just by way of example, we recently approved a zoning change for a logistics warehouse facility on PGBT at Liberty Grove Road. And they anticipate 1,500 semi-trailers, 2 and 3 axle trucks per day. So that is what they're anticipating based on a very preliminary assessment.
So I remember there was 300 and some of the 18-wheelers, so the balance of that would be the box truck, as I think of it. Okay.
We've done all, right.
Bobtails.
Bobtails, okay.
So truck traffic should, be limited to major arterials and freeways to minimize the impact on street infrastructure and protect residential adjacencies as well as existing development. We can't ignore the fact that we do have non-residential development too that could be impacted by truck traffic. So we need to assess the viability of the Miller Road route. We've already talked about that, and we do know that, when, there are two schools on the road, first of all, so we need to be cognizant of that. The large trucks cannot navigate the turn from northbound Rowlett to the road. They, jump the curb, they damage the curb, or they damage the median. So Miller Road does not add value at this point. Initially, prior to, we had accessibility needs to the landfill, and that's now changed because that can be accessed in different routes. And then assess the viability of Rowlett Road. There is this was the preferred route prior to PGPT. And when we talk about Miller Road, I want to go back to that. Possibly there could be a reason to jump off onto Miller, and that's to avoid perhaps tolls or the PGPT traffic lane itself.
And I'll interject. So lately, with the construction out along Sapphire Bay on I-30, I'm seeing a lot more trucks jumping off of PGP and hitting Miller and coming down to Rowlett to avoid the backup.
Yeah, I was gonna make that say, I've seen an awful lot of haulers back and forth up and down Rowlett, and I'm assuming that's from that
Well,
construction.
those guys, I think, are coming out of the cement place up there on Castle.
Are they?
Yeah, most of them are gone out there.
Okay.
But you do see a lot of them cut through when there's a backup on
Yeah.
30 or 190.
So I think it's very important to address construction traffic and how that needs to be managed. And that's all I have.
Manal, can you
Yes, sir.
touch on, when we were going to be updating the MTP
Yes.
versus perhaps amending it instead?
Yes, so there have been several changes just as a result of development. I do want to preface that the master thoroughfare plan is a guiding tool that helps you understand generally where you want to see your roadway infrastructure. It identifies the cross-sections for your streets, but those can be modified as you see development, depending on that density of development or the use of the development. So we have seen some changes as it relates to the Negro Road and PGBT, as it relates to some elements along Lakeview Parkway, along Woodside, Woodson Road, for example. So those amendments need to be made in order to address the changes that we've seen, and they will come before you, council, for your approval and adoption. However, I think we're at a critical stage now where we need to understand does our infrastructure play with development and comprehensive planning as well. And those are elements that you want to do in line, congruent with each other, so you can plan the land use forecasting in relationship to your master plan. They either happen in tandem or they happen very immediately after a comprehensive plan update. So we're anxious to see in 2024, hopefully a master thoroughfare plan update, but it would be an intensive study. It's not just where we sit and determine to color code the map, but it's actually understanding development trends existing in future.
So should we ever decide to eliminate the truck route that is Rowlett Road, what would it look like in communication or partnership with Garland to eliminate their portion of the truck route on Firewall Parkway and the southern portion of Rowlett Road where it comes across the bridge? How would that work?
Well, obviously, if we have a truck route and we know that our, such as Garland or what have you, then we would have that conversation to determine alternative routes and make sure that there is no impact. So in terms of accessing the landfill, for example, that landfill is accessed of the PGT. And so, yes, there is a secondary route out of Homestead, I was gonna say Princeton, if I'm not mistaken, but that is purely a secondary route.
But if we were to take away the truck route that is Rowlett Road,
Yes,
the northern part that's Firewheel, that's Garland, that's still a truck route.
correct.
As far as Garland's concerned, would we communicate with them and let them know?
Yes,
we're
we-
doing
Yes,
that?
absolutely,
we would need
that
to.
conversation has to happen
Yeah, okay,
well in advance,
okay.
to say this is.
So it's part of a bigger plan
Yes,
with Garland as well?
absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
all right.
All the parties that would be impacted with it, that are partners, adjacencies, we would have to have that conversation.
Thank you.
I have one quick question. Do we know, and Chief's not here, do we have an commercial vehicle enforcement unit with MPD? And
Yes,
what's
we
our
do.
Oh, yeah.
fines? And what's our
So,
fine?
we do. We have, our CV officer actually, is extremely busy. He primarily hits the big ones, 30 and, some of the other thoroughfares, but, this is an area that is his expertise. He can focus on certain areas if we need him to. It's kind of really kind of an interesting story, but he generates more than his salary in fines because a lot of the trucks, either they're overweighted or whatever. He's got these scales in the back of his vehicle. He can pretty much tell when they're doing that. But-
And I don't know what the process is and what are within ordinance. There's got to be some research in terms of maxing out what those penalties are, because, as this gets reconfigured and as more development takes place, you got to make it hurt
Yeah.
for them to get it.
And not just the
So-
cost of doing business.
Yeah,
Exactly
a
right.
lot of it is state law driven, and so they can only you may have one truck may have 10 different citation or not citations, but not in line with code. Brake lines are cracked or the axle is broke, whatever. But you can only fine up to 4. But those 4 are very expensive. Very, very expensive.
Well, and those are somewhat separate, I think, than what we're talking about in terms of trucks
Violations,
that
We're
are
talking
traveling
about if
on
there's
a
a
route.
truck that's not on a
Not-
truck route and you pull them off.
Yeah, I think the
what's
maximum-
maximum ability that we can fine them so that they know not to take that cut through.
I believe it's $2,000
Well-
is, because it falls under municipal code
Municipal
in this
code.
particular case, where the state allows municipalities to manage their truck routes, and so it falls under the $2,000 limit. At least that's what's in our code now. I did want to raise this. So, as you know, this became an issue a couple of months ago for me when I was approached by a gentleman who was very, very concerned about the public safety aspect, especially on the lower half of Rowlett Road, where the rock haulers, the big dump truck style coming off of that cement plant, are going down Rowlett Road, heading obviously towards some kind of construction down along 30 or somewhere, and they're traveling potentially in excess of the speed limit, which is 40 down through there. And he's done some research, and I've done a little bit of research, and I think it's worth looking at more detailed, that the sight lines for most of those residential streets, and Rowlett Road is principally a residential collector street except for a little area around 66. The sight line in the lower part down there is less than the stopping distance of one of those trucks when they're hitting 45 or 50 miles an hour. And we don't want to have that kind of tragedy in Rowlett. Their stopping distance is something like 300 feet when they're going that fast and they're fully loaded. And the sight line's about 200 to 250 feet for most of those intersections. I know even just looking for cars, I've come out of those areas sometimes, and most everybody in my neighborhood comes up my street because they can use the light at Jaha to get out there. But otherwise, they're trying to nose out until they can actually see around the retaining walls there, or the screening walls.
Yeah. So it'll be good whenever we can have this update and be able to go over all of these details.
Yep. Yes, sir. All right, 2 more quick hits. And
Thanks,
then,
Manal.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll be ready to talk about go to lunch and have lunch. So, wanted to tell you guys that the 88th Texas legislative session is coming up. That is this year. So, we, as y'all know, they meet every 2 years. So, that's coming up starting in January. So, one thing that the city council does is every 2 years, we establish a legislative agenda. What are we going to engage our legislative delegation on? What we might want to propose? What bills do we want passed? What we might even need to write ourselves? And so in previous years, we wrote legislation to allow ourselves to be able to write tickets on I-30. Because we already provide first responder services, and yet, too often, we were outside of our own city limits, and so there was nothing we could do to help enforcement issues when we had a problem, when we're already out there dealing with it. And you guys know, we've had fire trucks and police cars hit, from inattentive drivers on those roads when we've been addressing a problem with another, set of drivers. The other thing we've done is we had legislation passed along with 11 other cities that year that is going to provide the 10 years worth of tax rebates on Sapphire Bay
the state tax rebates that we're gonna be able to help use, for our conference center and those kinds of things. So you're gonna be seeing that. This is not really the time to really kind of go into specific things. And it's okay in some years if we don't actually have a bill we want to write. It could just be things that we want to oppose, like tinkering with the property tax law. Every time they do that, it ends up becoming worse for cities. But things we want to advocate for, things we want to oppose. So you're going to be seeing that. We will have specific sessions on that. And then our last topic, you can see this is what we would end up doing. It's usually a 2-page flyer. We meet with our legislative agenda or delegation. We show them this. We talk about what we're concerned about. The chamber in the city usually sponsors a trip down there where we get to meet with them during the session. So again, we can reinforce, our concerns and beliefs. I will tell you the last couple of sessions, there has been this notable philosophical change by many of our, not our personal delegation, but so opposed to local government control.
Yep.
And so many things pulled away that cities usually had control over. One simple one, and it's not to say that we think it's all bad, but they put in a requirement for permitting that
30 days.
we only have 30 days now to approve not a zoning request, plat. I think that's what it is. I wish Manal walked out just as I was going to look at her.
Site plans, preliminary plans.
All right, but my point is that that shot clock starts. If we're not ready to approve it in 30 days, it's automatically approved. We have to deny it, and then you have to provide the reasons. So every session, there's going to be things like that.
Well,
Changes to public safety, changes to whatever they are. Even our own governance model is at risk every single time. So anyway, that's coming up. All right, last thing we're going to talk about is, and this is another biggie, you'll see more about this in the budget.
We're going to do this quick, and we only included it because it is a significant budget impact over the next 3 years. So Department of Justice has a grant that allows us to hire, kind of like SAFER. If you're familiar with SAFER at all, that allows us to hire additional firemen, cops. There are others out there. This is a big one. Allows us to hire additional police officers. So our grant manager and our police department are in the process of putting together the application, which is due on June 16th. He is far into the process. It has taken months to get together all the information. It includes not only police, but the school district and HR and the whole works. Basically, what they are currently applying for, I think, is 8 officers. And you'll see here that if we will hear about the grant on September the 30th, it's due June 16th. We hear about it on September 30th, and the project start date is October 1. And so this, just some general notes about, and you have this in your presentation, how we budget for police officers, how our HR department helps come up with those, what the grant stipulates on what can be spent and what can't be spent, and all that good stuff. So I'd say all that to show you this. It will have a significant hit to the general fund over the next few years. Upfront, FY23 would only be about $319,000. 24 would be $458,000, and it increasingly goes up as they go off of the grant payroll, for lack of a better word, and onto the city's payroll, right? And so we can adjust a bit how it affects the general fund, but they chose to do it, try to evenly split it up over a few years. So you see the total cost, let's just say for FY23, the total cost for 8 officers is $721,920. The federal share is 75%. So the grant's going to cover $541,000, and the city has to cover $180,000. But there's also equipment and vehicles and all the things that go along with having these people, right? And so, and it grows as the grant decreases, the amount that the city contributes increases. And so typically grants don't really have almost a 50-50 match. Safer, it falls out a little differently. Wendy could probably explain that much better than me. Sometimes they'll include the first 2 years and then you're on the hook for the rest. But this particular grant is how the federal share is allocated. And if you see, it can only be $125,000 per officer over 3 years. And so that's how they come up with the $1 million grant amount and then the city's share. So I put that in there, and Brian and I talked about it. It is a great grant, don't get me wrong. There are a ton of police grants, and hopefully you'll hear from the city manager's office that we want a grant writer, right? Because we can keep writing grants. But this is Kim Townsend, our grant, finance grant, I don't know what, accountant, that's the word I was looking for, and Ron, our grant coordinator, have worked very closely to come up with a schedule that will work for Rowlett and how it will hash out over those next
So,
4 years.
And just so you guys know, the SAFER grant was 3 years with no money up front on personnel cost.
Yep.
Now, we had to pay for uniforms and equipment and all that, but, so when we talked earlier that during the budget, coming up budget meetings, we're going to talk about what we've been calling our landmine planning. In other words, where is this hump, right? This adds to the hump. But yet, we need officers.
Yeah.
So the police department is asking for 8 new
In
officers
addition to-
in this year from the general fund, and we're applying for 8 more on top of that. We're preparing for Sapphire Bay. At the same time, we're trying to meet the current needs because our response time for priority 1 calls is going up. And they want to put more people on the street to help offset that response time. So it's a big, big deal.
You guys see that there's a note at the bottom that says we rounded these numbers, so after Ron and finance got done with their part, I took out the pennies. So the math is not, they fussed at me because the math is not exact, but you get the general gist of where we're at and what it will cost.
But you left in the
So
pennies.
what's our total number of patrol officers right now?
That's,
They can get that for us. Total number of officers today.
Patrol officers.
patrol
Oh,
is
no,
like,
patrol's 40,
Yeah, some-
40-something.
40.
In order to do 24/7, and they have so many beats that they try to do, so it's,
minimum, minimum.
oh, I forgot, there was one last topic.
.06.
So
But yeah, it's just
I
over
want to
4.
talk in more detail about that, about coverage and where we need to be in terms of coverage and how
Oh,
that
that'll
affects
be-
response rates and things like that.
That'll be as part of the,
And it takes 4 officers to have 1 on the street 24/7.
Right.
So every 4, so at 8,
Thank
that's
you.
only 2 more people on the street. And then
Last one.
Wendy wanted to talk to you guys about this because you're going to see this on June 7th.
Okay, this is something that came up, just came up on Monday morning. I got a call from our financial advisors at Hilltop Securities. They're our bond issuance advisors, and she said, hey, I've got some problems we probably want to talk about the logistics of issuing your bonds this summer. So, our normal schedule is, or the normal timeline that we had scheduled with them for this issuance is that there would be a work session with council on June 7th. We would talk about in the work session the projects that are slated to be funded with this issuance, that we would then issue the bonds or do the pricing on June 21st, and then have the funding in July, August timeframe, July this year. But due to she got a call from their desk and said that they were highly recommending that due to the new federal holiday of Juneteenth this year, as well as the Fed meeting on the 15th and the 16th of this month, they're expecting, or next month, they're expecting a rate hike again. So she said, we're recommending that you get ahead of that and issue your bonds before the 21st, when we had originally planned the 21st of June. So what she proposed for us to do, after speaking with our bond counsel, is that we issue what's called a parameter ordinance. So typically, when we go back on the 21st, we get the pricing that morning, or Hilltop gets the pricing that morning, so that the ordinance that goes to you, or the sale, you know all of the details. You know the interest rate, you know the term, you know the amount of the issuance whenever you pass the ordinance. This will be a little bit different. So what this is doing is we will pass an ordinance, we will propose to pass an ordinance on June 7th, the same night that we do the work session, that's called a parameter ordinance. And what that does is it delegates the final pricing authority to staff, and she said that that delegation is usually to 2 people within the city staff, usually the finance director and the city manager, and that staff can approve the sale of those bonds as long as the conditions of the parameter ordinance are met. And those parameters are that council is saying within the parameter ordinance on June 7th that here's the maximum true interest costs, the maximum principal amount has to be no more than this amount, what the final maturity date is, and it also gives the expiration of the delegated authority. So that'll be a little bit different this year, but again, it's going to allow the city maximum flexibility to price the bonds on any day after the 7th to get ahead of that interest rate risk rather than being locked into pricing on the date of a regular city council meeting and waiting till the 21st. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's something that I haven't been involved with the city in the 10 years that I've been here. But I said, well, why haven't we been doing this all along? I mean, it seems a lot easier than the process that we have been going through of going back to council with the final sale. As long as we're given parameters, why wouldn't we just, do this in the future? And she says it's an option for us, so just consider that too as well. But you do have to qualify to be able to issue a parameter bond. She said the city has to have at least a population of over 50,000, which we have, as well as outstanding bond debt of over 100 million. So we do. So we qualify to do this. And she said that the thought of the state is if you have that much debt issuance, you're probably well versed at issuing debt and kind of, know what you're doing, and so they allow you to take this route. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on it. That's something, it is explained as well in the staff report that you will get for the June 7th council meeting.
Do we have any information at this point about the reaction in muni bond rates after the last Fed rate increase?
I haven't heard anything. Here
was what I was going to say. The market is already adjusting for what they believe the feds will do on June 15th. We were concerned about the combination of that holiday and that meeting if they decided to do more, but they're already hinting at, I think it's 50 cents.
Yeah.
So the market's already adjusted for it. So whatever that impact's going to be, it's already going to be there. What our real issue is, and we have done one of these before, but it has been many years ago, when you have these kind of conditions, there's that much volatility, what you're looking for are windows of opportunity to nail it right then and there. And so, like on any given day, if we did this on our normal schedule, we might actually get to that Tuesday and say, oh man, we don't want to sell the bonds today. Mm-hmm. But if we have a week or two to kind of work within that and see where it softens, where it gets more aggressive, and then boom, do it, this is why. And you're not really losing any power over this because you're already going to set your maximums of the interest rate and all that, and then our job is just to try to see if we can stay under that. So guys, that was it, and then we're going to have lunch now, and Laura will lead us in that. It's a working lunch, so we will continue our discussions, but it's going to shift more to council governance issues. And then when we come out of that, after a break after lunch, then we're going to go into kind of really starting some of the goal setting. We're going to talk about the strategic plan a little bit, and then start going into the list of some of our goals and how we're going to do that. So,
Okay.
all right.
All right, so guys, I don't have anything formal or official to talk to you about. I mean, this isn't officially a training session.
I like pickles.
New council members. But since we were all getting together for a work session, that really has an open agenda. There are a couple of things that I wanted to go over that we will need to be, that you will need to be addressing in the near future. One of them, the first one is rezoning and comp plan amendments, is something which is an ongoing issue that we have been getting beaten up on for months and months now. The second is eminent domain, and the third issue, broad outline concerns. I gotta tell you, right now, as I sit here today, we are in the best litigation position we have ever been in 15 years I've been in the city. When I first came on board, back in '07, we had half a dozen public works projects that were in the tubes in litigation. We had a whole bunch of other stuff going on, and it was horrible. Where we are right now is apart from ad valorem tax collection litigation, we have 4 lawsuits against us. I'm sorry, there are 4 lawsuits in which we are involved in, right? The first is the El Cenizo San Antonio Federal District Court litigation involving the Senate Bill 4 and Sea Sanctuary or anti-sanctuary legislation. That's a lawsuit that for some bizarre, freakish reason, literally, randomly, we were picked out of all the cities in Texas to join in and be a party to that lawsuit. It's really big, federal district court litigation involving constitutional laws that's being handled on our behalf by the Texas Attorney General because the law says so. And in the event that we are found liable, the law also says the state of Texas shall pay any damages. A whole bunch of different parties are involved, including the city general's office, the city attorney's office, a whole bunch of sheriff's departments. But we were lucky enough to be singled out to be sued in that case. No liability to us of any kind, not even for expenses or costs or legal fees. The other case is the Tavern Romaine case. It's a slip and fall at the courthouse. That stuff is going to happen. It's just going to happen.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's a slip and fall case. A woman at a private event at the courthouse.
Well, we don't have to talk about it.
Huh?
So we don't have to talk about it. I just wanted to know, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah. No, it's really not. But, you know, we are kind of sued in that case because it's our facility, but we have certain defense. It doesn't matter. TML, Intergovernmental Risk Pool, our insurance carrier, is paying for our legal defense through a third-party law firm, and they're paying any damages that we might be taxed. The other 2 cases are cases that we are filing, or that we are pursuing as plaintiff. One is the Netflix franchise fee litigation. Doesn't cost us anything, but us, Rowlett, and a number of other cities have joined in to participate in a lawsuit against Netflix and some other streaming service video providers alleging recovery for past due franchise fees and future franchise fees because they kind of are using up public rights of way to provide their service. The last lawsuit that we're involved in is the Rayosha Enterprises case. You should know this. The Comfort Inn, that's Great Hubbard, hasn't paid hotel occupancy taxes sporadically beginning in 2019. Of course, they paid the comptroller's office the state's portion of hotel occupancy taxes, but they haven't paid us. Sued them, we got a judgment against them, we have a settlement agreement with them, and then they defaulted on that, they defaulted on everything else, and when we were literally almost on the steps of the courthouse to foreclose the judgment lien, he walks in and pays everything that was left on the judgment. Right?
Who's the owner again?
His name is, we're dealing with a person.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
But the real owners of the corporation or the LLC that owns it are Sunita Haben Patel and Chetan Kumar.
It's a Patel.
Right. We're having difficulties here, but what happens is we got a judgment against them, we ended up paying it off at the very last minute. In the meantime, all of the other taxes that were due prior to the post-judgment were still not being paid. And so we filed another lawsuit against them and made it clear to the prior counsel that this time we're just going to shut them down. We've just got a hearing scheduled on our petitioner application for August. And the reason why I have set that far off into the future is because I'm going to need a couple of months to serve them. I'm going to serve the Texas Secretary of State's office with our application. I'm sorry?
The camera was on. Is that stuff that we can say?
None of this is confidential,
Okay.
but I'm
All right.
fine with disclosing all this publicly. All right? We've always had a difficult time serving them. You know, in the first lawsuit, we served the Secretary of State's office because they're registered agent for service of process and maintains a registered address at a hotel in Tyler, Texas. And the person who the sheriffs and constables are approaching at that hotel, whose name I think is Patel, is saying, well, you know, these people aren't here anymore. Okay, so.
How are you gonna find them, David?
So what we're doing is we have a motion pending for substitute service where I'm asking that the judge allow us to serve anybody over the age of 16 years at the Comfort Inn Hotel here in Rowlett.
Oh, nice.
And serve the Secretary of State.
I like that.
Yeah, there, well, I'm
That
thinking-
poor 17-year-old, David. They're gonna scar him for life.
I'm hoping to scare a hotel clerk to death with. But I want a big impact on this, you know, and seriously, I mean, I want the sheriff out there in
You're exactly
uniform,
right.
you know, with staff. We could have seized assets from the hotel. But I'm telling you, last time around, we worked with them, we negotiated, we allowed, but he did things that were clearly indicative of an intent to deceive. You know, we would tell him, all right, you agree to pay 50% of this amount, the judgment amount today, plus, you know, past due hotel taxes. He goes up to City Hall, and it was weird because he's calling me. Like, you know, I'm about to leave my office right now. Okay, Tony, very good. He calls me again. I'm on my way to City Hall right now. Okay. He calls me, and I'm not kidding. He calls me, I'm at City Hall right now. Okay, you know? So he writes a check, and the number in the right-hand corner, in the box in the right-hand corner of the check, the written numerical figure was correct, but the written description was incorrect. He wrote it wrong. All right, staff, city personnel accepted it. They didn't notice it. They checked the number, it looked good. They took it, they deposited it. Bank kicks it back and says no good. Right? And he knew what he was doing. You know, so okay. He gives himself basically. I have to call him and write letters. He gives him another week to make good on the check, and he did. And then finally, you know, we were about to foreclose. He writes a check. We accept the check. We pull the property from foreclosure. And then the check bounced. And then the check bounced. We posted for foreclosure again, which really bothered me about 2 to 3 months a year. This time around, no more fooling around. You know, I made it really clear to the last council, we're just gonna shut it down. We got an injunction, we'll close like that. Literally show up one day and chain the door shut. Unless he pays everything, and we're not gonna do any more, you know, let him pay it out over time kind of thing, because he's literally like $50,000. But the
Cashier's
odds-
check?
I'm sorry?
Cashier's check?
We'll look or take checks.
No,
you know,
cash.
How about your cash?
Credit card.
Ones and
Cashier's
fives.
check probably is more reliable than even the
But it's
cash.
not completely reliable, because there is a way that you can pay with a cashier's check and then renege on that.
Sure
I've actually seen
is.
that happen.
All right, let's go to Zelle then.
Exactly.
We'll take credit card payments, we'll take
Credit card.
Okay.
nickels and pennies in a wheelbarrow, you know, but
You know that's what we're gonna get.
I'm okay with that.
One of those news stories when that happens.
I'm okay with that, as long as we get paid, you know, I mean, the goal here is to get our hotel occupancy taxes. I don't know, one would be really angry with me. So,
You
You're
left
gonna be
out-
the one counting.
You left out the one lawsuit that was dismissed that I think is worth sharing.
Yeah.
all right, so let's talk about that. When we did the plan development zone for the Hills at Long Branch, the 8+ acre project at the the northeast corner of Miller and Rowlett Road, about 8 acres and change, right? A lot of people, you all may remember, because I know that some of you, that although you may not have been on the council, were certainly in attendance or watching council meeting, right? And, you know, the council gets the application, P&Z considers it at the public hearings, a lot of people spoke out, council hits council, I think it was this project, or it may have been the Lakeshore Village project, where it was kicked back to P&Z for further reconsideration, and then brought back to council again a second time. Each time we're having public hearings. Council adopts the zoning ordinance, plan development zoning on the property, right? A year later, we consider the Lakeshore Village project, which is 20-some odd acres, you know, at John Rock, not far from here, actually, it's just, I think it's Sapphire.
It's behind here, yeah.
Yeah. You know, people come out, again, Planning and Zoning Commission, consideration, review, evaluation, public hearing, recommendation to council. We consider it, council, after a controversial public hearing about the zoning. So we have an individual in town, you know, a former engineer, who lives half a mile away or so from the villas of Longview. He lives on a cul-de-sac off of Weems Way. He's been at every.
He's been at every meeting.
He was at the last meeting.
I've seen him.
Hidden Valley Circle.
I know who I'm talking about. Was inspecting the construction, progress of construction, of infrastructure construction of the project.
That's a private citizen?
Sitting down with personnel in community services, going over the construction details and plans, giving them recommendations and notifying them where our inspections were deficient and how our approvals and the prior engineering plans were deficient in certain respects.
Don't forget the cone plan.
All right, so, well, what he's also done is he believes, because he's got a lot of experience as an engineer and has worked with cities for so many years, and he really does
40.
know what he's talking about.
He's worked for cities 40 years.
40 years. He's retired and this is his hobby. I understand his perspective and where he's coming from. The argument that he's been making before the council and P&Z, and the argument that he made because he sponsored the Suzanne Herrera versus City of Rowlett litigation was as follows. Number one, Section 211.004 of the Texas Local Government Code, zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Now, interestingly enough, the statute uses the word must. It does not say shall. The word shall, by definition, imposes an absolute requirement. It's a mandatory requirement. The word must simply imposes a condition precedent. Zoning regulations must be adopted with a comprehensive plan. Section 213.1003 of the Texas Local Government Code discusses comprehensive plans. That chapter talks about comprehensive plans, and it says basically a comprehensive plan may be amended or adopted by the following: public hearings and review by Planning and Zoning Commission. In addition, subsection B of that same section says a municipality may establish in its charter or by ordinance procedures for adopting and amending a comp plan. The use of the word may in both of those sections very clearly indicates that those are optional procedures that we are not bound by or not controlled by. We could, if we want to, adopt or amend a comp plan by a series of public hearings, notices, and ordinances, if we wanted to. Alternatively, if we want to, we can establish by charter or by ordinance a process by which our comp plan could be amended. But you will notice that that statute does not say that a comp plan may only be adopted or amended by these following procedures. And there are other methods, because we are a home rule city with full power self-government. We could adopt and amend our comp plan in pretty much any process or procedure that we wanted to, so long as it's not in violation of state law, and it's not. This is just an example, because every zoning ordinance that I have drafted, that we have adopted over the past 15 years, has contained identical language. The caption of the ordinance will always begin with the phrase, "An ordinance of the City of Rowlett amending the comprehensive plan," even where the proposed rezoning ordinance is entirely consistent with the comprehensive plan. Section 1 of every zoning or every rezoning ordinance that we have adopted in the past 15 years contains this same language. A comprehensive zoning ordinance plan, comprehensive zoning ordinance, plan, and map of the city is hereby amended. Now, if there is a difference or a distinction between if the rezoning ordinance is in violation of the comp plan, that language keeps us safe. And it amends the comp plan. As you all know, every zoning ordinance that we ever adopt is adopted after notices to everybody within 500 feet, signs posted on the property, public hearings, publication of notices, P&Z recommendation, and then council consideration and action on the adoption of an ordinance. Every zoning ordinance has to be done in that same way. When we amend the comprehensive plan through zoning ordinances, on a site-by-site or rezoning ordinance by rezoning ordinance basis. We also amend the comp plan to the extent that there's any inconsistency. Y'all understand that we have form-based zoning in a lot of areas of town. The comp plan and form-based zoning is really necessarily vague and nebulous. And so in some, even in a smaller subdivision, like for example, the villas at Long Branch, you know, the zoning, the plan development zoning that we adopted was consistent with the comp plan. It was not consistent in all respects, but it's still basically consistent with the comp plan. There were some differences, but there were predominant similarities. For Lakeshore Village, that was consistent with the comp plan. This particular example is the Lakeshore Business District ordinance that was recently adopted, and we are currently receiving a whole bunch of feedback from our public on that. It is consistent with the comp plan in some respects, and is not consistent with the comp plan in other respects. And so to cure or correct any possible argument that we might be in violation of the provision of section 211.004 local government code that says that zoning ordinances must be adopted in accordance with the comp plan, we're doing it in exactly the way the law allows us and requires us to do it. The argument is, among other things, that the comp plan has to be amended first in a separate proceeding before you can adopt a zoning ordinance that would be inconsistent with the comp plan. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They're saying if you guys want to adopt something if you want to rezone a piece of property that is inconsistent with the comp plan, you have to amend the comp plan first, and then you can adopt the ordinance in separate sequential proceedings. That position is unsupported by Texas law. There is not a single case or statute that says so.
That's in accordance.
Well, you know.
That's what it says.
Yeah. All right, so understand, you all do understand that a comp plan is really just a set of guidelines. This is our wish list, what we'd like to see. You know, even chapter 213 contains a provision that says that a comp plan has to have a notation at the bottom of it that says a comp plan shall not constitute zoning regulations or establish zoning district boundaries. These are guidelines that y'all reference when you consider an application to rezone a piece of property. You're not bound by the comp plan. You can follow it if you want to. We do undergo every so often, every 5 years, is it? Yeah. I was going to say every few years because it just seems like it's a lot more frequently than that. But we undergo complete overhauls of our comp plan, where we will re-examine all of the provisions of the comp plan, come up with a brand new plan top to bottom, right? And between those wholesale overhauls within that intervening period of time, we still adopt zoning ordinances that may be consistent or somewhat inconsistent with the comp plan. And we are allowed to do that because that's what the law says. That's what our ordinances say. All right? Understand that zoning is a legislative function, that a duly adopted zoning ordinance is presumed to be valid and courts aren't supposed to interfere because it's kind of a separation of powers issue. The burden is on the party seeking to invalidate a zoning ordinance, and it is a heavy burden to prove that the zoning ordinance bears no substantial relationship to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare, or is arbitrary and unreasonable. All of your zoning decisions really are based on what you believe to be in the best interests of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the entire city. Even though the people that live nearby might have some special effect or might be in opposition to it, your obligation as a council member at large is to represent all of the people of the city. There may be people that are unhappy with it, but hopefully you won't be in a situation where Rockwall County was, years ago when they built that new courthouse. Everybody that was on the council, on the commissioner's court, they knew that when they did that, they were going to lose their jobs, and sure enough they did, but they didn't. They stuck to their guns. The allegation that we've received, we've had a group of people, predominantly those that live on Weems Way or adjacent to Weems Way. Terry Milliken lives on Hidden Valley Circle, which is the cul-de-sac off Williams Way. John Scola, who's also spoken at council meetings, lives 3 or 4 doors down from him. John Shoemaker, who is a former lawyer, lives around the corner on Williams Way, about 4 or 5 doors down from Terry Milliken. It's clear to me that they have discussed this among themselves, if not other people. They were highly outspoken last year in opposition to the the Villas at Long Branch project, because it's close to their homes. Terry Milliken made it very clear at council meetings, and I think John Shoemaker did as well, that they were sponsoring litigation against the city. Because they said, we're going to sue you because you're doing it wrong. Okay, and I tried to explain this, during council meetings and in open sessions, and they don't understand and they don't get it, and they think I'm wrong, and they think I'm misrepresenting a lot of the council. Jeez. So they made it clear in open meetings that they were sponsoring litigation against the city in the name of Laz and Suzanne Herrera and a group of other people. Most of them are residents who own property and live in the southern edge of the Lakeshore Village project. One other plaintiff, Ellen Gardner, lives adjacent to or owned land on the east side of the Villas at Long Branch project. They sued us last fall. They alleged that we were spot zoning, that our zoning ordinances were deviation or violation of our comp plan, and made these same allegations to the court in that case. In October, at some point, maybe a couple of months after the lawsuit was filed, Ellen Gardner passes away. Terry Milliken wasn't aware of that because he's telling the council, I'm trying to protect and defend that poor woman that lives next door, even though she passed away some months before. We had filed a plea to the jurisdiction in the fall of last year. Plea to the jurisdiction is effectively a motion to dismiss. It's one that basically asserts to a court that the court lacks jurisdiction over the matters or the subject matter or the parties to the lawsuit. I also did some nominal discovery, set of interrogatories, just to explore exactly who's involved in this lawsuit. They didn't answer the discovery. The answers that they gave us were really kind of wishy-washy. Had the police set for the hearing, and on January 14th of this year, the lawsuit was dismissed. There were 3 bases for dismissal. One was because they lacked standing. You have to have, in order to sue, you have to have some special standing. You have to have, the zoning ordinance must have some special effect on you, distinct from that and the rest of the city. And they never amended their pleadings to say that they had any special effect, even though they live right next door. That of itself doesn't mean that you have some special effect. Now, if you live down the street and it's going to increase traffic, well, that's different, but they never cured their pleadings with regards to their lack of allegations of proper standing. They had this jurisdictional, they had another argument that said that, all of the notices that we sent out for all of these zoning changes, none of them said that we were also amending the comp plan, and that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. It's really not, because the Open Meetings Act, level specificity required is depending on the controversial nature of the topic, and zoning was the controversy, not the fact that we were also amending the comp plan. But still, you cannot sue for declaratory relief, which is what they're asking for, under the Open Meetings Act. You can only sue for an injunction, if that makes any sense. Basically, they were suing for the wrong thing, and the court does not have jurisdiction over that. And then last of all, the biggest argument, the biggest concern I had was, these are projects that are done by the scoreboard companies. They're owned by scoreboard. They never sued scoreboard. They never brought the owners of the property zoning they sought to invalidate as a party to their proceedings. They filed a response to our plea to the jurisdiction. The response was a bit unusual. They had clearly misunderstood a whole bunch of different things. We had a video conference hearing, and the judge granted our motion, our plea to the jurisdiction, and dismissed the case in January. They then filed an appeal. The appeal was dismissed last month because they never filed a brief on appeal. They began the process, and you got 30 days to file your appellate brief, and they never did. And the Court of Appeals contacted them. They wrote to them, called them, and said, how come you're not going to file a brief? You're not.
Didn't they even give him an extension?
They gave them,
Multiple
after the
extensions?
fact, gave them extensions.
Yeah.
When the deadline expired, 4 days later, the court sends a postcard out to all the parties that says, you got 10 days to file your brief as well as a motion to extend, showing the reason why you need the extension. They didn't even answer that. And then after that, then the court calls them, calls their lawyer, says, are you going to do anything about this? So the word on the street that things that have been said, when I say on the street, the things that have been said during public input at council meetings is they're planning on filing another lawsuit, but doing it right this time. You don't get to keep suing over and over again, okay.
Judge's comments and consideration.
Well, the perception that I typically have with regard to offensive litigation is the same for these folks as is for everybody else who sues the city. The standard response is take a number and get a line. A lot of people threaten to sue cities, and we as a political subdivision, especially a municipality, are really nothing more than a very large, easy litigation target. We just attract it. That's just life in the dirt city, literally. That's part of the landscape. So the biggest concern that I have with all of their allegations really is like I said before, it's the failure to join the property owners as party defendants. You all understand that when we adopt the zoning ordinance, actually when we receive any permit application, whatever it may be for, all of our regulations are locked in. The property owner then accrues vested rights. They have the legal right to develop their property in accordance with those regulations, whether we like it or not. Even if we change the regulations, and the subsequent regulatory change will not affect that project. Y'all understand that? So we could, in theory, rezone the villas at Long Branch back to 1 acre minimum lots, SF40. If we did that, the developer would still have the legal authority to develop their property in accordance with the plan development zoning. I understand that. The problem is that the difference is going to be that because all of their lots become non-conforming, no one's going to be able to get title, they're not going to be able to get title policies or financing, which is problematic. But when we adopt the zoning ordinance, we shouldn't be changing it. If we ever want to consider doing that, we'll have an executive session and I'll outline exactly what the downside might actually be. This is something else I wanted to just bring to your attention and talk to you about, is eminent domain. We're going to have to be facing, this council will be facing some eminent domain questions in the fairly near future. The taking of private property, just compensation is required by the Constitution. All cities have eminent domain or condemnation authority. So long as the council deems it necessary for public use, we can condemn private property and take it for public use. You understand how horrible that sounds. There are a lot of people out there, literally, we had a jury trial once when we were doing the Merritt Road condemnations, where the first question I asked in the jury panel, is there anybody here who disagrees with the power of eminent domain? And half the panel raises their hands. All right, so we have the authority to do it. It is always a gut-wrenching and very difficult choice to make. We have two projects coming up. The first is the Trails of Cottonwood Creek, and the second is the Cheeser Road widening, where eminent domain may be an alternative or may be required. For the Trails of Cottonwood Creek, we will talk about this if we have to in graphic detail, but I believe that we will be asking the council to consider a resolution authorizing condemnation so that we can acquire easements for sanitary sewer lines, or for one line that will convey and provide sanitary sewer and wastewater treatment for the entire project. The second is the Cheeser Road widening. And I got to tell you, if you ever have to talk about, we did the Merritt Road widening project a number of years ago, and it was every property. I mean, in order to minimize the disruption, what we did was we looked at the roadway, and rather than taking the additional right-of-way from everybody on one side of the roadway, we split it and took half of the needed extra width from properties on both sides of the street. It was a great idea, wasn't it?
It doubled.
It doubled
the number of people that
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, these people's properties, that's worth so much, and the appraised value is just so wrong, it's such a, but it was a long and drawn-out process. We got a series of hearings, commissioners' hearings, at City Hall, but we did it, we worked through it. We had a few holdouts, literally, out of maybe a dozen or more different properties. Most we were able to settle with. Others we had to file a lawsuit, and we were able to settle after the special commissioners hearing. And then some of them, the last one that we actually had was literally settled. We had selected the jury. We had picked the jury. And then plaintiff's counsel comes to me and says, look, my client's really apprehensive about this. Will you guys take X dollars? We pay X amount. I had to call the mayor on the phone and said, look, we'll get ratification from council if you're okay with what you're doing. He said, yeah. So we settled it, and that was a difficult process. I expect that the Cheeser Road widening project will do something similar. Historically, we have had an informal approval from the council to authorize, once the condemnation really got underway, to authorize settlement of the amount by paying property owners the full amount of the appraised value of their property plus or minus 25%. But those are settlement parameters that we've had in the past that don't really apply anymore, but if and when the time comes, I will still apply that in negotiations, but under no circumstances will I ever fully and finally settle any proceeding without full council approval. I understand that.
And to be clear, the trails at Cottonwood is not eminent domain of a home, it's eminent domain of a very small piece of property.
It's vacant land.
Yep.
Are we taking land, or are we just getting an easement?
Just an easement.
Just an easement, okay.
Underground easement. I've made it
Underground.
clear to the property owners, made it clear to the property owners, they're free to use the surface for whatever purpose they want. The only limitation is, number one, they can't build a permanent structure above the easement, which is what, 15 feet wide, maybe 20. They can't build a permanent structure on top of it, and there may be some occasion when we will need to go in there and do maintenance work, which, if we do, that might be 20 years from now, if we ever even have to. And this is what I'm saying to the lawyer for one of the three property owners. Number one, the process of condemnation and eminent domain proceedings is difficult, and it should be painful. It's supposed to be painful. We're taking someone's property from them without their consent. We have a constitutional and statutory right to do it. We would only do it if we absolutely had to. In these circumstances, we have no choice. We have explored alternatives, and there aren't any. We are prepared to pay fair compensation. Where we are right now is that the developer has conducted an appraisal, and has offered already to pay these property owners amounts of money that are more than 200% of the value as shown by the most recent certified appraisal. He's been very generous, because we have told them that it needs to be, because, we may not want to do this condemnation if push comes to shove. And they've made huge, very generous offers to the property owners, and they have all been rejected up to this point. On June 7th, we'll be asking you guys to consider a resolution authorizing the institution of condemnation and proceedings. Doesn't mean I'm going to sue them next week, but the week after. It just means that I'm going to become involved in the process. All of the prior offers made by the developer will then be off the table. And then we'll be talking about fair market value plus or minus 25%. That makes sense?
Is that the Cottonwood Creek or Cheeser?
That's the Cottonwood Creek.
Cottonwood Creek. That's going to be an easy one, because we're not kicking anybody out of the house. All right, Cheeser Road is going to be quite different.
Costing themselves
That's a
lot of money.
discussion
That's on the
for
next agenda.
the next
They're costing
agenda.
themselves a lot of money.
I'm going to tell you, it's a painful and torturous process, and it's supposed to be. The real goal is that you can do it, because you have the right to, we as a city have this authority, but you only do it, you absolutely do everything you absolutely can to minimize and make it as painless for the people that live on, for the people whose properties they're taking as possible. virtually automatic litigation, which is part of the process. And the only issue really is how much are we supposed to be paying these things. So we'll talk about the cheeseburger down the road. That's
Well, US 40 sits on top of where my grandmother's house used to be.
a lot of people, when they receive notification of possible condemnation, they just see dollar signs.
Yeah.
Other people, I got a buddy of mine who just was told it was in Sherman, just got told that the water line's gonna be coming across his 3-acre tract. He was aggressively violent, he's angry. He's calling me saying, look, hey, dude, well, why are you so upset? You got 3 acres, it's only a 36-inch line in it.
Hey, David, we also have another topic during this luncheon.
Yeah, how much time do I got?
None?
None.
You're out.
All right, good. Very good. Well, last thing I wanted to say as I'm leaving, y'all have done your open meetings AG video training, yes? Are you going to do your presentation from over there, or are you going to come over?
I'm gonna come over there, but I gotta load it up. So go ahead.
Gotta get out of the way.
Do what you need to do with these two.
Well, that's done. I'm done. This is the last slide. Do your open meetings training if you haven't already done so. You got to do it within 60 to 90 days of your taking the oath of office. There are resources. I got to tell you, the best resource you could ever use is the Texas Municipal League, TML's publications. It's hard to find it. If you access that link, they got handbooks for mayors and council members. They're great guidance for you council members. Wonderful stuff. Other stuff is just general background. So,
David, thank you.
good night.
Hey,
I'm going to leave too.
Your PowerPoint skills are getting better.
I know, yeah, I got 5 slides on that one, right? And one of them has to
That's impressive.
Yeah.
So, state law says that we have to allow the public an opportunity to present their comments
Thanks, Brian.
before any consideration. How we do it is up to us. So, during COVID, we did the emailed public comments and read them into the record for ease of access. And then because that was over a 1.5-year process, it was council's thought to keep that in place for the time being because that's what the public had gotten used to during that time. So we're past being limited to access. So now it's time to readdress the issue of emailed public comments and what to do with them if we accept them, if they're read into the record during a public meeting. So what I've done is I've surveyed the, first there was an email blast sent out to all the city secretaries in the state, and then I specifically reminded those 18 comparison cities that we use for everything. And so you were sent the results of those. Overall, everyone does 3 minutes. They do make accommodations if there are translators required to allow that back and forth. Some require a speaker to register ahead of time before the meeting starts. Some allow it like we do. We prefer that you do it ahead of time, but if it's on the spur of the moment, that's okay too, because it's not an issue. We don't have a process in place that would make that cumbersome. And then whether or not they accept submitted comments. Some of them do. So some of them do. Some of them do allow comments. Some will say comment received in favor from 1, 2, and 3 people. List the people's names. Or 4 comments received in favor, 5 in opposition. Or they just forward those comments to council ahead of the meeting
so they'll have them
That
for
makes
their
sense.
deliberation.
Makes perfect sense.
So is there anything, also attached at the end of your document were some samples from other cities on how, on their processes. This one is from Farmers Branch. They have some good information on their, on how their process works. That was a good one. A couple of others I highlight. Plano has pretty comprehensive instruction and guideline on how to address council, reminding people that you are addressing council, not the audience, and you are not addressing one person or staff. The city, and then I've highlighted some things that were kind of interesting. This is what I just mentioned, directed to officials. Another thing that some cities use is if there is a large group of people, to have one representative speak for the group, and perhaps their time is extended because they speak for the group.
Oh, I love that. I'd give them 15 minutes if
So,
that whole
and
group
then-
wanted to come together and do a presentation.
So another city did something to that effect, and I can't remember if it's in the graph or if it's in, here it is. They'll allow 30 minutes for public comments,
That's it, you're done.
and that's it.
Wow.
So,
However many you can cram into 30 minutes, that's what it is, huh?
sorry, is it open for,
And then,
Oh, sorry.
I don't,
I really like that.
some just require the name and the city in which they live instead of the address. And in the minutes, I'm not putting addresses any longer, I'm just putting city.
Yeah.
And then, Royce City only allows speakers who live within the city.
I kind of like
That
that.
was my question. Do we allow that here? Is that our standard here?
No.
No, it's
I'd like
anybody,
to see it our
because I
standard.
gather from state law, it's the public.
Everybody anywhere.
Public can live anywhere.
So-
Yeah.
So we can't define that as being a citizen of Rowlett?
We cannot restrict public input. Only citizens.
So Roy
How does
City's
Roy
out of
City get
compliance.
That's right.
Yes, they are, but it's Roy City, what do you expect?
Survey.
Are you surprised by that?
No.
Filter.
You do realize the
Filter.
lean video.
That's what
Okay.
irritates me about
I'll
it.
apologize to them.
That's what irritates me about it.
We like Roy
So-
City, we like
so
working
when
with
you-
their officials and
You know,
partnering.
you could have the order and deference to citizens. So if you allotted 30 minutes, you could say, we'll fit in all of the Rowlett residents first,
Right.
and then anybody else who's not a resident
Could speak.
towards the end. But, you know, that's.
How does that align with state law then? Because then someone, in theory,
Yeah.
wanting to speak on an agenda item wouldn't be allowed to speak. We'd be bridging the First Amendment right.
It's the time that you allow.
It's the time.
So we have to allow comment. How we do it is up to us.
But on an individual basis, corporately, yes, we're allowing comment, but on an individual basis, we are abridging Joe Sample's First Amendment right
Yeah.
to speak at that meeting.
I think you're technically complying with the law, but ethically, you're not with the spirit of the law, in my opinion.
I see your point.
We are authorized by law to impose reasonable rules on how we receive citizens' input.
And it's up to us to decide what's
See, to
reasonable.
me, that's
Y'all
something.
understand that prior to the, was it last session or the session before, we didn't have to allow public input at all, except for
Oh, yeah.
public hearings. Right? Prior to that, public input was an option that we had entirely. We had no responsibility. People have the right to attend and observe, but not to participate. And only until recently did the law change that allows the public to provide input prior to or during consideration of any agenda item. We are allowed to impose reasonable rules, and that can go more than just simply 3 minutes. It can't, if we say somebody who doesn't live in town can't speak, that's a violation of a constitutional prerogative. If we limit the amount of time that they can speak, that is not a violation of their constitutional right of freedom of speech. They don't have the right to get up there under the First Amendment and speak for 30 or 40 or 50 minutes.
But I'm not talking about an individual's time. I'm talking about, we only open citizen input for 30 minutes, and whoever can speak in that 30 minutes can speak.
No, no,
Anybody beyond
I think that my interpretation of that is, instead of having 50 people come up and essentially say the same thing, if they wanted to designate a spokesperson, so to speak, then they could come up and do a 15 to 30 minute spiel on behalf of their entire group to get their point across, as opposed to each individual person coming up. And a good example is the group that came up before when Jackson Shaw was up. They wanted to go in a certain order, and they had kind of laid out a presentation where they were going to do 3 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute. If you had gone to that group and said, hey, we'll give you 30 minutes, but it's going to be 2 speakers, would you rather have that, or would you rather your 50 people all get 3 minutes? I guarantee you they would have taken the 30-minute route, because they had a laid out presentation that they wanted to give. That's kind of how I interpret that.
Is that what it means, Laura? Do you know?
No, that's 30 minutes total.
Total, right.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
So that's not even on the table. I mean,
Yeah, I
can we,
agree.
can,
I can't agree with that either.
can I discuss a recommendation? Or, okay. So I was thinking about this. I think that we should, my opinion, look at moving toward instead of an emailed citizen input, it'd be an online form on our website. It's citizen input. You put your, let me see, I wrote it down here. You provide, the city you live in, your name, your email, whether you're in support or not in support of the item, your comments. And of course, those comments have to be read within the 3-minute time frame, but that you're only allowed to do the input via the online form if you have a permanent or temporary disability, or if you're ill. Those to me are understandable reasons why you can't attend a meeting. That makes sense.
What if you're out of town?
Then you're out of town. So that's my recommendation, that we consider that instead of this free-for-all. Everybody sends in their comments, and I've seen, I can't tell you how many of those people who sent in their comments who were in the audience that night. If you have something to say, speak on it. Come up here and speak on it.
Some people aren't strong public speakers and are better writers than they are speakers.
Well, and I was going to suggest, I was one of those people recently. And the reason I sent my comments in writing was because it was easier to think out in a logical fashion what I was trying to say. I know sometimes.
And sometimes you don't know whether you're going to be able to be there or not.
Right.
So.
But I am mindful of the pain you can suffer when you're having to read 50-plus emails, each of them trying to make within the 3-minute time limit, and then also deal with in person. So I guess in order for an email to be in the record, it must be read. Is that correct? Because the minutes are minutes are video.
Council policy.
Council can decide.
Okay.
To me, if it's an email, I think your head's in the right spot if you're sick or bedridden or something like that. But I think that's going to be really hard to determine.
Well, it would, the only way.
It's not going to be able to do it. I mean, you kind of have to draw a line in the sand.
You couldn't prove it. It would be a check box, or you can only submit this comment if you are. There's no way to prove that out.
Well, but what if, one thing I was going to say is that, what happened with Jackson Shaw may be perfectly fine. People wanting to make comment about something happening, in their backyard, which is the city. We've had issues like, for example, back when we had the coyote problem, right? People all over the world were writing emails to the city not to euthanize those animals. And the point I was making was, it was led by a few groups who essentially they were using form letters. So can you imagine? I mean, it wouldn't take much. I mean, just the wrong issue, whatever it is, for it to hit a national, international scale, and we would sit through the entire meeting reading from these things, essentially the same thing over and over and over again. So I want to remind everyone, we put this into place because of COVID, when we were trying to provide a way for people to continue to offer their feedback and input when there was a legitimate reason for them not to be able to safely attend these meetings. Or us, we were all on Zoom at one point. Well, now at this point, I think your instincts are right, Mayor, is that there are still times, and maybe even before the pandemic, that would have been kind of nice if we had that. I am concerned about how do you enforce it, because everybody could just say it, and we're in the same boat, but, it's, I think there needs to be something reasonable that we set, some reasonable expectation. And the other thing I was going to say, I really like how some cities tell people how to go about doing it.
I think we need
not
to do
everybody
that.
really knows, and so they're uncomfortable because they don't really know how it's supposed to work.
The city the first one, that was that Farmers Branch. Yes, Farmers Branch. I really liked their kind of simple layout and easy to read and all of that. So something similar to that for us.
We do have instructions at the front door.
Said it was on our website.
Yeah, maybe can go on. Yes.
So I think I would be more in favor of still allowing emails from anyone, but rather than them being read into the record, them being attached to the minutes.
Yeah.
Because there's people that may not be able to be at the meeting. I mean, not everybody has an 8 to 5, right?
Right.
So there may be people that can't be at the meeting because they're working. They don't have a disability, they're not sick, but they can't be there because they're at their job. And to still give them an opportunity to contribute, not necessarily read it to the record, but attach it to the minutes so that it accompanies as a matter of record.
Well, I would support that.
What the feedback was on an item.
Yeah.
I think that's a happy balance.
Yeah.
I really like integrating the 15-minute per group type of time record. I would also think that with those emails, if we could do what some of these other cities have done and just summarize, say, so many people are in favor of this item, so many people are opposed to this item, there were so many emails pertaining to this, there was one email pertaining to truck routes, I mean, whatever it is, just give a really brief summary of the city received so many emails that say this, they will be attached to the minutes as a matter of record.
I like that.
Period.
Well, and provide them to you before the meeting.
Oh, absolutely.
Because she would have a time limit by 3:30, whatever, and then provide those to council even ahead of time. But I like the idea of attaching them to the minutes.
But I also like Blake's idea of having it as a web form.
Oh,
because you
absolutely.
could limit the number of characters that way, and instead of having to tell them, this is 3 minutes, and how do they know what's 3 minutes?
Well, and we could then probably through that use as rather than having Laura receive and forward, I don't know if this would be with you in your favor or not, but have it distribute. So you get the copy you need, and you don't have to forward it. It goes to anybody else on that list that needs to see
Like
it.
an automatic distribution list.
Maybe an automatic forward, yeah.
It might even be easier to capture opposed to or in favor of agenda item, kind of capture some of that initial data, and then you could summarize things more easily instead of having to read through the email and get the gist of what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the value of the web
I
form.
could capture it.
So how about this? For the minutes as the record, because if you attach the 54 emails that we get, it makes the minutes very long. It could be summarized. So this agenda item or this topic, email received from so-and-so, like I do for the citizen input. This person,
Right.
and emails received from, like, we read emails from this list of people.
Right.
And if it's citizen input, it's this topic. If it's this agenda item, it's
This topic.
received. And so this many in favor, this many in opposition for this agenda item. And then I would just send those to you all.
Yeah. And that way we're still receiving the input. We're still seeing it. It's coming to us. We're just not reading, 54 comments into the reading it out loud into the record. So I'm totally in support of that idea.
Me too.
So is that something, obviously we couldn't implement it for June 7th, but we could implement it for maybe the second meeting or first meeting
We
in
can do
July?
it June 7th.
On the
We
7th?
do it on the next meeting.
Put her at Joey.
There's time to do it on the 7th?
Because the instructions are on
Let's
the
do it.
agenda.
And we have an extra week right now.
Yeah, this is
Well, let's do it.
Would it also be appropriate to
Is it
draft one of
does
these
need to or does not?
instructional documents?
Yeah, Laura, we could work on this together if you want to, something for us, for our city.
I'll come up with something.
Okay, great.
So one of the other things that was mentioned in the graph, one of the other cities, because they had already received so many, here it is, the mayor can change the time. They reached 10:30 at night and they still had 30 people speaking. So they limited the time to 90 seconds with the instructions that only items that had not been mentioned by previous speakers.
We did that for some, we did that
So-
before.
Candidate forum, she and I got cut off all the time.
Yeah, for some reason.
Yeah, so, if we could put in the instructions that if there is a large group, if you want to, just come up and say, my comments have already been addressed, or I'm opposed, I'm in favor, or, remind them you can have one person, speak for your point, or, something like that, repeated comments.
Well,
Something to address
Same
the
thing
same thing over and over.
Could we do if we see that the chambers are filled and, the line's out the door, we can set it to a 1 minute instead of a 3 minute?
You can set it anytime you want.
Because that may be what we do.
We can do
Gotta
that
think
on a meeting by
about that a
meeting
little
basis.
bit, because part of the purpose here is not just conveying a view, but also blowing off steam.
Yes, it is.
And, unfortunately, when you run for office, that's part of what you accept, is you're the target of this blowing off steam.
Absolutely.
So I think that's something we need to consider. Maybe we can keep the option to shorten it, but I think maybe.
No, I'm not saying permanent one.
No, I mean, yeah,
I
so I
would
mean,
never support
But even
that.
in that case, like, think about the recent, our first meeting.
And only.
Those people needed time to get it off their chests. Some were visibly upset about what had happened, and I think it was worthwhile, somewhat painful, but worthwhile to let them do that. So I guess what I'm saying is I'd be okay, but I think it's a tool we need to use carefully, recognizing the temperature in the room.
Yeah, and I'm completely fine with that, and that wouldn't have been too bad of a night the other night if we then didn't have to read an hour's worth of emails. That's the part that gets me.
Yeah,
I
the
mean, I
email
we've
is-
addressed it
yeah.
here, which is
Right.
really what my big thing was. But I really do like the 15-minute idea. I mean, all your ideas
Yeah.
I think were fantastic, but I think figuring out a way, if there is a group there that wants to do a more, put together presentation, that you allow them to do it, but you realize, hey, you're all part of this group. If you want to read all the names of who's part of that group, I don't care. And then they give a presentation, but then they don't get to come up and then speak again about why they're there.
So we
It's
need
like,
to be a
this
little bit more
is,
specific. So if it's a group of, 10 or more people, then
I think in here they have a group of 5 or more.
5 or more?
Just because that would be 5 times 3 is
Can they give them
15
15
minutes.
Right,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
makes sense to me.
It's
Well,
delegation.
Like when we
the
did
rules
the
can be-
lakefront property,
Exactly.
yeah, when we did that, we had people in the group who didn't really want to speak, but because we were limited to the 3 minutes, and
Yeah.
like they said, can you speak for me? I said, no, because
Right.
we're all limited each, so they spoke and.
So do you
without-
understand, Laura? So it's,
So Farmers Branch has the up to 15 minutes per topic.
I like their paragraph that they have where they describe it in their document. Actually, it's City of Bern.
oh, is that what it
I got
is?
a good paragraph in there. Or Bern, sorry.
I'm not texting it.
I don't think
Wiley
It does look
has
like
six-
Burns.
I've sat through some of theirs too.
You know,
Wiley has 6
Two-
minutes per
two-
group.
Two comments real quick. First off, we can write it or set it up to be permissive, first and foremost, that the flexibility is there. I'll give you an example in prior years. One thing that the mayor sometimes has done when you have a large crowd is once you had that first 5 to 8 people speak, then, hey, we would like to ask everybody to limit your comments to things maybe that haven't been brought up. Clearly, whether you're for or against. And for the most part, people generally will do that if they don't have anything new to add, because if you're the 30th speaker, you're basically saying the same thing everybody else said, but still gives you an opportunity to voice your deal. but that could still be managed by, the chair, the mayor. The other thing I was going to say is that I think when we, the group deal is that if there truly is a group representative, then you accept that, and you then have the discretion to provide that extra time. Whereas some people may claim, hey, I'm representing this group, and get up there, and then everybody else wants their turn because he wasn't.
I think you
that
would need-
happens too.
I think you would need to as the group leader, specifically identify who you were speaking on behalf of.
And
for
I
the
think
record,
the
if
mayor
nothing
then
else.
can accept that, but I think we provide guidance, though, to that effect. And because, there occasionally will be somebody who will try that.
Well, I mean, you could put in the request to speak
There
form,
will be nearby
if you have a
residents,
group,
but there might be
list the name of the people who are in your group. And,
Speaking of group, give me 15 minutes.
I like that.
It's funny, I was just sitting here remembering the first time we had the 3 minutes, I think Buddy Wall was mayor, and he brought in an egg timer and put it on the podium.
So I think this also addresses one key concern I've had, which is that staff gets a presentation that's however long it is, and then the developer gets a presentation that's however long it is, and then the public hearing starts and we give them 3 minutes to oppose it. And having the opportunity to have a more concerted effort by a speaker who is well-spoken and can communicate the thoughts really well in an organized manner versus all these fragmented conversations is going to be much more effective in conveying an idea.
I like
and also,
that. I
to
did
me,
like it.
To me, it shows, unification of the neighborhood and groups like that they've come together. They've talked about the issues. It's not just the one-off, hey, I'm pissed off because this is happening in my backyard.
Yep.
And then you get another guy over here. Yeah, that sounds good. Let me get up and say something.
Yeah, I like that.
Laura, so people tend to want to bring materials to be presented, and I saw the written rules, we sent them to you if they're to be distributed. And I did not see, and I used to see that we had some method to actually project those up on the screen. Is that something we don't have anymore?
No, because of the equipment and threat to,
The server.
to the equipment, they're only allowed to bring printed copies and enough for everyone.
The equipment I remember that was actually, it was like an old overhead projector kind of thing, so you just laid a piece
There
of
was a
paper down.
camera that hung down, so if you put it on the board, you could look up to see that everybody could see it, and then people would speak.
Yeah, so that pose an info security threat?
We don't have that equipment.
Oh, don't have that equipment.
No.
Okay.
We haven't had that equipment.
That's in the trash heap of
Long time.
Yes.
That would be just asking, there's no telling what.
Overhead
Now you
projector.
tell
Yeah.
them.
I mean, that skill I learned where you put it, you turn the light off and put it on, and then turn the light back on.
Yeah.
I remember
You
that
grab
back in
engineering.
elementary school, we had those.
All right, I think we got direction. Great conversation. I think this is going to be a good thing, so.
Yes.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a short break after lunch here. And then when we come back, we're going to have a very brief conversation about the strategic plan, and then we're going to go in to start doing the goal setting. Angie has agreed to be our scribe, so she will write these on the board as we go around, taking turns. Each of you will get one at a time, and we'll keep going around till we have them all. Staff will participate in that meaning me.
Yep.
And then, a little later in the afternoon, once we've done that, we have some dots, and everybody's going to get 5 dots. And then you'll be able to go vote on what you think are the highest priorities. And again, we won't take the time today to rank them, that's not the goal, but we will do that afterwards. Then we'll email all of the comments to you along with that ranking, and then that's what we're going to spend the next few weeks on, working on, is trying to get some additional information and analysis on those.
All right. So who's got this
Me.
one? All right, Angie Smith. What you got for us?
Okay, so what we're gonna do before, as the last thing, before you start rattling off your goals, give you a brief, very brief synopsis into the strategic plan, right? This is the Rowlett Strategic Plan. It was approved in 2018. Staff, once it was approved, council played integral role. We had community groups, the whole 9 yards that played into it. It is in its entirety available online. This is not its entirety. Staff spent, I would say, 12 to 18 months following that, coming up with actions that fell within the priorities and the goals that council set. There's our mission, our values, our vision. That's all part of the strategic plan. These were the priorities that were set. They're color-coded. You see them. You'll see them throughout. Everything kind of falls within those colors. You noticed the presentation earlier. We spend a lot of time focusing on what strategic grants, what strategic priority does it fall in. We always take our strategic priorities into consideration when we do budgets, budget requests, the whole 9 yards. So those are the different priorities. The way our plan is developed is council set the strategic priorities and the goals under each strategic priority, and then the teams within whatever area that impacts come up with the actions, right? So there's a staff action plan for each one, and that changes based on any given year. So you'll see some weird numbering in here, not so much on this one, but on some of the later ones, you'll see some weird numbering. There's some numbers missing. It's because they got completed last year and some things had to roll forward. So the first priority is govern transparently and inclusively. And it has 8 goals underneath it. You can see there: reinforce a values-driven culture, model diversity and inclusiveness, effectively leverage community, civic, and faith-based and other strategic partnerships, set a climate of respect, collaboration, and teamwork, maintain equitable and competitive tax rates, fees, and service charges, actively educate, engage, and communicate with the community through a variety of channels, support city council and staff service in regional and national organizations, and provide accurate and timely information. Each priority can have multiple departments under it. So this particular priority has HR, finance, the city manager's office, the city secretary's office. Each of those groups get together and come up with their staff action plan. They then update those quarterly along with their performance measures that tie to those actions. And we track that internally and verify that everything is up. So you can see there the full action list. You guys will have this presentation. If Laura hasn't already emailed it, she will email it shortly.
We emailed this whole list to them, didn't we?
Yeah. You got the sample and what you got on Monday, yes. You got the general. I don't know that you got the staff action plan,
No,
but you did get the priorities and the goals.
Yes.
This presentation was emailed.
Yeah, so you have this so you can go back and refer to it. So I'm going to skip through it kind of quick. Ensure a safe community, obviously that is police and fire. You can see there's 5 goals, and then there's the action. This is one where you see it starts with 2.1.4. There was a 2.1.1, and those all got accomplished last year, and so we only roll forward. Either what still has a few missing pieces because sometimes they just can't be accomplished in one fiscal year for 100 different reasons. And so then we set up new ones. So we are starting now to work on our fiscal year 2023. Y'all's priorities play into how staff develops what their action plans are as well. Strengthen neighborhood livability. This is mainly our community development department. Value existing neighborhoods, sustain a community that is appealing to the people at all stages of life. You can see there's 5 different goals, and then the actions that fall under that. Enhance quality of life. This is going to mainly be our Parks and Recreation Department and our library. And so most of these focus around providing our citizens quality of life and lifelong programming, literacy, environmentally conscious community, special events, open space. Foster economic vitality. This is, for the most part, our economic development department. Libby heads that up. And focuses on, creating and promoting a positive brand identity, getting recognition, regionally, state, and nationally, cultivating Bayside as a premier destination development, attracting specialty retail, that whole list there. Invest in transportation and infrastructure. This mainly falls on our engineering and our public works department. And it's, traffic impact studies and traffic counts, and PD works very closely within this one as well. They use a lot of police department data. Our team tracks a ton of data, and so they use that. This is their sewer study, all those types of things. Wastewater treatment plan, stormwater system. And then promote operational excellence, that's number 8. This is another one that comes into a lot of different departments. You'll see HR has some things in here. City Council has some things in here, right? Support hiring and training of a new city auditor position. Obtain the GTOT certification. Salary studies that Richard does every year. Some of those are just roll over from year to year because it's something that is an important part of what we do every single year to make sure we're ready for budget. This one's you.
So at this point, we're going to go into goal setting. Again, we're not going to finalize the list today, but we're going to pull it together. What I have asked everybody is to come with 4 to 5 goals. As always, we'll start with the mayor. And basically, one at a time, we'll go around the list. I have a few that I'd like to contribute. I don't get to vote, though. Only you guys get to use the coins to vote. But I do want to make sure that a few of the things that I've discussed with our executive team and that Angie and I see coming down the pike, we also want to make on the list. So this is a free-for-all. And let me explain what I mean by this. Your suggestion is just as good as anybody else's suggestions. When you see the entire list and you see everybody, you might not actually vote for some of your own items.
Yeah.
Because you'll realize, man, I wished I'd have thought of that one. So this is why we do it. It's an iterative process, and ultimately, it will help us focus our efforts on what we're going to concentrate on the next few years. So we have $100+ million budget every year, and it's real easy to get meshed in the day-to-day, and not really be thinking about how do we advance the ball. My grandfather, a big golfer, he always used to say, advance the ball, advance the ball. As long as you keep doing that, you can get a good score. And so that's what we're going to do, and this is going to provide very important feedback to us to see what you're thinking, what you want to focus on. I will say this, if you have a suggestion that does not meet a strategic goal, understand it may not get any votes. And what I mean by that is that it's not that it's not a good suggestion. All I'm saying is that it should align with the strategic plan. On the caveat to that is pretty much everything you will probably find a home somewhere.
Find a home somewhere.
But the whole principle behind that is let's do and focus on our strategic plan. That's how you advance the ball. So if we're working contrary to that, it doesn't advance the ball.
So did you want me to list out the first 5?
One at a time.
Or just one okay, that's good.
One at a time, and we'll just keep going around, because you may have, somebody else may have the same one. Make sure we go around the list, and once we have everybody's, then we'll do the coins. So Mayor, what would be, and this doesn't even have to be your top one, just what is one of your 4 to 5?
Seek membership with the North Texas Municipal Water District.
Okay? That was number 2 for me. And for today, we're not writing script. This is going to be just ideas.
I'm the one that has to take this back to my office and
Yeah,
decipher it.
we'll write
So-
the script.
We are recording, right?
I will turn it into something, but.
Let's just do it that
Yeah.
way. Deb?
Okay. Okay, well, I got a little more detailed than that, and maybe I shouldn't, but as you know, my background, public safety is one of my big things. So one of mine was to increase the morale and employee retention through best recruitment practices, full staffing for more than minimal shift coverage, competitive compensation packages, flexible opportunities for training and advancement.
What you don't do.
Right. Yeah, that's the main.
Is it just PD, Deb, or across all?
Well, this was just PD, but I mean, certainly we would want to do that across all.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
It's
I think it's
Yeah.
a good idea to call out for
It's up to you.
PD.
I'm just asking the question.
Okay, make mine
Don't worry
PD,
about
and
the
then
spelling
somebody
either.
else might.
Let's be specific.
Yeah,
to
let's
PD.
be more specific.
I like being specific on it.
Don't worry about the spelling. It's phonetic.
Because then you can actually
Wow.
get results. You can't do
Right.
that for the entire.
Okay, sorry, increased moral.
Don't worry about it.
Surprise, surprise, I would like to get Miller Road started.
Or what?
The bridge you're talking about?
Yes.
The bridge.
Miller Road Bridge.
So
EGBT.
Miller Road,
Correct.
advanced Miller Road discussion.
I want to get to design.
Yes.
We have $2.56 million sitting in the wings.
Yes, yep.
What about it?
Build one.
Oh, yeah, that was one of mine.
Not just shelter animals?
There goes that one.
Yes, we're probably gonna be duplicates undoubtedly.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
There's gonna be a bunch
mine.
of duplicates.
And that's good.
Mine gone.
I'm gonna
Oh,
say.
no, I mean, I said we're taking turns.
I got caught, you didn't talk fast.
Yeah, no, Brian's up.
All right, be fun.
That's
For
right.
me, it
Unless you
is
steal mine.
employee compensation, competitive compensation.
He stole yours,
That's
didn't
gone.
Did kind of.
Sorry.
Well,
Well, that's why I wanted to go
That's
before
mine
you.
too.
It's a good one.
I was gonna start the other direction, but.
That's okay. You can just kind of put a sub note under there for mine. I just have workforce in general, which kind of ties into everything, employee compensation, staffing, tie it up into morale.
So that would include people too.
Miss Bale.
Focus, because I hit it.
Mhm.
Pam?
Okay, since you all take mine, okay. I have one here for economic development to give them more money when they can advertise in national, you know, what publications.
I do, yes.
You know what I'm talking about? Huh?
Marketing and promotion.
Marketing, yeah.
Marketing, yeah.
I'm ready,
But-
Mike.
I know, I'm waiting for the query. Now, mine's kind of real at the 50,000 foot level, and it's probably somewhere up there, but mine is like community unity. I think we've got division in our community, and one thing, and let me just kind of think out loud for a minute. We're growing as a community, we're growing in different cultures and everything else. How do we incorporate, how do we promote, maybe it's something on an annual basis where we get down on the square, we get different cultures come in, set up things, but just trying to bring us together as a community,
Like
unify us.
diversity.
Huh?
Like diversity.
Well, like diversity, but not so much in the way that our, diversity, equity, inclusion is set up, but just recognizing the various cultures that's coming into our community, and with the goal of having a mindset of, we're one community with many different parts, but we have one purpose, we have one mission. We're just trying to get some unification. I saw a
So
lot-
it's
I see
kind
a
of
lot
like
division.
Neighbor Fest that we're putting on.
That's what, yeah.
What's that?
And so,
We used to do something like that.
oh, it's focused on seniors? So then maybe you're talking about Neighbor Fest, but in terms of all neighbors,
A
everybody.
collective, a
Yeah,
collective.
yeah.
Expanding it.
So maybe for next year, we expand the scope of that to be not just focused on seniors, but,
Is this one yours?
no, I'm just saying,
You're
because
trying to help me out because I couldn't, I was at that 50,000 foot level.
yeah, I'm trying to get it down to something we can do, you know what I'm saying?
Community.
We used to do that.
We did, yeah.
Mike, are you referring to something different than the diversity
Mhm.
event? that takes
Diversity
place?
Day.
Yeah, and it's not so much, it's just recognizing that we have a city that's made up of a lot of different cultures now. And I think unless we get them together and understand cultures, then it's an us versus them type of mentality. And
That
we're
is
not-
what
It's kinda-
Diversity Day
yeah,
is.
Diversity.
It-
It's not the name of it anymore.
Yeah.
But y'all got Diversity Day in my head now.
Okay.
But
It-
that's kind of that's what it is. It's all the different cultures and there's booths and events.
Like I said, I may be reinventing the wheel here, but.
Yeah.
Well, just a twist to it maybe is not always just about culture. I mean, it's just the fact that confidence in our institutions have eroded.
Yes.
Civility between people and the way they talk to each other has eroded. I mean, to me, when you said unification, that strikes a chord with me because we see that almost every day,
Yeah, I know.
and people,
And that's kinda-
it's uglier and
You
uglier. You
articulated
know?
better than I was thinking, so.
No,
That's kind of what I'm getting at. We are at each other's throats
Yeah.
so much.
Okay.
And how do we put a vehicle there to maybe
Perfect.
soften that?
Like,
Quick connect system for the RCC for generator use. So we're not calling Bolorama. Well, not RCC generator. We don't have the money for that. The
well,
quick
we might,
connect.
a grant, right? So,
Because the generator cost for that is like $600,000 compared to $400,000 versus $85,000 for a quick connect.
It's not bad.
How much for an extension cord do you buy?
We just don't have the generator to plug up to the quick connect, that's half the problem.
Yeah, we do. We have generator trailers. Oh, no, I don't want to hear it.
No, they just go to a lot of stuff when we have a freeze out, right? So, anyway, Deb.
I was about to say we broke it.
Okay, I want to see the completion of the revision and the consolidation of the RDC and the FBC.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I took that one off my list.
That's a really good one.
RDC and what?
The
FBC.
Oh,
is good,
expense. Gotcha.
Underway.
Oh, let's just toss up here.
The unified code, speaking of
But I
unification.
gotta make sure I keep my campaign promises, so I'm putting truck routes up there.
I have that on my list. I have that on my list.
That's a good one.
Boom, right there.
Jeff.
All right, this next one kind of ties in with some of the morale and different employee type things that we talked about, but specifically a focus on culture within the different departments and within the organization. One thing my company does is to really have everyone do it's called a culture index profile, and you really analyze what your strengths are and you figure out how you mesh with the team that you're working with, what their strengths are, so if someone's not a big talker, doesn't like to socialize, be cognizant of that so you don't stop by their desk and have a long conversation with them and really stress them out, because it is a stressor, it's a drain. So overall, just culture in general.
I do like you
do
just said the
strength
culture index. That's an actionable item. Because that's
Some of our
what,
departments do that now, so they'll have during their retreats or their training, they'll do, there's 100 of them out there, so if you're 2 reds, or a red and a yellow, or a red and a green, or 2 greens, I'm definitely a 2 green kind of girl, so, Eric's not a 2 green kind of person, and so we knew
Not a green
how
either.
to communicate, and some of our departments do some of that.
Might surprise you, but I'm a high blue dot, high D dot.
I haven't done
I'm a
that.
high D.
And Myers-Briggs.
Give me my deal.
I'm the Myers-Briggs.
so yeah, I mean,
I love them all.
so the index is an
Yeah.
actionable item, because we're trying to look
Strength
for
finders.
action, something we can actually
3
do
decades now,
and
always
take
end
action
up
on
in
and
the
not
same
just
little area.
write it on as a goal.
It doesn't change.
Who you are.
Frank?
Sorry. So my number 2 is the water district membership. So what
Already
I'm
put
going to
that.
say for this one is the S/B public safety facility, Sapphire Bay.
Yes, all right, check that one
Yeah.
off.
We just took that one
So
off.
important.
Yep.
I want you to write this one bigger than everything else.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Waterview?
For strategic plan.
Check that one off,
Waterview.
okay?
The reason I write is Brian is left-handed, so y'all can't see it as he writes. We tried that last year, and it did not work very well.
Yeah.
Okay, I put Hereford.
Hereford Park, complete Hereford Park?
Hereford Park.
That's important.
Huh?
That's important. We need that, and we need to get the rest of those streets in that area.
Mike?
Okay, another one of them vague ones here. Whether it's earned or whether it's a misconception or whatever, our government here has a perception of not being business friendly. And I know we have a goal of being transparent, but I want to make sure that we are consistent throughout the whole new business / permitting process, so that, because I've heard stories from different people who have gone through this. They get conflicting information depending on who's coming out that particular day to look
don't
at
rip
this
the paint
particular part of the process. And so it's very frustrating, very confusing sometimes for new people coming in and trying to do business or do some kind of permit.
Focus on customer service.
Customer service, friendly customer
Business
service.
friendly process.
Because it's been,
As a whole, right?
it's been reported to me that it's also adversarial in some ways.
Yep.
That's
It
a
shouldn't
good.
be.
That's a good
Yeah, do we do
thing to put up there.
customer satisfaction survey?
Let's see.
I
Those are
thought,
good
but
deals.
Blake?
I love you.
God, I have so many good ones. This one's more broad, but still something that we should do. Additional investment in public safety. Such as the major crime unit.
Deb?
So to go along with Mike's business friendliness, I want us to become more citizen-friendly, improve the perceptions of transparency through better communication between staff, council, citizens.
Can I fold one of mine in there too?
I think that's one everybody has.
I'm gonna get one of my dots, Deb.
All right, I got a toss up here. Let's say advanced staff project management expertise. I think that will help us become more efficient. EMP certifications, stuff like that.
I think this may kind of fall under the transparency and communication, but I'm going to say prioritizing streets and the infrastructure plan and communicating that out to people so that people understand where their street is on the pecking order of things.
Easier to obtain
If-
information on
Right.
the PCI and okay, yeah, that's,
All of that.
yeah. Because there really isn't a clear path to go on the website to find.
It's coming.
I don't want to say your street's
Actually-
going to be fixed in April, but
Actually, when
you
I
know,
was when I was on the board, you could find it. You just found two of them and they conflicted with each other.
They're completely redoing it, so we have a company that's doing the whole thing and a bunch more, so it will
Yeah.
reprioritize every street and alley in the city.
Talking about that equipment that they're using.
The RAS inspection that they're doing right now. Every street, every alley, and we'll come back with a comprehensive list, and it will be much easier to put it on. When you only do a fourth a year, it's like you're never got them really in order because they change, so.
And that's just a condition.
Mr. Funderburg,
Hmm?
what's yours?
Actually, I got my top three up there, so.
We're only doing top three? You said 4 and 5.
Well, some of my others are more budget
It's
specific.
Subsurface, it's all, the whole thing. It's
But I
not
mean,
just.
yeah,
Mine are budget
when we were
specific.
looking at them, we had some other factors that played in, like,
This is a completely different process.
yeah.
Group Sitch.
So I've got complete the facility CIP.
I knew you would have it.
That's right.
Rereading his notes.
Y'all got a toasty in here now.
I'm comfortable.
it's all that writing you're doing.
I said riding, moving from place to place.
And Bill?
I don't have anything. Yeah, I do. I found something up there. I looked right up there. Fire station, Sapphire Bay.
That's
That
what
one's
was
on
on
there.
there.
It's already on there. What about the new city hall? It's on there?
That's on there.
Okay. Hey, I'm going down the list up there.
Downtown manager.
I think
Those
downtown is
those
done.
were examples.
I
That,
tried to make sure those were done, the ones he left on there, so.
Downtown
Or we're at least
manager?
on the priority list.
Downtown
Manager.
manager.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cheated.
that's a good one.
Hey, it keeps growing downtown. We would need somebody to be
We'll
down
need
there.
somebody.
So this really goes back to what Deb said about the a friendly process of communications and trying to restore, hopefully, the citizens' confidence in the council. But to make it specific, I want to make sure that we have a laser focus on what goes into the North Shores, especially what we heard this morning on the west side of George Bush, that all of those acreage, that we really focus on something that's going to be absolutely fantastic for the city.
You know, it's interesting you brought that up, Mike, because, you know, the Jackson Shaw project, for example, you know, there was reasons to believe that a project like that was useful on the east side, but we've also been approached by some folks wanting to do a similar thing on the west side.
Of course.
And we are really pushing them away from that, because that is not our vision for the west side.
It was not, yeah.
That which you permit, you promote.
Implement an infrastructure report card system. Similar to what Carrollton does and some other communities, they grade A through D every component of infrastructure, water suppression, water line, sewer, raised, water towers, roads, all of that. Because we do the PCI for roads, but we don't really have a process or program to grade it for our essential infrastructure like water, sewer, above ground tanks, in terms of they're rusting, when do we need to replace it. It kind of gives us more of an idea of, in terms of budgeting, what we need to look forward
I wrote
to.
Carrollton just so that when they say, what's he talking about?
Yeah.
I can be like, oh, I know where to go look.
I'd like to see us at least start to try to figure out a plan for helping to address the homeless problem, because we have a lot of citizens who are very concerned about that.
Seems like it's
Really
accelerated
good.
lately.
Yeah,
Stop giving
it
them money to
does.
sleep.
Got a hotel, just so happy.
Did you just say that out loud?
Some of us don't hear as good as others.
Really good. I would get in trouble if
I bet you can.
We were all
Love
thinking that was
that.
planned a while back, wasn't it?
Microphones here really well.
I'm looking at probably the last one available on my list here, a charter update specifically to allow council to deal with the municipal judge.
I'm
Say that
sorry?
again?
Okay.
No, let's not
Well, there's
discuss
a
that.
state
No, we
law.
can't discuss that.
I want a charter update. I have read the statutes, and if it is in our charter, the council can deal with the municipal judge. It is not in our charter. It is in Garland's, it's in Rockwall's, it's in everybody else's charter. Yes, state
Review it.
law allows for a home rule charter city to, by its home rule charter ordinance, define how a municipal judge can be removed without cause.
Cool. If that's in the charter.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
I wasn't either.
I wasn't either until about
I
January.
saw
I
that.
think a charter, the problem is we just had a charter review commission. What do we
Well,
do another
ours,
one every
yeah.
3 years?
Every
Well,
two.
every 5.
Yeah, and we have a lot of
That's
little things
required
that
every
need to
5,
be.
no more often than every 2.
Two. So we have to
And
do.
our charter says, in accordance with state law, but if you read the Home Rule Charter, or 211, Section 211 says, or as defined by the Home Rule Charter.
Right. So what I'm trying to think is, this is a year, we're looking at strategic for the next year. Are we looking strategic like
Well,
1 to 5?
23 to be the
2
earliest we
years.
could do an
2
election.
years.
This would be 2
2
years.
years, okay,
This
so
is
then I could
your
go on
plan.
there,
This
because
was
then you
23
could
and
plan on doing,
24, right?
if you wanted to do another charter review in 2023, we could. Of course, it has to get
Yeah.
passed.
Has to pass.
Yeah,
And we
but there are a
thought
lot
about
of
it
little
last time.
cleanup items in the
Yeah.
charter that need
Yeah, I've
to be
noticed
Yeah, I
done.
think it's worth looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there were some other things, so we can get a commission to look at it.
It is reworking the number of lanes on Lakeview Parkway between Dow Rock and the bridge. Is that already up to 3? Is that going to be up to 3 lanes?
Wait, what was your question? I'm sorry?
Expanding the width of
Highway 66.
66 between Dow Rock and Lake and the bridge.
The 2-mile bridge?
Yes.
It's only 4 lanes wide.
It's only ever going to be 4.
Well, I don't know if there's a plan to.
Okay, I don't know. Let's,
So how about reworking the Dow Rock and 66 intersection?
that is coming.
Okay,
is
that's the
coming.
one
That
I'm
is
most
coming.
concerned about, because there's so many accidents.
That's
And
actually,
and that's actually funded by multiple jurisdictions.
Okay.
TxDOT, Rockwall County.
Well, if it's already done, you just might.
No, complete it, put it on the list, because that needs to be completed.
needs
It
to be
needs to stay
completed.
on
It's-
everybody's
Well, they
radar.
keep on
so many
pushing it.
resources responding
That's-
to accidents over there.
When I got on council, we were waiting for funding on this.
It was,
and now it's.
it was supposed to start this month.
Yeah.
But they had to move it to next May.
I heard the other day that Rockwall
wideness,
County
wide.
bonded 6 lanes for
Mark
Dow
that.
Rock Road.
I have, preserve our INS rate and make sure we can maintain our 3-year bond cycle.
That's a good one.
Thank you. I wrote down tax rate, but I didn't know where to go with it besides just saying tax rate.
That's a really good one.
What you got?
My last one's already been discussed, that was with Brian and Matt here, just that whole employee retention focus of culture and city employees, making sure we retain and attract the best.
Highway 66 streetlights.
It's TxDOT.
I know, but we have to pay for it. That's what they told us.
How much is it? Martha's got money.
That's a good one.
So I would like to see us, you were done?
Maybe a bond.
I guess he was done. I'd like to see us look at revising the board handbook or guidelines to standardize the procedures and processes across the boards, and also look at maybe creating some new boards, which I'll have more on that later, but.
Yep. And Laura sent us an email regarding councils and procedures just 20 minutes ago. So, good.
Well, I'm out of my own items, so I'm now stealing off of your list. Have we finished are we completing the retrofit program for the streetlights, the LEDs?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's done downtown,
Well,
on Main
it's-
Street.
Let's be a little specific here to help guide kind of the, okay. So Texas Conservation Energy Office has a program, I've mentioned this before, where the city has, we do low interest financing. We just pay the difference in savings from retrofitting lights to LED. We pay that savings to pay the program for LED retrofit. Arlington did it successfully. El Paso, other big cities have implemented this program. It makes it a lot more cost effective, and it's not such a big hit. But we got to get away from these old sodium bulbs eventually. So
It's a big.
that's why it has to come from a. That's why a lot of cities are using the Conservation Office low interest financing.
Arlen just got done replacing all theirs. I think it took them 5 years to replace them all.
So
We did Main Street. Our guys did Main Street, but it is a process.
The process.
Right now, we couldn't get the lights. That was our huge
Oh,
challenge.
yeah.
We couldn't even get the lights to do it, but we did Main Street.
So I guess LED streetlight retrofit program.
Yeah, that was the how to fund it, but versus the doing of it.
Right.
Although I will say, I've got
Matt,
one spot
Jeff
in my
says he's
house.
done.
The LED
You're done?
keeps going out, and I don't know why.
Hire the best police chief in DFW.
But what if they come from outside of DFW?
They will be the best police chief when they get to DFW, when they come to work for LA.
That was actually part of my increased morale and
Bam.
I don't have anything.
Mike?
Well, I was out, but I didn't, what about our municipal judge?
Yep. I just said
Did
that, you
do-
heard me.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, seriously. Because you're talking that way, you're not talking this way.
That's a strategic priority for you, Matt,
beat
and
you
Deb. By the way, I've got to start.
Hey, that's gonna be your topic.
I've been tuning you out. That's what
Just
they do.
Okay, Brownie.
just so you guys know, the police chief recruitment has closed.
I was curious about that.
Yeah, and so the next step is next week, we have it already scheduled for the recruitment team to meet with our consultant on that from SGR to go through. What they'll do is prioritize A ranking, B ranking, C ranking, and then we'll focus on those that make the next cut and continue the process. So it's closed now, so.
So what do you think, what's the process on that, Brian? At what point do you think you'll be ready to?
Z.
So what ends up happening is that we'll narrow it down probably to about 10 to 15 because we'll do a written questionnaire. The written questionnaire, some people will not do it, but so we'll get 7 or 8 that we'll narrow that down, do phone interviews, narrow that group down. So what we've said is, when we started the process, for somebody to walk in the door, unless they already live in the Metroplex, for them to walk in the door would probably be August 1st. And then we slipped about 2 weeks trying to finalize the deal. I still think August 1st is doable, and that's what I'm shooting for somebody to physically be on site.
Oh, okay.
Now, if we do it from internal, that would be less. If we did somebody who lives close by, then maybe it's in July.
Okay.
Deb?
oh, is it my turn? I
Yeah,
thought
I
we
got
were.
lights.
What does that say?
Oh, okay.
Downtown PTZ, pan tilt zoom cameras.
She didn't know what PTZ meant.
I did
Yeah.
not.
I didn't either.
Really?
Really? You
Cameras
didn't?
that you can move around.
I know what they
Just
are.
gave me
I've never heard of
Heck, I knew what that
So,
was.
so
Come on.
what it is a lot of cities are putting cameras in different districts that have, certain security risks, and downtown's one of those, and it's in the dispatch center for monitoring, so that they're able to keep an eye on the area for security. It's not.
So would that require an extra person in there
No.
just to focus on that?
No, they just have it on. They have big screens over their computers that they can put it up on.
If we put that up on a webcam, we can charge advertising.
There you go.
So you probably have that, where it's
Revenue,
automatically.
baby.
I'll just.
You can
I'll just
move
talk
it.
to
Both
you.
manually, would it kind of rotate through?
Yeah, that's why I didn't know he did. My last one is to examine or pursue some creative revenue and funding options to help offset some of the burden on the taxpayers. And I have a list of some of those.
Oh, I know which one of those. CTZ.
Hey, Deb, if when we're done, you'll send those to me?
Absolutely. I'll send you this whole-
Before we send this out to staff, if any of you have follow-up stuff, so that they
Sure.
can get together details, send that to me and I can make sure.
Yeah, because I've got details on all of mine.
I had this listed as public trust, but we kind of talked about it, but it goes to a little bit of what we talked about with some of the other zoning change requests that came through, and it's, I guess, adding more financial or budget impact to plat and zoning requests.
You mean being more specific with,
Cost.
instead of saying
Yeah.
there's no budget
Right.
implication.
Within the staff
It
report.
says that,
Additional support that's going to be needed if this change occurs, what revenue we expect to gain, what revenue we're giving up, what revenue might have been
So what
present.
is the fiscal impact?
At zoning?
So let me say this, I'm not sure we'll always know by zoning,
Not at
Right.
zoning.
but there may be some generic white paper stuff, we might be able to say that if you go from SF40 to SF5, generically what the impact would be. But oftentimes, remember, if they're not a PD,
Yeah.
2 PDs I can evaluate and tell you pretty much what the cost differential will be or the revenue differential. But to go from SF5 to something else or multifamily to commercial, I may not always have that information because I don't know what's going to actually be built there.
Density makes a difference.
It
So
does.
certainly you can estimate that. The other thing I'm thinking of, and I was actually talking to some of the staff trying to come up with, if we're going from a commercial to something else like we have coming before us, if we don't get the commercial district, what do we lose in sales tax revenue? What do we gain in other revenue? Those are the things. I think it's not it's not a number that anyone's gonna be held accountable for after the fact, but having the additional data available as much as we have, I think will help guide some of those decisions, and I think will help build public trust, so they will see that we are in fact considering, if we go in and build, a big mixed-use development and say, oh, it's gonna, give us more money, sorry.
But keep in mind, when you're evaluating a zoning case, you're limited to the 10
Public
things
welfare.
that you can consider.
Public welfare. That's in the state law. And if you are charging someone who can't afford to live in their house more taxes because you made a zoning change, that's counter to the public welfare. And I'm not buying that argument.
Well, let me say this. We have, like, for example, Terralago, Village of Rowlett. When we did a fiscal impact analysis on those developments, so to bring in a certain development that's going to be have this kind of impact, we evaluated the revenue versus what we were currently doing,
Right.
and the cost associated with that. I think those things are possible to go from the current state to the proposed state. But again, there are a lot of zoning requests or rezoning requests that we won't have specificity like that, and then it's more generic analysis. And so as long as you're okay with that,
I'm okay with it.
we'll make a stab at
It's
it.
including,
It's-
it's
it's-
including
I see your point.
actual
and
and
I like
opportunity
it.
cost.
It can also work against you because multifamily, for what you get versus what it costs, is actually way more beneficial. But we all know the stigma that comes with multifamily. And so,
You obviously
but
didn't read my website, did you?
Apparently not.
Not reading, no, I have not read your website.
I'll send you the
Or
spreadsheet.
listen to you in the forums.
Yeah.
I listen to you in the forums, but it's still proven
Sorry.
how we build.
I can write.
It's okay. Take care of some. What do we decide?
I say fiscal impact analysis, and I think we know.
That
what we're
covers
talking
it,
about.
yeah.
That's what it's traditionally called,
Sure.
fiscal impact analysis.
Yeah, every time something came across, I saw it said budget impact NA. I'm thinking, no, there's a budget impact here.
Anybody else?
Going once. Sorry, she needed to have her blood pressure checked.
Oh.
I was trying to get you guys
Oh.
down to the door.
Oh,
I
very
made it
good.
gone, but I told her where to go with it. She feels okay.
All right, so why don't we do this before we actually use the coins to vote? I'm not trying to hang y'all here any longer than we need to be, but is there anything that you're more passionate about than others? This is your chance to kind of influence each other.
You know, I really want to advocate for X. Because right now, if we just do it, it's still highly individual, but you may have something you're passionate about that you want to advocate for. We just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to do that before we turn over the power of 5 to each of you to kind of vote on. And remember, again, we're not making a final decision today. What we're going to do is do some additional legwork on it, and then later in June or even July, that's when we'll try to pin you down. So does anybody want to say out of this whole list, if there's anything that you just absolutely say, if we don't solve for this, then we can't.
I think we all have something to say.
Well, I know. This is your opportunity to influence each other a little bit.
I would definitely advocate for an animal shelter. Our shelter has been at capacity for several weeks now. It's in poor condition, and despite the updates that have been done, it's still not in good shape. It is a public safety matter. It truly is. And I know we think of public safety maybe more as police and fire, EMS, but our animal shelter is a public safety matter, and we need to advocate strongly, even if we can't build one in the next 2 years, to start that process and make something happen so that we're doing something.
Well, obviously, the police department, the morale, the whole thing there, it all comes together, and I think, along with Matt's, good leadership is at the crux of that. Compensation is important. The police culture is important, and the police and fire departments are the essential functions of local government, in my opinion, along with animal shelter, because I agree with Jeff that that's part of public safety. And I'm real passionate about the police department and the animal shelter. So
I think the fiscal impact of not being a member of the water district, potentially going from $160,000 a year of an impact to almost $1 million for the premium for customer cities. I think that speaks for itself how important seeking the NTMWD membership is. So that's a priority for me.
Yeah, and it's really hard to quantify, but I'm really concerned about our whole overall community unity. And you mentioned, I think your words were good. How do we increase civility inside our community? How do we increase respect within our community and try to do away with some of these lines of division, because our society is just spiraling out of control, and we're a subset of our overall culture here in the city. So
We can only fix it by getting rid of social media. We can only fix it by getting rid of social media, and I'm not joking.
that's not going to
no,
happen.
I agree.
I'm not joking.
But in light of that, what can we do to bring people together? And it's not just diversity. It's diversity is part of it, but it's respecting people who are different than us, talking to each other instead of texting and putting on Facebook and everything else.
Close down Facebook.
But then we wouldn't see pictures of Macy.
That's okay.
You'd
Send a
get
letter in
pictures
the
of
mail.
Macy.
Yeah.
I'll go
I'll
back
put
to
Macy out
my
there.
number one, because I keep hearing, oh, we'll never get that done, we'll never get that done, and people who say that are right, because if we don't ever start it, we will never get it done. And that is getting Miller Road started.
Yeah,
We've got to.
start somewhere.
I wrote down the numbers from 2 years ago, the traffic counts. There are 11,825 trips a day on that road, and that was 2 years ago. That's 5,000 to 6,000 people every day that are paying the pain and suffering of sitting in traffic from George Bush all the way to Cheesa Road every day, which I did to come out here to the firehouse the other
We are
day.
on the bridge.
And I watch them all from my
Need to add
backyard.
a railroad interconnector up there.
Yeah.
Too late
I
now.
got it all
No.
Yeah, it's.
I still see it.
Yeah, I think,
got room, she's
I
got
think
all
it's,
the
I think
others
it's
on it,
there.
yes.
We got to get the rest of that funding in place, but I think it's, one of the things we saw from Merit Interconnector was if you get the money out there, like we matched the MCIP fund, all of a sudden someone wakes up and says, oh, they're serious about that. Let's get some more funding going.
Well, and COG has committed,
Yeah.
was it 14 million?
14
million.
Out of
on
the
that too as
federal,
well.
yeah.
Those are serious dollars.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to say about the bridge, this is TxDOT, this is not Brian's comments, because I know how important that bridge is. Otherwise, I can't get my deputy city manager here often enough, but,
That's where I'll come to work.
but what I will say is that TxDOT has said they believe that the traffic counts will significantly drop once they have the I-30 improvements done. I know. So I'm just saying.
Because people will get on those
they-
side lanes and go all
so
the way.
they-
That's
they-
exactly what'll happen.
I anticipate that they will fight us on this until those improvements are done and we can prove out the new
Well,
traffic.
all you have to do is sit there at the intersection between 4 and 6 o'clock at Bush and Miller,
I
and you
know.
see where all the traffic is coming from.
You're talking about reality. They're looking at the way numbers work out. So I'm just so you know.
This is why, I mean, we need to actually communicate these things with our state representatives and for them to try and pressure TxDOT to move on this issue and evolve on this issue, because their insight on it is not in reality.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Did everybody else get a chance? Matt, I can't remember.
I just think you look at that, there's a lot of stuff in there about employees and, you know, in terms of however you want to lump a lot of those together. You got your employee compensation, workforce to, where was the other one I was looking at? But to me, that whole kind of work culture can almost kind of be lumped into one, which I think is number one.
That workforce focus, whoever it's up there somewhere. That one, like the sixth one down, that kind of loops it all together.
That was mine. I was trying to kind of capture
All the
everything that
elements.
was in there.
That's why I just wrote everything, right? Pay.
Well, one thing to Matt's point is maybe as you think about it, you know, if you're going to want to put a coin for employee issues, maybe focus on only one. So because otherwise, if everybody's voting for a specific language of a different one, you'll dilute the effect really quick.
But I think even within that workforce, that you can divide that into, okay, how do we keep and retain people and get new talent? But then there's also the culture and the training to a lot of Deb's and Brian's stuff in terms of how do we have better customer focus? How do we have better, all of those things? It's kind of a two-part, but it's all kind of lumped together. You can kind of lump them together.
All right, so let's agree then that the line item up there that says workforce focus represents what we've been talking about for personnel, employees. Is that okay? So if you want to vote for that, then that's what you'll vote for as opposed to some of the other stuff.
So, do we want to do?
You want to leave employee compensation as a single one?
Yeah, right. I think those are.
It's up to you. I'm just
because
asking the question.
Employee relations and employee compensation to me are two different
They're two
things.
different things.
It's kind of two sids to the same coin.
If you get too
Right, that's pretty
broad,
much
then
what it
it
is.
becomes difficult to measure.
Exactly. What you're getting.
Do we want to do one person at a time going up there with dots? Because if we all go up there.
Just have free for all of them. Come on.
Free for all.
Yeah, maybe they should have been spaced
I
out.
was thinking about picking evens and odds, so the odd people should go first.
The odds.
Who is going to be the odd, Brian?
Obviously, you're an odd person.
I'm 1, 3, 5, 7. It's me. 1, 3, 5, 7.
Did we combine business-friendly processes?
no
Is that
seven.
why?
It's that.
I think so.
I thought that was
You're
something.
the
different.
mayor.
You think it's
that would be
different?
7.
Hey, you said it.
I thought business,
I was tossing out an idea.
All right,
Is that,
so
that
we
was part of the
have,
employee
here.
Yep, there you go. Just pick one up and go.
All
There's
right,
Ones who are
so why don't we
elected.
do that? Take turns, just grab your 5. Hold on, one last thing. I think Matt said it, or somebody did earlier. What we have allowed at time, and I'm not saying just this process, but when you use the coins to vote, sometimes they allow people to vote as many times as they want for one topic.
Oh, okay.
I would like to ask you to use 1 coin per item.
one per item.
Now, but I mean, would that be okay?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
As
fair.
long as everybody's playing with the same rules.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
unless we get 10.
1 coin
That's it.
per item. All right, let's go.
That's why I'm glad we did a little bit of lumping.
Drum roll.
I've already voted once.
The business from the process, because I think it's a little bit different.
workforce.
I gotta stand back.
I hate this. I mean, I love it and I hate it because then you get to see all the other needs.
I only get
fall
5,
short.
huh?
Yeah. I didn't think so either. I loved it.
I don't think that's really, but, see the one that says more citizen friendly?
Yeah.
So to me,
So
those are.
business friendly is the same as more citizen friendly, right?
Yes, yeah, in a way it is.
I don't think so.
So I'll
I
leave
think
that
was
one.
different.
There are subtleties, but I think it. I
Business
thi-
friendly isn't necessarily the same as workforce, but
This is difficult.
That's why we're paid the big bucks.
I gotta-
Jeff, you're getting paid?
I gotta get this one to Lisa.
Not yet.
You know what, I was getting 5 pounds. They put all
I know during budget season, because you're sitting here and you're eating and you're not moving.
This one makes me scared every time ERCOT sends out a notice. I get actually butterflies in my stomach of being scared about having to call.
up, too.
Yep.
Having to call
Don't just,
Stevens.
that's what Wendy and I were talking about.
How's Bolorama doing? You guys got any?
Just, I just think it's so unnecessary that we don't have
But I think this
a
one actually plays into establishing public trust. I think we generate a lot of unhappiness because of misunderstanding of the populace.
Peanut.
We want to say that.
Okay, I've used all my. Can I have more?
You can't buy his either.
Dad, I need a quarter. Dad, I need a quarter.
You can't horse trade up there.
The council orientation is already scheduled
Okay, I was just making sure.
with SGR.
So Wendy and I were talking about, like, how do you get policy or conversations as opposed to this processes we do in-house?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. Just we thought about it.
Laura, are you gonna vote?
Don't have that approach. I wait a while. I can.
But then I was second guessing myself, and I was like, oh, when are we doing that? Because we're gonna have a lot of conversations.
That should be just the natural one to get
We're gonna have a lot
done.
of conversations.
Shouldn't even need to
Some of the stuff
Several of
that
these are, yeah.
Some of them, I figured had to have one.
Oh, I
Some
think
of
it's
them were
important.
already in progress too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like the ones for police chief, it's already in
I was
process.
like, we don't know his name. Nope.
I know.
There, it's done.
I did mine.
Well, you already got 2 up there, so we got.
It's so hard to decide that last
See, this
one.
one's getting, this one's getting a lot of votes, but they're all important, and
Yeah.
really,
Right.
I know that this is we're gonna have a really hard decision to make, because animal shelter may not be number one when it comes back from the public. So how do you then make a decision, but we do need facilities as a whole, in terms of what you're focused on, but I agree.
I think
we
I
need
think
animal
it
shelter
would
so
be
bad.
probably PD and then animal shelter in terms of ranking that.
I think you'll be surprised from our public.
Wow.
I think animal
Really?
shelter's gonna be.
I think it will
The
too.
animal shelter don't went out.
I tell Brian that all the time. Brian's always like, the PD, and I'm like, ha, ha, ha.
I don't think.
The council will have a hard
The
decision to make,
cost
but
is
I
so much
think.
lower. Plus, you
animal
have a
shelter
lot of
will be
people
number
who don't
one.
like the police and that everyone likes animals.
It's what, good point. It's the kind of pill you're willing to swallow.
Right.
Right.
60 million equals
Right.
60 cents of an increase versus 4 million. 6 million of an animal shelter,
Everyone's
which is
gonna do it their own
0.6%.
way.
Exactly.
0.6 cents.
Hey, you can't knock off other people's coins.
I didn't think so. It didn't have no sticky on it.
Pretty sure Mike just like traded somebody's out.
He sure
Did
did.
not, I added 2.
Mike, cheating.
Well, if any one of them has more than 7 votes, we'll know that y'all stacked the deck on
I'm
us.
out.
And I gave y'all all the same color, so nobody could say, well, this one voted this way.
Should have our initials.
You really don't think those are the same color?
All right, I have 1 left.
No, but I mean pink and orange.
I was gonna say, like, there's a shade difference.
Yeah, I was like, Angie,
No.
I know I'm gonna work on that, get that.
So hard to pick that last one. I know.
I'm just really pleased that you wrote so that it's all legible.
That's, yeah.
Thank
There.
you.
It wouldn't be the same if I had done it.
All right. You don't even need to take it back and look
I'm
at
doing it right now.
Well, but I will say this, I am kind of disappointed with employee compensation, but I understand the priorities that, why these things are so important. And the indication is that really this is also strategic. But
I will tell you that we are going to come back with the proposal to advance the ball where employees are concerned, and the realization that it's not just fixing just that. There's a lot of elements with workforce that we need to address to make a niche
That's
for us to do.
2,
Now-
3, 4.
Now, so let me say this. Remember, there are, what we're going to do, we're going to do some analysis and then you will have another shot at this once you have better information. By that time, you will have heard from the departments on their specific budget proposals. We'll have more dialogue about strategic vulnerabilities and opportunities. And then when that happens, so late June, maybe early July, then you'll be able to hone in and say, you know, I think these are our top 10 to 12 items. So I want to say this, that was our goal today, was really to get to this stage so that then staff will take that, we'll summarize it, we'll send it to everybody, and then we're going to do a little work on it between now and the June 16th meeting. Now remember, there's the 9th. The meeting on the 9th is really more to hear from the departments. The 16th is really to get into the meat of kind of the budget as a whole and with the benefit of having that information. So we are done for today. I want to thank everyone for sticking through it. The hot topics this morning took longer than I thought it would, but I will say this, I think that was highly useful. I hope you did too. There will be more of these kind of discussions in June. Just remember this, in July, you're going to be receiving the actual budget proposal. And the reason that we're going to do all this legwork is to try to get as much feedback from you, from our citizens, and from our employees, our department heads specifically, about this kind of stuff. So, great work today. Thank you for sticking with it. It's a great start.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Angie, and all the staff. Laura, all the staff that was here and for putting this together.
Hello, everybody.
So do I need to adjourn? Okay, it is 2:22 p.m. on May 27th. It is a wonderful Friday, and we are adjourned.